I request all the participants to kindly enter into the hall after the registration. A very good morning to one and all. By far, the greatest and most admirable form of wisdom is that needed to plan and beautify cities and human communities.
On behalf of Government of Kerala, Amrit State Mission Management Unit Kerala, who has clubbed all of us for this two-day national workshop in association with KILA and LSTD Urban and Planning on implementation of urban reforms with an objective to cross-learn best practices and innovations of other states and adopting strategies to initiate and implement urban reforms in Kerala.
The workshop covers 5 thematic areas such as modernization of building bylaws, adoption of transferable development rights, implementation of town planning scheme and local area plans, implementation of transit-oriented development, and creation of sponge cities.
We welcome all the respected mayors, chairpersons, speakers, officials from various departments, organizations, and institutions, and other delegates to this national workshop on urban reforms.
To begin with the sessions of day 1, I invite Sri R. Srinivas, Senior Town and Country Planner, TCPO, Government of India, to shed some light on the topic Urban Reforms, Government of India's Strategies.
Good morning, everyone. Government for giving me the opportunity to make the presentation on urban planning reforms post-budget follow-up. I hope that everyone must have seen the text of budget speech 2022-23, wherein Honorable Finance Minister had mentioned about urban planning, and this was perhaps it was the first time that urban planning was explicitly mentioned in the budget speech. And budget speech also mentioned about, the reforms to be implemented by the state town planning departments, urban local bodies, and urban development authorities. So I will be highlighting, since time is, I am told that time is limited. So I will be giving an overview of the urban planning reforms, and on what basis we are going to evaluate the implementation done by the state governments on these different reforms. Quickly, I will just mention about these budget statements. A very important statement was made by the Honorable Finance Minister that urban planning cannot continue with a business as usual approach. We plan to steer a paradigm change. This is a very important. Now, the time has come that all town planning departments, ULBs and UDS should gear up, for bringing a paradigm change. And paradigm change can only be possible once you understand the nitty-gritty of, the urban planning reforms and how we are going to implement. That's also a very big question. And plan and town planning scheme. Fourth is adoption of transit-oriented development. Fifth is creation of spun cities, and removing taxation for running buses for public transport. Now, every reform has got certain points. Now, what are the, what are those, under every reform, there are certain parameters wherein we have given scores, we have given points. So, how scoring will have to be done? Any claim for reforms achieved shall be considered valid on scoring 60% of the total points assigned to the relevant reforms. So, this we have kept the cutoff so that state government can claim, they can submit the reform status for availing the funds. So, let me go through the modernization of building bylaws. So, these are certain, what are the aspects of the reform? Remove contradiction, setbacks and ground coverage, promoting the affordable housing. What state government has taken steps, to identify that they have done, they have earmarked certain, spaces for affordable housing with size of dwelling unit less than 66 square meter. Whether the building bylaws have been revised to include the following aspects of the affordable housing, whether density is achieved between 300 to 350, decreased rates of allowing additional FAR, whether state government is really working that you are going to, decrease the rate of, scrutiny of those, the building plans. How you have rationalized the parking and green norms for affordable housing, that's also very much important, While preparing the layouts for affordable housing, to what extent you have kept spaces for, green norms as well as parking. Then again, at the layout level, what has been the provision for schools, Anganwadis and local shops? Now, additional enhanced FAR, FSI, wherever the state government has taken steps, you need to provide the copy of amended notification for additional enhanced FAR, FSI. If you have notified TOD corridor, you see a lot of cities have actually going for transit oriented development and they have prescribed higher FSI. Even Mr. P.P. Singh is here. They have also come up with the, the TOD policy. And in fact, in Ahmedabad, ORDA has also, in master plan, they have identified as a TOD zone. Now, if higher FSI or additional FSI has been prescribed, what are the charges collected for additional FSI during last financial year? This has to be substantiated. Collection scenario, prior to prescribing the higher FSI, what was the collection? After prescribing higher FSI, what has been the additional generation of the resources? That has to be very well substantiated. Now, implementation of online building permission system, which we have been continuously monitoring. In fact, Kerala is also one of the states where they have integrated the urban local bodies for implementing the online building permission system. If you have adopted the online building permission, you need to provide circular or amendment issued for totally migrating from analog to online building permission system. If cities are giving approval online and if cities are also issuing occupancy cum completion certificates, somewhere you will have to give the real scrutiny report generated plus circular for online integration of NOCs. It's not that, you are all well aware while submitting the building plan, you need to obtain NOCs. Suppose if any property is located around within the air funnel, you need to have Airport Authority of India clearance, and you are all aware what sort of clearances are required. So all NOCs have to be very well integrated with online building permission system, but I am not aware that how many clearances or NOCs have been integrated with OBPS. The essence of OBPS that no person should be forced to visit the local bodies or development authorities who are actually giving the plan sanctions. That's very much important. Differential planning bylaws, amendment for adoption of regulations based on differential planning in various cities within the state, having focus on TOD heritage, whether the state or the cities are in a position to take up this differential planning bylaws. The time is very limited. I will not be able to elaborate, but I will request once Mr. P.L. Sharma makes his presentation, you can highlight on these aspects. Now, it is also very much important to rationalize building bylaws. You need to remove the contradictions, need to promote affordable housing. This I have already explained. And you kindly see on the right, on the extreme right, points have been given. So if you have removed the contradiction, straight away 5 points will be given. Promoting affordable housing will attract 10 points. Likewise, all the points have been given. So promoting affordable housing is mandatory for 1 lakh. You will have to, give the evidence that all cities are promoting affordable housing, the class 1 cities. Whereas differential building planning bylaws, it is mandatory for million+ cities. The reform second is transferable development rights, establishment of TDR. Now we expect the state government has to come up with the TDR policy if it is notified. So the copy of circular will have to be given. Then identification declaration of TDR, government notification master plan for the cities declaring zones to apply TDR. It is very much important, you know. Now these days when we are speaking about the TDR, I think it should emanate from master plan. Perhaps the origin as well as destination, where you are going to transfer the development rights, I think it should come from the master plan, which we have been discussing with the state governments. Now, conservation zones, redensification zones, what are the possibilities through transferable development rights? This has to be ensured. Citing cities using the TDR. Now, which are the cities have adopted TDR? The list will have to be provided. System of handling TDR, whether any attempt has been made for ensuring online TDR. Recently, Hyderabad has gone totally, you know, online. They are doing trading online. So even if the state government has not done, but at least they should give certain undertaking that then next month the state government shall work on this, to ensure online TDR. Now, reform again, we have given, if TDR policy has been adopted by the state away 10 marks will be given. So similarly, for other aspect of reforms, scoring has been given. Now, implementation of lab TPS, this is you are all aware, Trivandrum is one of the city which has been identified for preparation of local area plan and town planning scheme, and I am very happy to tell that Trivandrum has submitted the draft report, and based on that we have also, the ministry has rather released 80 lakh rupees for, completing that work. So it's important that legislative and provision in that state TNCP Act has been made or not. So you need to provide documentary evidence. Then readiness to implement. 25% of the cities to start implementation of lab TPS by 15th October. What we feel, this is very harsh, it is not possible because Trivandrum has done, but other cities to come up with lab TPS, it will take time. The state government can provide the list of the towns or the cities where lab TPS can be implemented. So it has to be for 1 lakh plus cities, the list can be provided, and undertaking has to be given that these cities can take up the local area plan and town planning scheme. Now, use of lab TPS for social equity, reservation of EWS, whether lab TPS can really facilitate economically weaker housing, that has to be included. What we have given, we have been criticized, like on a professional platform, we have been discussing that TPS or lab has not addressed the EWS housing. Some of the research studies have also found out. So this, how to leverage lab TPS for affordable housing, that has to be worked out. And it has to be a policy document. On the same line, if provision has already been made under the Town and Country Planning Act, straight away 10 points you will be given. Readiness to implement all this, we have given the marks or the scoring. So based on the evidences provided by the state government, we are going to do the scoring. Now, transit-oriented development, lot of million plus cities have gone for metro rails, and some of the cities have also started taking steps towards transit-oriented development. In fact, Delhi is one of the first city where they have done a lot of work on transit-oriented development. And if the TOD policy is there, again I will repeat, copy of the TOD policy has to be enclosed. Then declaration of TOD corridor. List of cities with notified master plan with declared TOD corridor, indicating relevant section of plan DPR delineating the TOD corridor. If Kochi has metro, whether Kochi has made efforts to delineate the TOD corridor, that has to be furnished. What is the width of the designated corridor? Typically 250 meters on both the side. And what has been the the regulation, whether enhanced FSI has been prescribed, that has to be mentioned. Typically for width of designated corridor, design width of TOD corridor in the geos, list of all planned corridors with following details. For BRTS alignment, right of way, influence zone width. That's very much important, And for MRTS, influence and influence zone width, that has to be enclosed. Now, TOD zone, whether the state has come up with the, TOD regulations, that has to be. I came to know that Haryana has already come up with the TOD regulations. In fact, Master Plan Delhi also prescribed, TOD regulation. So, notification of revised building bylaws, regulation for TOD zone, affordable housing in TOD zone, list of cities that have declared development of affordable housing in the TOD zone, these have to be provided. Then revised urban design layouts, layout of cities that have approved urban design layouts for public realm in TOD influence zones. What are the possibilities? Once you are going to implement TOD, you will have to really ascertain that if you are going to develop transit corridor, what would be the percentage of land under public realm? I mean, it's a matter of research. It's not possible that within 2-3 months you will be able to provide, but yes, commitment can always be given. So, whatever steps to be taken under the TOD, if policy is there, 10 points will be given. Width of the designated corridor, 12 points, and likewise points have been allotted for undertaking these reforms. Now, creation of sponge cities, lot of discussions went, Niti Aayog report on water resource management. It has clearly mentioned that almost 20 million plus cities may run out of water by 2031 if monsoon fails. So, appreciating the serious concern of, water shortage, it was decided that this should also be treated as reform. Creation of sponge cities essentially would be integrating the blue and green infrastructure. So, the state need to prepare a holistic rejuvenation plan. Status of rejuvenation plan has to be provided. Provide the list of cities who have done the work on integration of blue and green infrastructure. Special plans like all of you, those who are working in PMU and Amrit, all of you are aware of the Amrit 2 guidelines wherein integrated aquifer plan has to prepare water sensitive urban design. So, you need to give an undertaking that how many cities have actually taking action for integrated aquifer master plan. Then list of bodies, water bodies have to be provided, all water bodies in each state. Then classification of list of water bodies, clean and in good condition, sewage affected and or in bad condition. What is the existing status of water bodies have to be given, and then conservation rejuvenation work. Maybe undertaking can be given that if you are identified certain water bodies for rejuvenation, so when you are going to start the work for preparing the detailed project report, that has to be mentioned. Of course, in the guidelines, it has been written that everything should be completed by 30th October, but it's not possible. So, somewhere you can identify the water bodies and you can indicate that when the DPR preparation can be started. Then if some cities have already commenced the work, that can always be, the list can always be provided. For all this, aspect of reforms, points have been accordingly allocated. This is the last reform, removing taxation for running bus for public transport. So, in order to encourage public transport, a decision has been taken that state government need to, remove the taxation for running public transport. And in fact, a lot of states have already taken the initiative to run e-buses. I hope Gujarat has already exempted, because Ahmedabad has already procured e-buses. So, e-buses should be rather exempted from the, paying the commercial taxes. So, this is the effort. If state government can give an undertaking that they are going to procure e-buses, I think the state government can always exempt those buses from the commercial taxes. So, reduce taxes rates on public transport, circular if state government has issued, ST, especially the State Transport Authority, reduction in stage guide taxes, circular issued by the ST again, and the revised motor vehicle tax, synchronization of tax rates, updated revised motor vehicle tax as notified by the state government need to be furnished. So accordingly, the scoring is also there. So now my humble request would be the state government can prepare a draft on all these things. They can come to the town and country planning organization. They can discuss all the aspects with my team, and accordingly the proposal may kindly be submitted for availing the grants. And I hope once we recommend the release of the funds, maybe Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs would like to have a presentation from the state town planning department. So for any doubts, you can always contact me, and I hope shortly by first week of September or second week of September, town planning officers can always visit TCPO New Delhi. Thank you very much for your kind attention. I was not able to elaborate each and every aspect. I hope the key speakers shall, throw light on all these reforms. Thank you very much for your opportunity. And if any question is there, I can always answer. Or maybe later on, we can always discuss.
Thank you, sir. Now, we would like to call Sri Anshul Misra IAS, Member Secretary, CMDA Chennai, Dr. S. Kanjanamala, Senior Planner, CMDA, and Srimati Purnasri K, Assistant Planner, CMDA Chennai, to give knowledge of Chennai Master Plan 2026 and 2046, highlighting the planning instruments and spatial strategies.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I request my team members to put up the presentation, please.
Yes, sir. Read it. Same. This one, second one, please. Hold. So the slides are ready.
I can't see your presentation. Yeah. I can see now. Can you put it in presentation mode? I'm sorry. All right, you go ahead. So thank you everyone, and good morning to all present over there and online. So we are here to talk about what Chennai Metropolitan Development Authority is doing regarding its master plan activities. We would go through the presentation starting from the first and second master plan, some learnings and some achievements, what these master plans have achieved. And after that, we will talk in detail about Master Plan 3, which is undergoing preparation right now. So I would request Kanjanamala, who is Senior Planner, to take us through the initial slides for Master Plan 1 and 2.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. I now go through the preparations of first master plan and second master plan for Chennai metropolitan area. The current challenges faced by CMDA in respect of Chennai metropolitan area, and the transformations on preparation of third master plan will be taken up by our member secretary. So as we all know, Tamil Nadu stands first in the most urbanized state in the country, with a population of 48% living in the urban areas, followed by Kerala with 47% and Maharashtra about 45%. The Chennai metropolitan area, extending over an area of 1189 square kilometers, forms less than 1% of the total extent of the Tamil Nadu state. However, it accommodates about 10% of the total population of the state. Following the demographic pattern over the years, it shows that Chennai city has come to a stage where the growth rate has come down over the years, but at the same time the Chennai metropolitan area, including the Chennai city, is growing, and it was having 27% of growth rate over 2011. And it is expected to have a population of 12.582 millions in the year 2021 as per the second master plan projections. So the CMDA, how it was created was during the year 1972, based on the Tamil Nadu Town and Country Planning Act 1971. It was created as an ad hoc body in the year 72, and then it became a statutory body in the year 1975. The main functions of CMDA are to prepare master plans, detailed development plans, formulation of any other projects as directed by the government for the metropolitan area, and to finance and execute any plans for the development of any area within the Chennai metropolitan area. It should also perform such other functions as may be prescribed by the government from time to time. So the first master plan was prepared in the year 1975. Actually, we have prepared two master plans. The draft master plan, the first one was consented by the government and notified in the Gazette on 5/8/75. Thereafter, it was actually approved by the government on 4/12/1976. The development control rules were forming part of the first master plan. So the first master plan was aiming at decongesting the city. So the core city, the Georgetown area and the older towns were all congested. So it aimed to decongest the city, increase the economy at state as well as at the metropolitan area level. The developments were proposed for radial corridors to decentralize and decongest the city, as well as 3 satellite towns were proposed within the metropolitan area, and 6 urban nodes were also proposed. The second master plan approved in the year 2008 and notified in the Tamil Nadu Government Gazette came into existence from 2/9/2008. Here development regulations as against the development control rules in the first master plan, development regulations were framed in the second master plan, which gave which were governing the land use as well as developments in the Chennai metropolitan area. However, the present developments are governed by the subsequent rule called Tamil Nadu Combined Development and Building Rules 2019, which came into effect from 4/2019. During the second master plan period, the maps, all the land use maps were prepared based on the GIS platform. So these were some of the initiatives taken up during the two master plans, starting from metro rail, MRTS, truck terminals, Coinbase Wholesale bus terminus, and Coinbase Wholesale market, which is the largest market in Asia. So all these initiatives have been forming part of the master plans. So while going into the details, one is the Coinbase Wholesale Market Complex, which is the, as I mentioned, is the largest wholesale market in the Asian continent, and it extends over an extent of 296 acres. It hosts flower, vegetables, food grains, then fruits, all those markets are there. It is also, we are having a plan to accommodate the informal vendors as part of the future design. The other one is the Wholesale bus terminus, which is close to the market complex. It is called the Wholesale bus terminus. So it was developed over an extent of 36.5 acres at a cost of 1 or 2 crores in the year 2002. Coming to the road development, inner ring road, NH bypass and outer ring road were all conceived in the two master plans and then implemented at phases. In the inner ring road was acquired, the land for the entire inner ring road was acquired by CMDA for a stretch of about 25.2 kilometer with the 6 lanes. The NH bypass road is stretching over 32 kilometers, having a width of about 2,200 feet. It connects all the major radial corridors like the Grand Trunk Road towards the southern bound Grand Southwestern Trunk Road, then Bangalore Highway, Trichy Highway, towards Calcutta Road. All those roads are connected through this NH bypass road. The latest one is the Outer Ring Road, where 1348 acres of land was acquired by Cmda at a cost of 2,156 crores. And the total stretch is about 62.3 kilometers with a width of 122 meters. It runs from GST Road to the Grand Northern Trunk Road. The next initiative is that construction of canals to control flood inundation in areas like Velachery, Arasankane, etc. The major initiative to mention is that the mass rapid transit system, which runs through different parts of the city. It was implemented in 2 phases, phase 1 and 2, and the second phase extension is also under construction in the city. Then the other one is the Chennai Metro Rail Limited, CMRL's Metro Rail project. They have completed 45.046 kilometer with 32 stations in the city. And it was implemented in phases from 2015 to 2021. About 72 acres of land was transferred by CMDA for their station as well as office complex. Over the entire stretch of the metro rail corridor, we give additional FSI over and above the normally permissible FSI to an extent of 50% for a depth of 50 meter on either side of the alignment. As part of the master plan proposals, the bus terminals are also very prominent proposals. The 3 bus terminals have been constructed. 2 of them are under construction actually. The northern bound buses are now, they use the Madhavaram bus terminal along the Kolkata highway. The Kilambakam bus stand as well as the Kutambakam bus stand along the Bangalore highway and the Trichy bound GST road are under construction. Grid of roads plan is one of the major activity that CMDA has taken up for 201 villages within CMDA limit. Since the wide roads are planned in advance, it is possible to reach an arterial road within short distance and within a short span of time also. So it's a walkable distance is covered under this grid of plan. So it comes prior to the development. So developments will be guided by this grid of roads pattern. So as part of this, we are also proposing measures like environment protection, where we do not allow developments in Pallikaranai swamp area. Then we have aquifer recharge area where it has got good potential for groundwater. And then we have Red Hills catchment area where there is restriction for development. We don't allow any urbanization in that particular area. So as to control the pollutants coming into the major water resource called Red Hills Lake in the city. Then restrictions are also there for the developments where it is close to existing quarries, crushers, oil and gas pipelines, solid waste dumping yards, etc. The challenges now CMDA faces in respect of the Chennai metropolitan area are due to the urbanization in rest of CMA. As we have seen in the earlier slides on demography, the rest of the CMA area is growing at a pace of 27% per decade. So it has stressed the existing infrastructure over a period of time. And inadequate public transport facility is also one reason, one consequence of the urbanization. And inclusivity is a major problem. We have to plan for street vendors, elderly, women, children, disabled and homeless. Then the strain of environment is also, sizable because of this, the major problems like inadequate infrastructure because of the growing demand. Then flood inundation is one big problem we face every monsoon time. Then the pollution is also increasing quite in a higher pace. Then lack of organized public spaces for recreation as well as communal facilities is to be addressed. Then inadequate parks and play spaces is also a major issue that we have to address. Sir, may now request you to kindly throw some light on how we are going to fix these problems, sir. Over to Member Secretary. Yes, sir.
Thank you. So I will take you through how we are strategizing the transformation for CMDA in terms of preparation of third master plan. So we are looking at kind of holistic urban planning. We're looking at a paradigm shift in line with what is happening elsewhere in the world and in the country. So CMDA was basically seen as a regulatory authority largely. So we used to be involved mostly in planning permission, work, apart from doing some infrastructure work here and there. But there was no organized strategic, intervention from CMDA side. So we are now aiming at converting CMDA into a premier planning authority, which takes up planning activities as its core activity. I cannot see more.
Sir. Is it now clear, sir?
Yeah, it's not, it's there, but part of it. Previously it was okay.
Yes, sir.
I can't see the slide.
Sir, we are
Yeah.
starting out. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, just to begin with, in the context of urban reforms which Government of India has initiated, and the states are supposed to take up various reforms, various initiatives which have been stipulated in the instructions by the Government of India. Let's start with a few of these. Is Tdr, as we all know. So Tdr already exists in Tamil Nadu, and CMDA is implementing it. Only thing is that it is not online. So we are already working on it, and we already have a vendor which is doing our online planning approval process, and we have gone live for planning approval processes in May 1st, and the Tdr will be putting it online very soon. Now we all know what is the importance of Tdr. So all the land which is required for public use can be taken using Tdr as a tool. And the challenge is to ensure that Tdrs have a value, have a market value. So for that, we need to work on the market of on stimulating the Tdr market. And for that, we need to ensure that we have receiving zones, or at least we have the mandate for using Tdrs in lieu of higher FSI. So these are the things we're working on. We already have a consultant in place, and we'll be able to come out with our numbers very soon, maybe under 15 days or 20 days. So that is one thing we are doing. Next. So this is under Amrit scheme, and Georgetown is an old area, and we are working on it for redevelopment. A lot of work has already been done with the help of Amrit scheme. Now we are working on the regulations regulations which we need to enact, or we need to put in place to make this plan into reality. So as we all know that old towns they pose a big challenge for any city. I'm sure other cities also will be facing the same thing. And planning for redevelopment of these areas is not easy. And it requires a lot of coordination, it requires a lot of stakeholder engagement, etc., which is being done at present. We have already met stakeholders, and we are trying to work with them, trying to work with the other departments so that we can implement this redevelopment program. So the challenge now is to come out with a set of regulations which will be used for these areas. Next. So LPED is another scheme, so we all know about it. We are already having land pooling act and rules in place, but we could not implement it because there was some discrepancy. We are working on amending these rules, and we have the draft ready for land pooling. We have done various rounds of discussion on this, and because it will be first land pooling scheme in Tamil Nadu, we are very cautious, and we know the sensitivities around it. So we don't want to just implement some model which is existing elsewhere, and then if we don't meet success, it will be a disaster. So we are very careful on that, and we have been talking to the stakeholders. We are trying to prepare a very good plan, and we are now discussing about the rules and regulations or SOPs for implementing land pooling scheme. And our draft is ready, which will be put in the assembly, placed in the assembly this year for enacting it. Next. Outer Ring Road, I wanted to mention here because Outer Ring Road is a very high potential area for development, and government has announced this to develop it into a high growth corridor. We already had a study done, pre-feasibility study done by a consultant who submitted its report and said that this corridor can be developed along various stretches depending upon the existing characteristics of the development and the surrounding environment. So they have suggested certain projects here in stage 1 and stage 2. We have now done a delineation of area around ORR, 2 kilometers both sides, and we have mapped the land use and mapped the lands available there. Fortunately, we have 50-meter strip available for CMDA along the entire 63-kilometer stretch of Outer Ring Road. We are proposing various projects in this strip to trigger compact development as a TOD, as a transit-oriented corridor. Next. So in terms of the amendments or changes which we need to bring in the acts and rules, we have taken up many such initiatives, right from the review of Town and Country Planning Act, which is being taken up by CEPT University, review of PNCDBR and the World Bank study, which is also again taken up by CEPT. Then we have made changes in the master plan rules and new town area development rules, and these include modern concepts, new concepts which are not there because they were never implemented, they were never amended for the last 30, 40 years. So we are basically proposing the inclusion of new concepts and the modern tools of urban planning, such as land pooling, grid of road, farm-based code, and various other aspects of modern urban planning. Next. So as I was saying that we are basically moving towards a paradigm shift in master planning, and third master plan will see a lot of these tools and a lot of these instruments being used for master planning activity. And we are moving from pure land use based master plan to more spatial planning, strategic planning, which includes planning for all aspects of the city, including economic, environment, social, and land use planning. So that is one way of looking at it. Just go back. The other aspects of master planning will be to try to bring to the center of focus various elements which are seen as fringe elements like gender, environment, inclusivity. All these concepts will run across all the activities of urban planning, and that will create a holistic master plan 3 for Chennai. Next. So with the World Bank assistance, we are already doing, we have taken up various studies, and that will go as input in the third master plan. Some of you can see on the screen land value and density distribution, strategic institutional strengthening assessment, and action plan for CMDA as kind of a vision exercise for CMDA. A vision exercise has already been taken up as one of the third master plan activities, and there are many such studies which we have proposed and are undergoing right now. So some of these proposed other proposed studies are special distribution employment income categories, urban heat island effect, etc. So these are in the offer. So one of the most important things which Chennai master plan would require to incorporate is flood mitigation measures and formulation and preparation of a comprehensive flood control master plan for Chennai. Fortunately, JICA has taken up this study through Department of Revenue Administration, and Cmda is an important part of this study, and we have given a place to JICA to run their office, and we are constantly in touch with them, sharing data, etc., and giving inputs, and we are working on this in a very intense manner, and I'm sure this will go as a very important input in our master plan. So the initiatives, whatever the announcements which has been made in this year, 22-23, and some announcements in the previous year also, they encompass most of the reforms which have been stipulated or anticipated by the Government of India. Some of you can see that we have just put in 4 boxes. So institutional improvement program, then mobility related announcements in environment and public space related announcements, and then master planning and development related announcements. So we have announced that we will develop TODs and give higher FSI for compact and dense development along the 5 arterial roads, the existing and proposed metro corridors, MRTS corridor, as well as outer ring road. Our FSI study is underway, and we'll be able to come out with some concrete numbers for this. So this is an improvement on the existing policy. Existing policy, as mentioned by Kanchanmala, the senior planner, previous slide, is that along the existing metro corridors, we are giving 50% premium FSI waiver for developments along both sides of metro corridor up to 500 meter depth. So this will be an improvement. So other things that you can see is that the mobility side, we are working on new bus terminuses at Pelumbakam and Kuttambakam. So it will basically shift the entire state bus transportation from within the city to outside the city. Now the challenge is to integrate the feeder bus services to these the large bus terminuses, and we're working on it along with the MTC and SETC, which are the major public transport bus providers in the state. As you see in the environment and public places, we have announced that we will be taking up the shoreline renourishment and revitalization project for the entire 30-kilometer stretch from Marina Beach to Poland Beach, and we are in the process of forming an SPV. The GEO has already been passed, and 100 crores funds have been allocated from Cmda to run this, seed money to run this SPV. Apart from that, we have announced lakefront and waterfront development. We have taken 9 major lakes within the city. We are in touch with the PWD department to jointly develop these lakes in the future. And then large public spaces, as it was mentioned, the Chennai lacks public spaces because of the nature of the dynamics of urban development it has seen in the last few years, last decades. We are now focusing more on developing the public spaces as parks and sponge parks and playgrounds, etc., in a big way. Next. Street alignment, as was mentioned, the master plan 2 had 41 roads taken up, which were supposed to be taken up for street alignment, but unfortunately it was not taken up because of various reasons. This year we have announced for the first time 10 roads to be taken up for street alignment for widening the roads, which are under master plan 2, but first time we have taken it up. We will be using TDRs as well as land acquisition measures to acquire land along these 10 roads.
Yes, sir.
So, already mentioned grid up road and construction of new bus terminals. So, grid up road already I mentioned, and this has been this was taken up as a project using consultants, and they have prepared a grid up road for the entire CMA area, the non-GCC CMA area, non-corporation CMA area. All the villages have been mapped, and grid up road under a hierarchy of roads has been prepared, and now we propose to publish it, and we will take it up under Tdr and land pooling schemes as much as possible. Then we are proposing new bus terminuses. We proposed expanded the CMA area at Chengalpet, Tiruvallur, and Mamallapuram. These will be large bus stands which will cater to the transportation requirements in these areas. Another important thing which was announced in this year is a new town development plan. So under the CMDA's mandate, one mandate is to declare and delineate and declare areas for a new town development and do master plan for that. So this year we have declared 5 such places that include 1 greenfield and 4 existing towns which are basically growth centers, and we are trying to convert them into some sort of satellite towns. So one of this is greenfield, which is known as Urbanization, which requires, and we have done the delineation, and we are in the process of notification for these 5 places, and we will then take up the detailed master plan of these areas. On the FSI side, we have already, as I told you, already taken up one study, and we are working with the consultant to come out with the numbers of FSI which we need along the TODs, and go back along the TODs, and the study is being done through a comparison with other cities in the country and abroad, and we are looking at a combination of FSI plus TDRs plus other the premium FSI for increasing the FSI as well as creating a market for TDR. So this is one important thing which is happening, and we'll be able to do this very soon because we are in the final stage of doing the study. So these are the permissible FSIs, and the base FSI is very high in Chennai, but because it is uniform across the entire state or the cities, the premium FSI is not basically the demand for premium FSI has not picked up along the corridors because we have to improve upon it, and we are working towards that. So TODs, as already we discussed, we are planning to give higher FSI for TODs and try to see a more compact city and densification along the TODs. For obvious reasons, we all know why we need this. Thank you. Next. This is another project. MRT stations are huge infrastructure assets which need to be utilized in terms of commercial exploitation. Above this, as per the MOU between Southern Railway and Government of Tamil Nadu and Cmda, we are working on this. There's a proposal for handing over the operations of MRTs to Metro Rail to better, in order to integrate the various modes of transportation in a better manner. So we're working on a more comprehensive TOR for business plan for the entire development which is proposed here. Next. Shoreline nourishment, I already told this. This is another project. Next. So all these I already discussed one by one. I've already discussed, and most of these projects have been proposed this year. There's the expansion of Chennai metropolitan area from 1,189 square kilometers to 5,940 square kilometers is proposed, and it is likely to be announced, it has been announced, likely to be notified very soon. This is one of the reasons we are doing is because we want to ensure balanced growth in the entire CMA region. And you know, CMA forms, at present it is part of, it is just 1% of the entire area of Tamil Nadu, but it holds around more than 11% of the population. And the GDP contribution is huge in state GDP. So we're trying to include the growth centers around Chennai and to have more integrated holistic urban planning, urban development using tools of urban planning. And we want to ensure that we see more balanced growth in terms of the region, entire region. Yes, next. One of the important things which we would like to mention, and we are proud to say that we started major initiatives on institutional strengthening, right from the recruitment of new planners to engaging the experts and universities, consultants, and non-profit organizations for helping us, arrive at our holistic vision. That is bearing fruit, and we are very happy. We are very happy to share that the 30 new planners who joined were trained properly using a module, and we engaged the Mohua in Delhi and Ahmedabad, Auda, and SEP to train them properly. And I can say that the inputs given were very, very useful, and all of them are developing into a good urban planners. Next. These are some of the institutions, organizations, and consultants whom we are engaging with to ensure knowledge and strengthen our institutional capacity. We have 2 MOUs now with institutions like CEPT and one with Cornell University, and there are many more in the offering. To transform this vision into reality, these are the which we are doing, and we would get most of these as inputs in the third master plan, and many of these projects will be taken up over the course of next few years to make Chennai into a sustainable global urban metropolitan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am, for sharing your valuable information. Now it's time for refreshment. We request all of you to kindly assemble back here at 11:45 a.m. after the break. Thank you. On to the days.
Respected dignitaries, my dear colleagues. Today, as a part of the national workshop, we have the first technical session that's on urban reforms. So, one of the reforms that is being actively incorporated in this urban reforms is transfer of development rights. We have been hearing this transfer of development rights for quite some time, and a lot of cities in India has tried it. Some of them have pioneered it, some of them have failed. So, when we come to TDR and TOD concepts, there's a lot of priorities, urban priorities and urban strategies and rural strategies that each state is based on. We have to think about the strategies and the policies that the states have adopted over the years, and to think about how effectively we can use this TDR as a policy reform in our planning. Basically, when you talk about TDR, we will have the origin and destination has to be very clearly defined for receiving the TDR, the buildable space. And we have to create a demand for built space for accepting it. Now, over the period of time, we have digitized the revenue records. We are in the process of doing that. Registration department, we have already in the process. All this is, and online building plan management system also we have already online. So all this actually facilitated to enable and go forward with respect to what is acceptable to us in the transfer of development rights. One of the major important priorities which our state or our government have identified in spite of these floods is risk-informed planning, and we have been going ahead with respect to risk-informed planning and integrating it into our master plans. Bombay has done a very good, set a good example on TDR, and we have 3 speakers from different parts of the state who will deliberate on TDR. First is Mr. Prem Singh, Mr. Rajendra Prasad, and Mr. Hiran. In Bombay, a lot of development, road development and road widening schemes, I think around 60 to 80% of the road development schemes has happened because of this TDR. How to utilize that, we will hear from the key speakers. We have around 15 minutes allocated for these presentations. I first invite Mr. Prem P. Singh for his deliberations.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to share from our state and also learn from the experiences of other states. And I'm sure this is going to be a very enriching 2 days experience. So the topic which is assigned to me is TDR. Haryana is a very late entrant to TDR compared to the stalwarts like Maharashtra and Hyderabad that we talked about. And so this is a 2-year-old policy that we started, and the focus has been very different from what has been done in Mumbai till now and what we know from them. So in Mumbai, the main focus is, or even what the Mahua guidelines which say that the primary focus has to be conservation of heritage areas and densification of other areas. But in Haryana, the focus was very different, as we would see progressively. But before going to TDR, since most of us would not be very familiar with the urbanization framework which exists in Haryana, so I would like to spend a few minutes on the existing urbanization framework, and then we move to TDR. So very brief, 2001 to 2011. In 2001, Haryana was also 29% urbanized, exactly as the country. Till 2011, we moved to 35%, whereas the country moved to 31%, still far behind from the highly higher rate. And most of the towns that we have, either the statutory towns or the census towns, for more than 75 or 80% of them, we have a master plan, either a notified master plan or at a very advanced stage. So we have a functional town planning department, our local bodies, which take care of these activities. So the agencies involved are primarily town planning department, which is a regulatory agency for the entire state. And as some of you would have an idea, there is a huge private sector participation in Haryana. In fact, for the last 10 years almost, 10 to 15 years, we have not been able to acquire any single inch of land in Haryana by the public sector agencies of Huda or HSIADC. So the entire burden of development goes on to shifts to private sector, and the entire role of private sector regulation has been on the town planning department, along with all other functions like preparation of development plans, enforcement of master plans, and everything. So other agencies are like HSVP, Haryana, which earlier used to be called Haryana Urban Development Authority, then HSIIDC for industrial development, then we have 4 metropolitan development authorities, Gurgaon, Faridabad, and Gurgaon, Faridabad, and Panchkula. Then we also have urban local bodies, a department for housing for all, which is primarily into EWS housing, from the land which is transferred to them from either Huda, HSVP, or from the private licensed colonies. We have a reservation of land for EWS housing, which goes to the housing board. Then we also have mandi boards in agriculture marketing boards. So coming on to a brief of functions. So the TNCP performs its functions under 2 acts. One is Punjab Scheduled Roads, Haryana Scheduled Roads and Controlled Areas Restriction of Unregulated Development, under which normal controlled areas are declared, development plans are prepared. So this is basically restrictive. So it says that for 25% of the state is under controlled area, where you need a permission before undertaking any construction, and then a development plan is prepared, basis of which developments are undertaken. Urban Areas Act, on the other hand, is an enabling act in which you are basically encouraged to aggregate land from various landowners. So once you have a certain amount of land, 5 acres, 10 acres, 25 acres, then you are able to obtain a permission for development of a colony, either a plotted or group housing or IT or whatsoever. So these are the enabling acts. Periphery Act basically was to restrain the unauthorized construction around Chandigarh. So this is basically the blue dots that you see. These are controlled areas, and so these form almost 28% of the state. This we already discussed, the Haryana Urban Areas Act. So all the licensing that happens for the private sector is under the Haryana Development and Regulation of Urban Areas Act, and this is the sole act which has been taking up the burden of urban development for the last 10-15 years. Before that, Huda was quite active. Then we have the Apartment Ownership Act and the Metropolitan Development Authority Act. Then we also have a RERA Act, which takes care of obviously in all other states the situation is same between the allottee and the developer. And in most of the states we have a single RERA. We have 2 RERAs, one exclusively for Gurugram and the other for the rest of the state, and each RERA has 4-member bench. So there are 8-member RERA authority in Haryana, and even that there are so many disputes between allottees and the private developers that they are still overburdened. So again, a brief overview: 2,158 colonies of private developers in the state, covering 39,000 acres, and till date the most of the focus was on plotted development and group housing development. So if you can see, till date 59% of the development, the licenses are for plotted development and 21% for group housing. But in the last 2 years that has gone down drastically. We shall see why in the next slide. If we see for the last 2 years, the main focus has been on affordable group housing and affordable plotted. So most of the development, so close to 57% of the licenses in the last 2 years are for affordable development, and the rest 40% for other developments. So there has been a very huge focus. The government waived off several charges for affordable housing development, and therefore there has been a very huge spurt in it in the last 2 years. The department is also a major revenue earning department for the state. So close to 3,000 to 4,000 crores is the revenue that we contribute to the state every year. So, and if you see Gurugram even Gurugram or even Faridabad, these are all almost you can call a self-financed city. So there is no budgetary contribution from the state government for the development of these cities till now. So it has all been, so if I am a allottee, the amount that I contribute to the developer, that I am giving to the developer, a part of it goes at development charges to the state, through which the integrated trunk infrastructure network is built up in the state. So a few important policy interventions. This affordable group housing policy that I said has been quite active in these last few years. The area of the colony, the minimum area, earlier the group housing colony could be established over only 10 acres. Here the area, minimum area was brought down to 4 acres, and the density which used to be in group housing of up to 400 persons per acre, that was raised to up to 900 persons per acre. So the units are small, only two-wheeler parking is allowed, the unit size is maximum up to 60 square meter, and the rates are fixed by the government. The developer can't charge more than this. Another one is plotted affordable, which was mostly targeted for the low and medium potential towns, because there people didn't want to settle in group housing colonies. So that is on 5-acre areas, and the saleable component was enhanced from 55 to 65 for these areas, and the street width, the internal road circulation, which is normally 12 meter, was brought down to 9 meter for this. Then we have a hybrid policy, integrated licensing policy, wherein a developer can pitch in both plotted as well as group housing as part of the same colony, which was not earlier allowed. Then we also have a migration, because at times developers were not able to develop the colony for whatever reasons, on account of the less demand or whatever improper targeting. So they were allowed to migrate their licenses to any one of the new recent policies. So that at least helped migrate the stressed assets to more viable projects. Then we have EWS, which is applicable across all colonies, in which they have to apportion a certain part of the saleable area for EWS. Further developed and sold off by Haryana Housing Board. We have a transit-oriented development policy, and so now we come to the focus of the day, which is the Tdr policy in Haryana. So each state will have its own concerns and its own issues, and each of us needs to address the issue which is facing us. So in Haryana, since the private sector development is huge, so you don't have a compact development. That's the main issue, on account of which, though we have a master plan and the trunk routes, the sector roads, so to say, in the master plan, they get covered by the external development charges which the builder shares with the government, but the internal sub-arterial roads, they don't get acquired because they are not part of the external development charges. So unless the 24-meter sub-arterial roads also get acquired and built up, the infrastructure, the last mile infrastructure connectivity suffers. So, and at times even the sector road acquisition has been a very difficult matter in the state. So our TDR policy basically primarily focuses on acquisition of land for this arterial and sub-arterial infrastructure development. So infrastructure would mean the entire right of way for roads and water supply, sewerage, stormwater drainage, electricity along those roads. So the entire TDR policy focuses on that. Apart from that, it also focuses on acquisition of land for open space zone, which is designated in the master plan, and the public and semi-public land use zone, which is designated in the master plan. So instead of acquiring that land, in case the government is able to grant a TDR certificate to the landowners who own such land, then that TDR certificate can be used on the existing developments for enhanced FAR. So the applicability is on sector roads and green belts. For the TDR policy, the sectoral plan road pockets, the EDC work sites, the open space zone and public semi-public zone. And whereas for the roads, green belts and 24-meter sub-arterial roads, no minimum area has been specified. So if I own, say, 100 square meter land in a 24-meter wide stretch of road, then I can even obtain a TDR certificate but for that 100 square meter, because each land is important to ensure the through and through connectivity of that road. On the other hand, for open space zone and public and semi-public zone, a minimum area of 5 acre and 2.5 acre is specified. And all these TDR certificate carry a FAR of 2, and there is a complete online mechanism for submission of TDR application, processing of the application, as well as issuance. So, and we are also in the process of developing a trading platform for that TDR certificate, so that eventually it happens like a sale of transfer, of a share certificate. How a share certificate gets transferred, in the same manner, we would like a TDR certificate also to be traded in the open market. So we are almost, in the TDR policy, obviously there is a concept for the originating site and for the receiving site. The originating site would be the sector road green belt, sectoral plan road pockets, EDC work site and the open space which we are targeting, the land which we want to procure. And the receiving site, there are no restrictions as such. So any licensed colony, any group housing colony, any affordable group housing colony, any IT park, whichever has been developed in the formal sector, they can all avail enhanced FAR through the TDR policy, so that the demand and supply remains balanced. The formula that we have adopted is we have tried to link it with the collector rate. So if in case whenever a TDR certificate is granted, we multiply that area by the collector rate. So if it is 5 crores per acre, I am offering 1 acre land. So, and the land use index, whatever land we want to procure in the first instance, is given a higher land use index. So for a road, it's 2. So 1 acre land, 2 land use index, 5 collector rate. So the notional land for which I obtain a TDR certificate is 10 acres, even though I have surrendered just 1 acre. So, but when it goes to a receiving site, there, if the collector rate is 10 crores per acre, then the 10 acres get divided by 10. So eventually it again comes down to 1. If it's 20, it goes down to 0.5. So there is parity in terms of if the land value is higher where it's being utilized, then the proportionately the TDR certificate value goes down. If it's being utilized in an area where the collector rate is low, then the value of the TDR certificate is high. So that way the mechanism works. And whenever a landowner comes to obtain a TDR certificate, the requirements are very nominal. He just has to produce a certificate from the revenue department saying that this is unencumbered ownership, and based on that the TDR is granted mostly within 15 days time. We just charge scrutiny fees 10 rupees per square meter to avoid any unnecessary non-serious applications. So that's the only thing which is charged at the originating time, but when it's being utilized, all the fees and charges are recovered whenever it's getting utilized. Apart from that, we also have a concept for amenities TDR. So suppose there is a requirement for construction of a new flyover or an underpass, and the government doesn't have resources to do that. So there is a mechanism by which a private sector agency can undertake that development, and even on that account he'll be issued a TDR certificate. So in effect the government is not required to shell out any money directly for getting that infrastructure developed. It's only giving you a piece of paper, and which can be utilized or monetized when you are availing a higher FAR on your existing project. So these are the rates, and again these are graded. So hyperpotential towns, a town is just one, Gurugram in entire Haryana. High 1 is Faridabad, high is Panchkula and Sonipat. Medium, other medium potential towns, and half of the state falls in low potential towns. So this is the infrastructure augmentation charges that we recover when the TDR certificate is being utilized at the receiving site. So these are all in rupees per square meter. So not very high, but not too low either. But these have been till now we have been able to grant around 4 or 5 TDR certificates since the online system became operational only 3 months back, and there are almost close to 40 applications in the pipeline since there is a good demand for this. And eventually you would see that these are all rates for different type of colonies. So these are abbreviations. GH stands for group housing, high density group housing, affordable group housing, commercial, IT, new integrated license, and so on. So, and these are the how the applicable FAR gets enhanced. So for a group housing colony, you would see that the existing FAR of 1.5 or 1.75, depending on whatever is applicable on that, that can go up to 3 in case one wants to avail TDR. And even the density, which earlier was capped at 400 persons per acre, even that can go up to 600 persons per acre. So the same thing happens with affordable group housing or TOD. In TOD projects where the original FAR was 3.5, it can go up to 5. In commercial, where the original FAR was 1.75, it can again go up to 3. So, so for all these projects, how the FAR can be enhanced, all that has been provided in the TDR policy itself. And this is a sample calculation. So for suppose in 2 years period, we are able to grant a TDR certificate for 100 acres, then depending upon the collector rate and the land use index, the notional land for which the TDR certificate would be issued would go up to 1437 acres. But in case the entire land is being utilized, the receiving site is a site where the collector rate is 12 crore per acre, then the FAR, which eventually one is able to get against 100 acres, becomes 240 acres. So if I have 100 acres of land, an aggregated group of people who are surrendering 100 acres of land to the government for these infrastructure, eventually Under this example, they get FAR, built up space allowed is 240 acres, which can be utilized for various projects. And what does the government get eventually in case? So it gets two things. The revenue that is being earned is twofold. One is infrastructure augmentation charges and the other is external development charges. So how all this quantifies is that first of all, the government didn't have to shell out 12 crore per acre for the 100-acre land. So there is a saving of 1200 crores. Then the revenue earned out of that for handing over that TDR certificate, a piece of paper based on which someone would avail a higher FSI, would be 527 crores, and 100-acre land for infrastructure development basically comes to the government in the process. So in case the mechanism is made quite smooth, this can be actually a game changer for infrastructure development in our towns. So I'll go through very briefly about how our online system functions. So this is basically the dashboard on which you have an option for TDR services. You press there, you go to it takes you to a slide where you can have basic calculations of how much if land you surrender and how much TDR you get. And then the first stage is filing of your TDR application. You specify for what purpose the land is being designated in the development plan for which you are surrendering. And then you fill in all the details, the revenue particulars of the land which you are surrendering, the complete details. So the complete land schedule comes here. And then you upload your land ownership documents like mutation, jamabandi, etc., everything. And then you come to the applicant's details, your addresses, the fees is calculated online, your credentials are captured online, the addresses are here. And then you also detail out what sort of approach is available to the site, whether the site is vacant or not, and then a location map, an indemnity bond you have to upload, an undertaking in the prescribed format, and then you deposit the fees through online payment. Mechanisms are available, and then you get a application ID generated for the TDR application that is submitted, and email is forwarded to the applicant indicating all his details. The applicant can also track his application as is being processed in the department, and this all happens online. Once the application is submitted, the entire processing, obtaining a field verification report for that, and processing at the head office for grant of TDR certificate at the director's level, all happens online. So thanks a lot. That was a brief overview of the TDR mechanism which is presently being followed in Haryana. Thank you.
Here, next. This one. Good morning to all. I am Rajendra Prasad Nayak, Director Planning, Hyderabad Municipal Corporation, Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation.
I am likely adopting TDR in GHMC, Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation. TDR, Transfer of Development Right, means an award specifying the built-up area an owner of a site or plot can sell or dispose or utilize elsewhere in lieu of surrendering land free of cost, which is required to be set apart or affected for public purpose as per master plan or in road winding or covered in recreational use zone, etc. The award is in the form of a TDR certificate issued by the GHMC. TDR background is, TDR was first introduced in the year 1998 with concept of issue of TDR certificate for the lands surrendered under road widening with 100% value of the area affected. Did not had much response from the citizens in opting for TDR while surrendering their land for development. Subsequently, the policy was revised in 2012, wherein the value of TDR certificate was increased to 200%. It did get some response from citizens, but there is only little provision for utilization of TDR. So TDR background is new Land Acquisition Act came into the force in the year 2013, wherein the land compensation was increased to 2 times, resulted in financial pressure on the local bodies to take up developmental works in large scale. This necessitated more attractive TDR policy to take up large scale acquisition of land required for various developmental activity. New TDR policy implementing in 2017, Telangana government with a view to promote the concept of TDR introduced in the year TDR policy in the year 2017. As per new policy, the lieu of surrendering land free of cost, grant of TDR is doubled to 400% of master plan roads widening, 200% for lakes, water bodies, and 100% for heritage buildings. The new TDR policy has given a great strength to Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation in negotiating with the property owners to acquire the properties for all developmental works. The land required for taking up flyovers, ROBs and RUBs under Strategic Road Development Program, development of new link roads, missing links, was acquired mainly through TDR. Acquiring properties through issue of TDR for the land surrendered under road widening has reduced a huge financial burden on Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation and also lead to speedy acquisition of properties. Government also issued amendment for utilization of TDR issued in Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation up to the limits of Outer Ring Road in Cmda, Hyderabad Metropolitan Development Authority jurisdiction, which has further increased the demand for TDR. Procedure for issue of TDR for road widening purpose. Every year on priority basis, roads are selected keeping in view of their importance, congestion and the road width proposed in the master plan. Physical survey of the road taken up and road development plan is prepared by the GHMC. After approval of road development plan, making on the affecting properties is done. Sketches of the individual properties are prepared for the affected portions. Under the provisions of section 146 of Hyderabad Municipal Corporation Act, private negotiations can be held for acquiring the properties. Accordingly, notices are served to the property owners for giving consents for handing over of land for widening in lieu of TDR certificate, transferable development right certificate. Upon giving the consent by the landowner, the property is acquired under private negotiations and TDR certificate is issued. Utilization of TDR. The TDR can either be sold or can be utilized by the same owner depending on his convenience. For construction of 2 additional floors over the normal permissible floors without insisting additional setbacks and without insisting higher road width. The TDR certificate is linked with Aadhaar identity, wherein while utilization, sale of TDR, the OTPs are generated to the registered mobile number of TDR holder in the Aadhaar card, thereby giving no scope of misuse by a third person. So, sale and transfer of the TDR certificate is also being allowed to encourage intended seller to dispose the TDR certificate. Calculations for achieving required built-up area with the TDR are as follows. Built-up area of the TDR purchased into unit value of the TDR site divided by unit land value of the receiving site. Online TDR bank. To make the process transparent, citizen-friendly and efficient management of the TDR certificates, the online TDR bank application was developed by the Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation and launched by Honorable Minister for MANDD, Municipal Administration and Urban Development Department on 6/2/2020. The online TDR bank application contains all features like issue, utilize, and sale of TDR certificates and has dynamic data of extent of available TDR certificates. The citizens can view the available TDR certificates in the online TDR bank application and can enter into trade with the intended seller. Under notification section, the intended buyers and sellers can put their requirements to enable them to make transactions. The existing manual TDR certificate holders were also given opportunity to convert their manual certificate into digital format. It has been mandatory that only digital certificate holders can transact with the TDR certificates. 70 to 80% of existing manual certificates have already been converted into digital format. Online TDR bank. Niti Aayog under the Ministry of Planning, Government of India have also recognized the online TDR bank application as one of the best practice in the entire country for acquisition of lands for developmental works and have also suggested other states in the country to adopt similar system. In Hyderabad, the TDR latest status is category wise and the number of TDR certificates were issued. Category on beautification of tanks, lakes, 196 TDR certificates were issued. Widening of nalas, 161 TDR certificates were issued. Development of missing link / slip roads, 335 roads certificates are issued. Widening of general roads and HMR, Hyderabad Metro Rail, 890 certificates were issued. Widening of roads under Strategic Road Development Plan, SRDP, 214 TDRs were also issued. Formation of peripheral roads, 6 TDRs were issued. Total 1802 TDRs were issued. 1802 number of TDR certificates issued by GHMC are worth of 7,726.25 crores value of land compensation. TDR way forward. Proposed to integrate TDR bank application with the registration department database to instantly get the market value information. The market value information drawn shall be dynamic as such as, and when there is updation of market rates by the registration department, the same has to be reflected to the respective TDR certificate. proposed to extend the utilization of TDR certificate in entire Hyderabad Metropolitan Development Authority limits. It is proposed to make it mandatory for utilization of TDR for part of built-up area in case of all high-rise buildings, which will create significant demand for TDR since there is no restriction on height and FSI in present building rules in Telangana state. To extend online TDR bank application initially up to HMD, Hyderabad Metropolitan Development Authority area, and later on to the entire state of Telangana. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I call Sri Hiran Deftardar to handle the third phase of this session.
We can have a landmass, but that is also part of other urban local bodies. So we cannot venture into these areas. So we have a limited scope of development within our Mumbai city. Majority of areas also green areas like mangroves. We have a national park within the city limits, that is Sanjay Gandhi National Park. And a lot of areas is part of eco-sensitive zone, that is mangroves and waste watershed areas, etc. The current population of Mumbai as per 2011 census is 12.44 million. Mumbai is divided in two parts: collectorate of island city and collector of suburbs. And island city is having around 25% of population of Mumbai, and 75% of population of Mumbai is residing in suburbs. Mumbai is partly occupied by slums also. Around 8% of Mumbai land is occupied by slum, and almost 42% as per the 2011 census is occupied by slums. Slums cater majority of the population is part of slum, and slums are spread more in suburbs than in city sites. Those who are familiar with Mumbai may be knowing that cities where Fort and Dadar and Shivaji Park area lies, and suburbs are the other suburban areas like Sanjay Gandhi National Park, Borivali, Mulund, and etc. So, population of Mumbai is 42% is slum population and rest is normal population. Basically, the TDR definition is coined in the MRTP Act, that is Maharashtra Regional and Town Planning Act, that it says that development right means right to carry out development or building or both, and includes TDR. So in a way, MRTP Act says that TDR can be utilized as a part of floor space index either on a land which is reserved or which is not reserved also. And the section 126(1), which is for implementation of a DP by acquisition of land, also says that whenever land is reserved, it can be that owner of the land can either we can acquire the land by paying an amount agreed to, or in lieu of TDR, or in lieu of monetary compensation as per the Land Acquisition Act. So these are the three categories in which the owner of a land gets compensated by either by way of monetary compensation or by way of TDR, that is FSI. The TDR was first introduced in Mumbai in second master plan. So we had first master plan which had a very dismal percentage of implementation. Around 20% of master plan was implemented. The main hurdle was land acquisition and lack of resources. So planners at that time had an innovative idea that instead of paying monetary compensation to the landowner, we can pay him a certificate or TDR or FSI which can be utilized anywhere in Mumbai. So the TDR was introduced for first time in second master plan by way of DC regulation. Development control regulation is part of master plan. So, the TDR was introduced for the first time in 1994. Basically, the reason for introduction of TDR was dismal percentage of implementation of DP, because of the Land Acquisition Act. The process was very time consuming, it was very tedious, and the rates in Mumbai city, land rates in Mumbai city were very high. So we had to shell out huge sums to the landowner as a part of compensation. And Mumbai, though municipal corporation is having a lot of revenue, even if that revenue was insufficient for payment of monetary compensation to the landowner. So this was considered, TDR was considered as the best option for acquiring the land without paying any monetary compensation. Basically, the growth characteristic of Mumbai are very beneficial for the TDR. Like Mumbai city comprises of island city and suburb. We have 9 wards in city and located in southern city. So the suburbs have around 15 wards, and population density is higher in south side, that is in Mumbai city, and it gradually reduces towards north side. Islands, the density of island city is double than that of suburbs. Even certain corridors of suburbs located along the suburban railway are very high, are having very high density. So there was it was the during the second preparation of second master plan, it was thought that we should control the population and development of island city and shift the growth towards suburbs. So the TDR concept was introduced as a planning tool and as a financial tool. The TDR, as a planning tool, it ensures better planning, balanced growth, ensures shifting of density from generating zone to receiving zone, serves very healthy tool for cities development, and it is very effective in implementation of a development plan. So Mumbai Municipal Corporation major focus for implementation of a DP is to TDR is a major tool for implementation of a DP. And as a financial tool, it also increases densification in entire city. However, it distorts overall planning and it is guided by market force. The TDR demand is purely guided by market force. The more TDR is available, the lesser the price it fetches, and lesser there is a demand. So the TDR is to be used very judiciously, the TDR tool. What we have learned, that main requirement for success of TDR is very high growth rate, very high demand for floor space, uniformly low global FSI, differential densities and differential real estate prices. Basically, if you see the population of Mumbai, there was high demand for housing stock around 1970s, 80s. However, the FSI prescribed at that time was very low. So there was high housing demand and there was low availability of housing stock. And when the TDR was introduced, that basically the TDR is purely, majority of TDR are used only for residential development. Few of the TDR consumption is for industrial or for commercial development. The conductive factors for TDR, that we had very low FSI, at 1.33 for island city and 1 in suburb, and regulation was proposed to load TDR up to an additional 1 FSI in suburbs. At that time, when the TDR was introduced for the first time, the TDR was not allowed to be utilized in island city because of high density of island city, and growth and development were therefore channelized to suburbs. Even if suburbs TDR is allowed only towards northern ward in earlier stages. Like whenever a TDR is generated from a ward, it was allowed to be utilized only in that ward or on northern side of that ward, because at that time the northern wards were having very low density of house and there were high demand of housing stock because of low prices at that time. So these are the types of TDR and year of inception. Reservation TDR was introduced in 1991. We have a lot of heritage structures in Mumbai city. So in order to preserve these heritage structures, heritage TDR was introduced. In order to give boost to slum redevelopment, slum TDR was also introduced. And for redevelopment of old buildings, Mumbai city particularly is having a lot of old buildings. Some buildings may be more than century old. So in order to boost their redevelopment, a TDR concept was introduced. Mumbai have recently come up with their third master plan. This third master plan was sanctioned in 2018, and we have a development control and promotion regulation as a part of master plan, third master plan. This master plan prescribes, continues the TDR concept, but in a very different way. So earlier the TDR was not allowed to be utilized in entire Mumbai city. Now the TDR is linked to the land rate, the stamp duty ready reckoner rate in Mumbai, and utilization of TDR is allowed anywhere in Mumbai city depending on the land rate of surrender utilizing plot as well as land rate from where TDR is generated. Sorry. TDR is permissible in island city. However, it is not permissible in industrial zone. New industries are not being allowed in Mumbai city. So even if little bit industries are allowed, but TDR utilization is not permissible on the lands which are part of industrial zone. And to give incentive for slum rehabilitation project, utilization of 20% TDR generated from slum scheme is mandatory. So 80% TDR is utilized from either from reservation road or from other civic facilities, and this 20% TDR is mandated from slum. So this is basic FSI structure in Mumbai. The DCR is 1991, that is the basic FSI structure prior to this third master plan. So we have our flat FSI of 1.33 and suburbs 1. At that time, in earlier development plan, island city was not supposed to get any TDR utilization, but now we have allowed TDR utilization to the extent of 0.84, 0.83. And so TDR permissible, total FSI permissible currently with other road factor is island city is 3 and in suburb is 2.5. So FSI in Mumbai city, utilization of FSI in Mumbai city, permissibility of FSI in Mumbai city is linked to the width of a road on which the plot happens. So lesser the width of the road, the lesser the FSI potential of that plot. So you can see that whenever road width is less than 9 meters, in island city only 1.33 basic FSI is allowed, and if road width increases beyond 27 meter, then 1.33 zonal FSI plus additional FSI on payment of premium, which can be brought from state government, and admissible TDR 0.83. So total FSI allowed on a plot in island city is 3. This is considering the lands are not affected by coastal regulation zone. If the lands are affected by coastal regulation zone, now because of the new 2019 notification, our current DCPR is applicable. So even in CRZ areas also, this TDR utilization is permissible. Then for suburb, basic FSI is 1. So for our plot which is fronting road width 27 meter and above, 2.5 FSI is allowed. So if you, and apart from this FSI structure, depending on the road width, BMC has also allowed a fungible FSI, fungible compensatory area, to the tune of 35% in for residential area and for 35% in for commercial industrial areas. And this FSI, fungible FSI, can be availed by payment of 50% of stamp duty ready reckoner rate to the state government, and that premium is shared between MCGM, state government and MSRDC for construction of a ceiling. So this is how the FSI pattern is in Mumbai. So this utilization of admissible TDR gives boost for generation of a TDR as well as for utilization TDR. If there is no market for TDR utilization there, then generation of TDR will not happen. So in order to give market, certain percentage of FSI is allocated only by utilization of a TDR from slum or from reservation area. So these are this is a regulation number 32 of DCPR. So TDR can be availed for various public purposes, new roads, road widening, lands under any deemed reservation, where new roads are being proposed in master plan or for road widening, which is being carried out under our Municipal Corporation Act. Then this is for the land component. Then if someone constructs an amenity on a reserved land, then for that amenity also TDR is granted. Like someone hands over a land which is reserved for say primary school and constructs an amenity of primary school, then it can be that owner also gets the TDR benefit of construction of amenity. Then unutilized FSI for construction of structures of heritage precinct. Then construction of housing for slum dwellers. So these are the categories of land component or various instruments for which TDR generation is allowed, and that TDR generated is also allowed to be utilized all over in Mumbai depending on the ready reckoner rate. So the quantum of TDR allowed for Mumbai city is 2.5 times the surrender area of land and twice the area of surrender lands in suburbs. And for construction of amenities, built up area on balanced plot. For heritage building, also the unconsumed plot area as per zonal basic FSI is allowed for 2.5 for island city and 2 for suburbs. Then Mumbai, lots of plots in Mumbai city which are reserved for civic amenities or for development plan roads are encumbered. So normally earlier regulation didn't allow the encumbered land to get TDR, but in this regulation we have allowed encumbered lands to get TDR. TDR is there. So for land which are encumbered and the owner is surrendering that land, say for development plan roads, then he can get 50% of built up area as zonal basic for as a TDR. This is the idea of development potential of a plot. So if a plot for simple calculation is located in Mumbai suburbs, then basic FSI is 1, premium FSI as per road weight is 0.5, TDR as per road weight is 1, and fungible FSI, that is 35% of total FSI is 0.88. So a plot owner can construct a building or structure with a 3.38 FSI, where it is by he can consume by using premium FSI as well as TDR. The concept of reservation TDR is owner surrenders land free of cost, free of encumbrances, and after leveling the plot, construction, compound wall, gate. So that owner has to at least construct a compound wall, gate, level the land in order to avail the benefit of TDR. Then that TDR certificate is granted on a stamp paper. It is a different type of paper with a FSI credit equivalent to gross area and zonal FSI, and a rate, ready reckoner rate is also printed on that form. So that utilization of that TDR FSI on a particular plot is as per that ready reckoner rate. Major procedure for grant of TDR, this is all online process. Owner doesn't come to a BMC office for submission of any document. All the process happens through online, through Municipal Corporation of Mumbai website. All the remarks are online. Basic requirement is that title of that land has to be clear. Otherwise, we do not take possession of that plot because of high cost of Mumbai. There are a lot of litigations happening for that vacant land. So brothers fighting for a right to claim TDR. So in order to avoid that legal consequences, we have our legal department which verifies the title of a land, and after they they are getting clearance from legal department, and after completing all the formalities we grant TDR, plus the joint measurement of that plot to ascertain the exact area for which he is entitled has to be done by the revenue authorities. So these are two crucial steps, like verification of title by legal department and joint measurement by revenue authorities certifying the areas. So after these two criteria are satisfied, then only we grant the TDR certificate. Of course, in meantime he has to level the land, construct a compound wall. This is if he is surrendering say land for say playground, then he has to construct the compound wall, construct a gate, level the land. But if surrendering the land which has gone in development plan road, then he has to just surrender the land. He doesn't has to level the land or construct a compound wall, because that construction of a road is taken care by our road department. So after certifying all these criteria, municipal corporation grants certificate, and that certificate is signed by our municipal commissioner. So normally TDR period procedure is around 150 to 180 days. This is the formula by which the utilization of TDR is governed. The formula is X is permissible utilization of TDR in square meter on receiving plot, and which is linked to the rate of ready reckoner for generating year and for receiving plot. So both these rates and area determines the TDR to be debited from that DRC certificates, and after that even that DRC certificate for utilization is also signed by municipal commissioner, and then only he is allowed to consume that utilization of TDR on the plot. These are the areas are not allowed to utilize, like coastal areas and SP areas, etc. This is the concept of slum TDR. So after rehabilitating the slum dwellers, if there is an unconsumed FSI, then that owner either he can construct a sale building on that plot, or he can surrender that sale component by way of TDR certificate. Similarly, if a land is being vacant land is being utilized for say construction of rehabilitation of slum dwellers, which are encumbered on a say development plan road, or for land which is required for airport, then also that landowner gets a TDR by way of construction of rehab component and by way of surrender of land. So these are the certificates for various categories of TDR. This is for reservation, then for DP roads, then slum, 3037 heritage. So all these certificates are having different color, and they are signed by municipal commissioner and our chief engineer. Now these certificates are online, so and all the citizens get to know which are the TDR certificates are available for sale. However, the market is not yet online. We are in process of making this TDR demand, purchase, transfer online. So that will happen soon. Hopefully, in a period of say 2-3 months that will happen. So TDR exchange will be purely now like share market. So these are utilization details. These are also printed on the backside of a TDR certificate. This is all. Then this is a typical pro forma for grant of TDR for building plans, so that the building plan also mentions how much TDR, how much slum TDR, and how much FSI being awarded on that single plot. This is also approval of plan is also online process, so any citizens can see the plans which are approved for a particular plot. Thank you. It was a great experience interacting with you. Thank you, sir.
Now it's the time for open discussion.
Thank you, speakers. The audience have any questions? You can share the mic and have the questions.
Can the speakers throw some light on in how many years, how much land has been acquired under various categories using TDR? Secondly, is there any spatial pattern observed in where they are getting generated from and where they are getting consumed? Is there any discernible pattern that should be analyzed?
Actually, in Haryana, if I see, the policy itself came in 2021, and the operationalization took quite some time. So it's only last 3 months that it has been operational, and the generating site in our case is fixed. So it has to be a sector road or a green belt or a open space zone or a public, semi-public zone. So that's where it has to come from, and we already have around close to 50 applications in the pipeline. Around close to 10 have been issued. So the generating site is fixed, and we would have wanted one thing which we have noticed till now is that we would have liked the original landowner himself to obtain a TDR certificate. So that he gets the maximum benefit out of selling it to someone else or whatever. But in effect, what's happening is that some or the other developer who is the intended user, who wants a higher FSI, they actually purchase the land beforehand from the landowners, and then they apply for TDR certificate. So people are still not very comfortable. The original landowners are still not very comfortable with this process. So that's one feedback. I hope that satisfies. Thank
you. In town planning considerations, when we restrict the height and FSI, when we restrict the height and FSI of building, there is a purpose related to the quality of life in that area. But for on consideration of the cost of acquiring the land, if we are sacrificing that consideration, how it will be compensated?
Would you mic on? Hello. Hello.
What Uma Madam, you had asked, I think the best way is to get the information to map both the areas, origin as well as destination. Then only you will get the details. But I don't know how much.
the states have actually done. And I think, I mean, the TDR should emanate from the master plan itself. And development plan first development plan, Mumbai had mentioned about this. What Mr. Hiren mentioned, I think he can also give the information. As far as second question, which is related to, I think, FSI, what I could understand, I think Telangana, I mean, you can give the best answer that how you done away with the FSI and what has been the implications, perhaps.
In Telangana state, in high-rise buildings, 2 additional floors are giving with the TDR facility. In below 5 floors building, 1 additional floor is giving for that purpose.
I think Andhra and, just a minute, Andhra and Telangana, they have done away with the, FSI, but there has not been any impact assessment. Of course, they will say that they will correlate with the road width, but so far I have not seen any evaluation study. Maybe PP Singh can further add.
No, regarding the compromise in the quality of life when we go for higher FAR and higher heights, if I can understand correctly, if that was the query. We have what the experience, our experience has been that in fact dense developments, if they are group housing developments, it's very easy to manage many things. Like we have colonies where we have 100% recycling of the sewage and the water demand, the fresh water demand has gone down by as high as 70 to 75%. So most of the recycled water obviously goes for flushing demand and horticulture demand. And over a period of time, even the sludge that is generated, if that is put to a low heat evaporator, then what is generated comes out in the form of a cake, which is again recycled for as a manure fertilizer. So there is absolutely zero discharge basically, which is very difficult to enforce in a large layout, in a plotted development sort of thing. So higher FAR and in the form of integrated development in where either apartment ownership act is applicable, or even in commercial or IT projects. In Cyber City Gurgaon, the freshwater demand, it's a 80-acre colony, and the freshwater demand has been going down consistently as developments have been coming up by way of recycling of water. I mean, they have been more advanced, not just primary, they have gone ahead with secondary and tertiary treatments, and it eventually reduces water demand. The parking issues can be very well handled, traffic issues are much easily manageable. So I see it as a misnomer that high density development can affect adversely the quality of life. In fact, it goes the other way around. That's what has been my personal experience. Thank you. Yeah.
Suppose you expect certain area to plan a high density area, high FSI area with 100 floors and 5 FSI, let's say, and tomorrow TDR and TOD come and make that 5 into 10 and 100 floors into 200, which was unintended at the beginning. How do you address the social and physical infrastructure needs that arise out of it? I think that's what you are saying. Not the intended high density.
Yeah. So in existing developments, the provision that is being followed is that under the RERA Act, it is mandatory that you obtain the consent of 2/3 of persons over there. Only then you can do any such development in an existing project. So mostly it is possible only in new developments, because it would be almost impossible to go for such developments in an existing project, because obtaining 2/3 consent is next to impossible. So this is actually not possible in existing development. This would mostly be in pipeline projects where such rights have not already been created. So that's what I hope I answered that.
Gujarat is that in spite of having TDR in Gujarat, in Ahmedabad, it didn't work, right? There is a reason for not working. Whatever we have been dealing with is against land acquisition or decongestion. TDR is considered in that form. And wherever these TDR, wherever we have, for example, we get land for infrastructure, this TDR does not work. It is one of the best concepts, but nevertheless we need to consider, like in Gujarat, in many towns, we have done away with free FSI. Everything is chargeable. And that chargeable FSI brings it deals with the entire market of this space in the city, and where that calibration of FSI is to be done. I think so we need to have some more understanding also of where applicability of TDR in smaller towns has to be thought of, right? In terms of pricing policies, because it's okay that here, in addition to this, there is a cost towards capital gains. Then we do not know about what is the taxation, other taxes which are applicable. Those things are yet to be considered, because in a demand area where in Mumbai or Hyderabad, or for that matter any other city, I mean in case of Haryana also, the demand is available and everything can work. But alternatives to TDR is also chargeable FSI, which Gujarat cities have experienced more and utilized more better way. Right? That is what, I mean, it has nothing to do with TDR, but I thought it is a good experience what I should share. Because smaller towns, this is going to be a challenge to acquire land in case you do not have land pooling schemes, right? Thank you.
We are actually running out of time. We can entertain one more question from.
My question is to Sri P.P. Singh. Actually, you told that in Haryana it is a land acquisition, LA Act is a non-starter, and the per capita land holding there is 4 to 10 acres. In Kerala, I am also working on a similar project where we are also planning to have all these things. So the question here is, our per capita land holding is very, very low. So in what way, you think it is, it will be applicable to Kerala side for the development?
As I started, actually, each state, each town is a completely different ballgame. So one needs to understand the dynamics, land dynamics of each town, and then frame a policy accordingly. And even while we frame a policy, it's not that a single policy can be a cure for all ills. So there has to be a bouquet of policies. So something or the works, something somewhere, and I mean, I don't have much idea about how land holding would affect success of policy or not, because as far as we are concerned, when we are targeting linear infrastructure projects like roads, then maybe the land holding doesn't matter much. So it all amounts to what exactly are you targeting under TDR policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will, if you have any, someone has some suggestion on how it can be adopted in Kerala, that we can have one or two speakers on that. Otherwise, I'll go to the concluding session. See, TDR is a land development tool which is used for development of land from one area to the other. That development tool can be utilized in different ways, in different forms, depending upon the urban strategies and the city's content on what we should look ahead for a planned development. This is what the whole TDR tool can be applicable. Now we have three speakers have deliberated on a lot of opportunities on how to work on it. The Haryana and Telangana experience have clearly mentioned they are all late entrants, but though they are late entrants, they have done a lot of advancement with respect to utilizing the land potential for development of roads and open spaces. Development and roads and open spaces is one of the key areas where now the land acquisition has become a big hurdle. So how we have to adopt it is the second question. Second, for that we need to have a demand created for built space. How to create that built space demand is one of the challenges we have to face through urban planning, master plans. Like we have to have a master plan area where we will have lower FSI and certain areas with higher FSI permissible. To achieve that, we will have this TDR techniques utilized for development of land. Mumbai has pioneered on that. Telangana, Haryana and various other states have also done a lot of process in it. The Town and Country Planning Act, which the state has introduced or amended, that also has enacting provision for TDR and land pooling schemes. We have to prepare the process on which how to apply it and how to utilize it for our urban planning process. In continuation to the earlier mention which I have made about risk-informed planning, there is a lot of areas where we cannot allow development, where it's hazard prone or flood prone. So those areas where people cannot build can be thought about having TDR generated and received at another end. These are some areas where Kerala policies will be looking at in reforming the urban reforms, not only for road development and development of open spaces. We can also think about development of transfer of development rights for areas which is not actually cannot be utilized or people who are deprived of using that land. With that, this concluding remarks, we end this session. We will have lunch and then assemble at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Now the time approaches for lunch. Let's disperse for the lunch break. We request all of you to kindly reassemble here at 2 p.m. for the inaugural session. Thank you.
that could help in making policy decisions at state level.
The background of the workshop is that Government of India has brought out the scheme of special assistance to states for capital investment for the financial year 2022-23. Now, we are moving forward for the inaugural session of this grand event.
It gives me immense pleasure to welcome our Honorable Minister for Local Self-Government and Excise, Sri M.V. Govindan Master, respected mayors, chairpersons, well-acclaimed chief guests and all treasured invitees to this inaugural function on behalf of Government of Kerala and Amrit State Mission Management Unit Kerala, who is hosting this national workshop on urban reforms.
I am glad to invite Sri Arun K. Vijayan IAS, Director, LSTD Urban and Mission Director Amrit to deliver the welcome speech.
Honorable Minister for Local Self-Government and Excise, Sri M.V. Govindan Master, our respected Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Sri Manoj Joshi IAS, Additional Secretary, Srimati D. Tara IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, LSGD, Srimati Sharada Muralidharan IAS, Principal Secretary, Dr. Sharmila Mary Joseph IAS, Mayor of Kochi and President, Mayor's Council, Kerala, Advocate M. Anil Kumar, Chairperson, Kerala Municipal Chairperson's Chamber, Sri Krishnadas, respected mayors of Calicut, Thrissur, and dear friends. So today, this is the inaugural session of the National Workshop on Urban Reforms. We had the first technical session regarding the TDR experience across different states in India in the morning schedule. So my duty today is to extend the welcome to all the guests and dignitaries on the dais and off the dais as part of the official inaugural program. But before that, I would like to set the context in which this workshop is being conducted in Kerala. So it is often repeated, it is an often repeated phrase that cities are the engines of growth, and that is where the wealth creation and skill generation opportunities exist. But on the other hand, we are all aware of the impacts of unplanned development, which leads to situations in which the inhabitants of a city probably get to live in a daily misery. So in the context of Kerala, we had mentioned this in the previous workshop, in the schedule also. We have one of the highest urban populations in India. So around 47%, this was the 2011 census figures, we had 47% of our population was living in the urban cities, urban areas. That was around 1.6 crore population. It is expected that in another 10 or 15 years, our urban population would reach 90% of our entire population. So, and this is for the this is something which every Keralite realizes. The major reason why the population of our urban areas increase is not because the population itself in the urban areas are increasing. It is because the urban centers themselves are spreading in a form of an urban sprawl. So this is very much visible in the density of pattern also, which we have in Kerala, which shows that the density across the state is in a high level. There are very nominal variations in the population density across north to south or maybe east to west in Kerala. Along with this, we have the other vulnerabilities which we need to take into account when we speak in the context of urban planning. For example, we have a very high percentage of aged population. We expect that within another 10 to 15 years, our percentage of senior citizens would be above 25%. We have a very ecologically fragile environment in which we are right now in the middle of a very heavy monsoon season, probably because we are right now in Trivandrum, we don't realize it, but in other districts we are going through very heavy floods, flood-like situation in other districts, which has become a routine thing for Kerala post 2018. Then we have our coastal areas which are prone to cyclones and sea erosion, hilly areas which are prone to landslides, and we have wetlands which are again ecologically sensitive. So we live in a place where land is a scarce resource, and the high population density which we have in Kerala, along with the nature of our economy, which is mostly dependent on the remittances which come from outside, and the migrant laborers who come from other states of India. So this is a very, very vulnerable situation which we have in our urban areas, which we need to address through proper planning and development of our cities. So we also need to create the right environment in which the investments will come to into our state, so that the businesses and people who live here have the opportunity to live in a very peaceful and there is ease of living in all our cities. But unfortunately, our experience in the last 2-3 decades have been that the planned nature of development in urban cities have taken a seat back. This is very clear. For example, we can find planned parking spaces or open areas in which the citizens of or the inhabitants of a city can spend their time and without much of the stress which comes along with the rapid urbanization. But Kerala, on the other hand, post the 73rd and 74th constitutional amendment, we have enacted strong acts and rules which have enabled us to develop an equitable society. Our planning systems are pretty strong. We have a decentralized planning system in which all sorts of social development which is focused at an equitable society is framed. The policies and plans and projects for such a society is framed. But we need right now the necessity or the demand of the time is that we focus on the spatial planning, and we need to build the capacity within the state and the framework which we have in our local bodies to develop that sort of orientation. Unfortunately, our annual plans are based on the budgetary provisions, and mostly they are aimed at short periods of implementation. They rarely go beyond 3 or 4 years of planning, and we need to link that with we need to functionally link that with our master plans which have been created by the town and planning department, so that cities in our end state become livable and business friendly. So we have been taking few steps in this direction. For example, many of our cities are aiming for developing an integrated and coordinated planning structure in which the social, cultural and heritage factors of a city will be taken into account. For example, Trivandrum, we are trying to make it the city of peace as per the UNESCO standards. Kozhikode would be termed as the city of literature, and Kollam probably would get the recognition of this as city of biodiversity. So for all these matters, we would need an effective land management tool, land management in our state, and we have our department, within our department, the capacity to build a comprehensive system for this. But for that, we need to learn from the experiences of other states. So this is where this opportunity has come up. So I was briefing the minister also just before he came to this program that Amrit, in my position as mission director Amrit, there has been a constant thrust towards urban reforms. In Amrit 1, we had different programs which were aimed at the reformation of the urban systems which we have. For example, we had the incentive-based reforms which were targeted at property tax, user charge reforms, putting in an effective grievance redressal system, increasing the recycled water rejuvenation of water bodies, development of green spaces, double entry accounting system, improving the energy efficiency of cities, etc. But one special focus was given to the urban planning sector also. We have developed the GIS based master plans for all the Amrit cities, and there were sub schemes for local area planning and town planning schemes also. So logically, the continuation of this, as a logical continuation of this, there is another scheme which has come up, which was mentioned in the beginning of this morning session by respected Sri R. Srinivas, who mentioned about the central assistance scheme. So ultimately what we have organized this workshop is for developing a framework in which we'll be able to develop a policy proposals for this special central assistance scheme, which we would be expected to give the proposals by the October of this year. We have been put in the group category number 3 of this assistance scheme, where the entire amount of 500 crores is there to be split among 7 or 8 states. So the capital expenditure assistance would be a great assistance to the states in taking the right steps towards urban reformation. So all these sectors which we have mentioned already, the modernization of building bylaws, town planning schemes, transitory development, transferable development rights, creation of sponge cities. We in Kerala are at different stages of progress in different aspects of this. There are some areas which we have gone ahead much more than our peer states. For example, our modernization of our bylaws have been progressing quite well. We amended our rules in 2019 in the last 3 years, so we are quite up to date on that matter. In case of sponge cities, we have been building disaster resilient plans and city master plans for city, risk informed master plans for cities. So these are some things which Kerala has done right, and we are on the right track. There are some other initiatives like transitory development and transferable development rights, in which we have taken steps, but we need to increase the breadth and scope of the implementation as we go ahead. Then there are some sectors which we have barely any experience or very limited experience. For example, town planning scheme and local area planning. We have tried it in quite small pockets of Kerala, but we need to learn from the experience of other states. So it is hoped that in the today and tomorrow's sessions, the 2-day deliberations will come up with a clear set of suggestions in which we'll be able to take forward this exercise of reforming or changing our legal statutes and our spatial planning framework, and also for the identification of the networks for the same. We need to, ultimately we need to, as a state, we need to use this high urbanization which we have across Kerala as a positive factor for us to increase the investment climate here, and also for the ease of living of our citizens. So that is the context in which this workshop is being conducted. Now I'll get to the official duty which has been assigned to me. I would like to extend a warm welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais. Our Minister, Sri M.V. Govindam Master, he is one force to reckon with. He leads us in front of us with all the force whenever such policy proposals are put. So we are quite hopeful that whatever be the outcome of this workshop, we'll be able to bring about the right policy changes with the help of our Honorable Minister. So on behalf of the entire gathering here today, I extend a warm welcome to our Honorable Minister Sri M.V. Govindam Master. We are also joined us by with Secretary of our Ministry, Sri Manoj Joshi IAS. Sir will be joining us online. He'll be giving the keynote address in today's inaugural function. So on behalf of the entire gathering, I welcome him to this inaugural session. We also have with us the Additional Secretary from the Ministry, Srimati Tdr IAS. Madam also will be joining online. So again, a warm welcome to Tara Madam. We have been joined by our Honorable ACS Madam, Srimati Sharada Muralidharan IAS. Madam is again one person who realizes or understands the local self-government department in Kerala from bottom to top, and the depth of local self-government experience which she has is something which is we hope we'll be able to use for this particular aspect also. So warm welcome to her. We have Principal Secretary LSGD Urban, Madam is out of station right now, so in her absence she'll be joining online, so I expect her to join soon. Mary Joseph IAS, she is the Principal Secretary LSGD Urban. On the dais we have our Honorable Mayor of Kochi, Sri Advocate M. Anil Kumar. He is also the President of Mayor's Council. So he made it a point to make it to this program because he is personally very interested in the reforms which needs to be taken up in the cities across Kerala. So in his position as President of Mayor's Council, I hope there will be clear inputs which is given to the state government to bring about a change in the systems which we have. We also have Chairperson of Kerala Municipal Chairperson's Chambers, Sri Krishna Das. He is leading, he is the chairperson of the body of 87 municipalities. So again, his support and his team support would be crucial for bringing about these reforms. On the dais, we also have Chief Town Planner LSGD Planning, Sri Pramod Kumar CP. I extend a warm welcome to him. We have been collaborating the Town Planner Office and Kila. We have Dr. Ajit Kaliyat also, who is the Urban Chair of Kila. So they have been putting in a lot of heavy lifting for us on our behalf to put together this reform workshop, as well as to prepare the way ahead, the framework to go ahead with this inputs. So I welcome both Sri Pramod Kumar and Dr. Ajit to this program. Once again, I welcome all the dignitaries of the dais who we have the mayors of Calicut, Thrissur, we have the vice chairman of Palakkad, and all the speakers who has graciously accepted our invitation to come and share your experience with the team here. So I am not taking the names of all the speakers who are present here for the shortage of time, but I would like to thank you for coming down to Kerala to share your experiences. I hope you have a pleasant stay here in Kerala, and we hope to learn from you across in the time of 2 days. And we'll keep in constant touch with all the experts who have come over, so that we are able to develop the strategies for urban reforms in Kerala. And finally, I would like to thank the team of Amrit. I'm not taking their names, but Amrit team has been working day and night to put together this show. So again, as their mission director and director of urban affairs, I would like to thank them for their efforts in organizing this workshop. So again, thank you. I thank all the representatives from the multiple departments of state government, agencies who have again come to listen to the ideas which are put forth here. I hope the ideas are taken in the right sense, and the inputs from your side also will be given to us. So welcome again to all of you to this inaugural session and the workshop which will be continuing for the next 1.5 days. With that, I conclude my welcome speech. We'll go on to the rest of the programs as per the schedule. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is my privilege to invite Dr. Shamila Mary Joseph IAS, Principal Secretary, Urban LSGD, for the opening remarks.
Honorable Minister for Local Self-Government and Excise, Sri Master, Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Manoj Joshi, Additional Chief Secretary, Local Self-Government Department, Muralidharan, Additional Secretary, Mohua Tara, Director Urban Affairs and Mission Director Amrit, Sri Arun Vijayan, worshipful mayors from different cities, chairpersons of municipal corporations and municipalities, and all other participants who are participating in this 2-day workshop. I'm very happy to be present here online to participate in the deliberations being organized by Amrit, by the State Amrit Mission on this important topic of urban reforms, municipal reforms, and also the issues thrown up, the challenges thrown up by rapid urbanization of our state. Well, as the Director Urban Affairs already mentioned, as he sets the context for today's discussions. Kerala has a very peculiar urban pattern when we compare the urban pattern of our state with the rest of the country. We are more of a urban state where we have a continuous spread of scattered habitations, unlike the clustered settlement pattern in other states. Other states, the habitations are separated by vast tracts of unused land, whereas in our state, we have the rural-urban continuum, so much so that the challenges thrown up by this rapid urbanization are felt more gravely in our state than in many other states. Our urban population also has been growing rapidly. As per the 2011 census, the share of urban population of Kerala went up to 47.7% of the total population, while it was only 26% as per the 2001 census. This is despite the fact that the number of statutory towns remained more or less the same during this period. But the number of census towns increased. In 2001, the number of census towns was less than 100, it was 99 to be precise. Whereas in 2011, the number of census towns went up to 461. So this is not because there was a huge migration to the urban areas. Of course, there is migration, but the number of increase in the number of census towns is also due to the change in the definition, or rather the way in which the census town is defined. That is when there is a huge quantity of or a huge proportion of the male working population shifting from agriculture to non-agricultural pursuit. That area tends to be reclassified as a census town or as an urban town in census parlance. So this is one issue that we face. And also the other issue of our peculiar land pattern, because Kerala, as we all know, is a small state wedged between the Western Ghats and the coastal area. So it's a tiny land strip between the mountains and the coastal area, which has thrown up large number of challenges. Now in 2022, in August 2022, we are having monsoons under the impact of cyclonic eruptions on the Bay of Bengal side as well as on the Arabian Sea side. This year again, many of our districts in the central area and in the central part of the state as well as the northern parts of the state are facing huge flood-like situations, as pointed out by Arun. It was from 2018 onwards that the issue of very heavy rains and floods have reached alarming proportions. August 2018 we had major floods. 2019 again we had very heavy rains, and again now this year also the impact of the rains, the impact of the weather changes have badly affected the various parts of the state. So these climatic issues, environmental issues are also other challenges that the state is facing as more and more of the state is getting urbanized. When we look at the general, the functioning of the local bodies of the state, both urban and rural, all of us know that our local bodies have been totally empowered as local self-governments as envisaged in the Constitution, as envisaged in the 73rd and 74th constitutional amendments. We have transferred funds, functions and functionaries to our local bodies. We have transferred institutions to our local bodies along with their functionaries. And we have also ensured that the democratization exercise takes place properly every year, regularly, because our state is perhaps the only state where elections to the local bodies are conducted regularly on a 5-year basis, under the jurisdiction of the State Election Commission. Our state perhaps is the only state where the State Finance Commission is constituted regularly and where the recommendations of the State Finance Commission are accepted by the government for implementation and for improving the functioning and performance of our local bodies. The State Finance Commission, based on this formula proposed by the state, proposed by the State Finance Commission, funds are transferred to our local bodies under development head, under the general purpose fund, and under maintenance fund. 26% of the state's plan outlay is transferred to our local bodies, rural and urban local bodies, as development funds. 3.5% of the state's own tax revenue is transferred to our local bodies as general purpose fund for enabling them to meet their expenditure on traditional functions and general administrative functions. 6% of the 6.56% of the state's own tax revenue is transferred to the local bodies as maintenance funds for enabling them to maintain the assets in the road sector as well as in the non-road sector. The State Finance Commission, the 6th State Finance Commission, in its latest report, has made some recommendations to increase the percentage of own tax revenue which is to be transferred to the local bodies for under general purpose fund and maintenance fund, and these recommendations have also been accepted by the state government for further implementation. Now, today's and tomorrow's deliberations workshop would touch upon certain key areas that the local bodies, urban local bodies, need to look at as we go ahead as we go about planning for a better state. There are new issues, new areas that our local bodies need to understand as they go about the exercise of planning for their area. The issue of adoption of transferable development rights, the issue of implementation of TODs, transit-oriented development. These are new areas for our local bodies. The deliberations, the classes, the sessions of today and tomorrow would enlighten the secretaries, the municipal secretaries, the other office bearers, and the elected representatives to understand more, to understand in depth about these new areas which can be adopted and which can be adapted and adopted by the local bodies, by the urban local bodies, as they prepare their plans for their jurisdiction in the years to come. We also have schemes like Amrit, where Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs is providing a specific amount of central share. This year in Amrit 2, the focus is on water supply in all the urban local bodies and other areas in the earlier Amrit cities also. Under the 15th Finance Commission grants, we have specific schemes for million-plus urban agglomerations. So in Kerala, we have, in addition to our corporations, we also have Malappuram, which has been included in the funding for million-plus agglomerations from the 15th Finance Commission. We also have other specific schemes being implemented through the 15th Finance Commission grants for the non-million-plus cities. These are in addition to the plans, the projects that have been prepared by the local bodies, by the urban local bodies with respect to their jurisdiction. In the backdrop of the frequent floods and natural disasters, our local bodies, our urban local bodies have prepared risk-based master plans, disaster-based master plans, which would take into account specific issues pertaining to the recurring disasters in the state. The local bodies have been trained and given orientation as to how to uniformly, as to how to apply the principles of risk-based planning as they go about their planning exercise in the coming years also. So I would not like to take long, because we have a long list of speakers and our Honorable Minister is also waiting. So I hope that in the next 2 days, in the deliberations of today and tomorrow, our local body representatives will get a fair idea on the newer areas under urban reforms, and that these newer ideas will help them to chalk out plans and action plans which would not only take care of the development issues pertaining to their jurisdiction, but also take care of the larger issues of environmental and climatic issues. I wish the deliberations all success, and I thank the organizers for having brought together a big galaxy of speakers on these important topics. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There is always a constant support and encouragement from our Honorable Minister in order to mold the way forward for implementing urban reforms and to boost the spirit of urbanization in Kerala. With gratitude and great honor, we welcome Honorable Minister for Local Self-Government and Excise, Sri M.V. Govindan Master, to deliver the inaugural address, thereafter to inaugurate the function by lighting the lamp. I request Honorable Minister to light the lamp, and we also request all the dignitaries to come forward and join him.
ഈ പരിപാടിയിൽ പങ്കെടുത്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന സ്വാഗത ആശംസിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള ശ്രീ അരുൺ കെ വിജയൻ IAS, ഡയറക്ടർ LSED അർബൻ, ഇവിടെ സംസാരിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള ഡോക്ടർ ഷർമിള മേരി ജോസഫ് IAS, കീനോട്ട് അഡ്രസ്സിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് ഡോക്ടർ VP ജോയ് IAS, ചീഫ് സെക്രട്ടറി, മെസ്സേജ് നൽകുന്ന ശ്രീ മനോജ് ജോഷി IAS, ശ്രീമതി ശാരദ മുരളീധരൻ IAS, അഡീഷണൽ ചീഫ് സെക്രട്ടറി LSGD, ശ്രീമതി D താര IAS, അഡ്വക്കേറ്റ് M അനിൽകുമാർ, മേയർ കൊച്ചി, ശ്രീ കൃഷ്ണദാസ്, ചെയർമാൻ, മുനിസിപ്പൽ ചെയർമാൻമാരുടെ അസോസിയേഷൻ്റെ ചെയർമാനാണ്, ശ്രീ പ്രമോദ് കുമാർ CP, ചീഫ് ടൗൺ പ്ലാനർ, ശ്രീ വിജയകുമാർ MK, ഡെപ്യൂട്ടി മിഷൻ ഡയറക്ടറും ഇവിടെ എത്തിച്ചേർന്നിട്ടുള്ള ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട മേയർമാർ, മറ്റ് ജനപ്രതിനിധികൾ, ഈ വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പിൽ പങ്കെടുത്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന വിവിധ മേഖലയിലുള്ള വിദഗ്ധരായിട്ടുള്ള ആളുകളെ, കേന്ദ്ര ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ പ്രതിനിധികളായി എത്തിച്ചേർന്ന ഉന്നതരായ ഉദ്യോഗസ്ഥ പ്രമുഖരെ, സഹോദരി സഹോദരന്മാരെ, സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ, നാഷണൽ വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പ് ഓൺ അർബൻ റീഫോംസ് എന്ന പൊതു പരിപാടിയുടെ അടിസ്ഥാനപ്പെടുത്തിയുള്ള 2 ദിവസം നീണ്ടു നിൽക്കുന്ന വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പാണ് ഇന്നും നാളെയുമായി ഇവിടെ നടക്കുന്നത്. കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ പ്രത്യേകതയെ സംബന്ധിച്ചെല്ലാം ഇവിടെ വിശദീകരിക്കുകയുണ്ടായി. ഏതാണ്ട് 50% ആളുകൾ നഗരങ്ങളിലേക്ക് എത്തിച്ചേർന്ന ഒരു സംസ്ഥാനമാണ് കേരളം. ആസൂത്രിതമായ ഒരു പട്ടണവും സത്യം പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഏതെങ്കിലും രീതിയിൽ നഗരാസൂത്രണത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടാണ് എന്ന് പറയാൻ സാധിക്കുന്ന തിരുവനന്തപുരം ഒഴിച്ച് മറ്റൊരു പട്ടണവും ആസൂത്രിതമായി പട്ടണമായി രൂപപ്പെട്ടതല്ല. അതാണ് കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ പ്രത്യേകത. കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ മാത്രമല്ല, രാജ്യത്തിൻ്റെ പൊതുവായ ചിത്രം അത് തന്നെയാണ്. വളരെ അപൂർവം പട്ടണങ്ങൾ മാത്രമാണ് പ്ലാൻ ചെയ്ത പട്ടണ സ്വരൂപങ്ങളായിട്ട് വന്നിട്ടുള്ളത്. നമുക്കറിയാം, കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ ചരിത്രത്തിൽ മലബാർ ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള മേഖല മദ്രാസ് സംസ്ഥാനത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിരുന്നു പണ്ട് ബ്രിട്ടീഷുകാരുടെ കാലത്ത്. തിരുവിതാംകൂറും തിരുക്കൊച്ചിയും രാജഭരണത്തിൻ്റെ കീഴിലായിരുന്നു, ബ്രിട്ടീഷ് ആധിപത്യത്തിൻ്റെ കീഴിലും. യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ നഗരാസൂത്രണത്തിൻ്റെ ലാഞ്ചനയുള്ള ഒരു പട്ടണമെന്ന് വേണമെങ്കിൽ പറയാൻ പറ്റുക തിരുവനന്തപുരമാണ്. രാജവാഴ്ചയുടെ ഭാഗമായി കുറേ കാര്യങ്ങൾ അവർ അന്ന് പതിറ്റാണ്ടുകൾക്ക് മുമ്പ്, സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യം ലഭിക്കുന്നതിന് മുമ്പ് തന്നെ രൂപപ്പെടുത്തിയ ചില സങ്കല്പത്തെ അടിസ്ഥാനപ്പെടുത്തിയിട്ട് രൂപപ്പെടുത്തിയതാണെന്ന് വേണമെങ്കിൽ തിരുവനന്തപുരത്തെ പറ്റി പറയാം. കൊച്ചി ഉൾപ്പെടെതെല്ലാം ലോകോത്തരമായ രീതിയിൽ ഇന്ന് ശ്രദ്ധിക്കപ്പെടുന്ന തലത്തിലേക്ക് ഉയർന്നു വന്നിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിലും അതിലൊന്നും ആസൂത്രിതമായ ഒരു നഗര വികസന സമീപനം സത്യം പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഇല്ല എന്നുള്ളതാണ് സത്യം. പിന്നെ നഗരങ്ങളെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് ഞാൻ പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് വിശദീകരിക്കേണ്ട കാര്യമില്ല. പൊതുവെ ഇതാണ് നമ്മുടെ മുമ്പിലുള്ള ഒരവസ്ഥ. അങ്ങനെ രൂപപ്പെട്ട് വളർന്നു വന്ന, അതിൽ ഗൃഹസമുച്ചയങ്ങളുണ്ട്, കൊമേഴ്സ്യലായിട്ടുള്ള കെട്ടിടങ്ങളുണ്ട്, ടൂറിസവുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട ചില സംവിധാനങ്ങളുണ്ട്. ഇതൊക്കെ വന്നു ചേർന്നതാണ്. സത്യം പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഇതൊക്കെ എവിടെയാണ് വേണ്ടത്, എങ്ങനെയാണ് വേണ്ടത്, ഏത് അളവിലാണ് വേണ്ടത് എന്നുള്ള കൃത്യമായൊരു ധാരണയോ അതിനടിസ്ഥാനപ്പെടുത്തിയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു നഗര പ്ലാനിങ്ങോ ഒന്നും, എല്ലാം പറയാറുണ്ട്, എത്രയോ വർഷമായിട്ട് പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യം കിട്ടിയിട്ട് ഇത്രയായി, 75 വർഷമായി. കേരളം 3 മേഖലയും ചേർന്ന് കേരളമായിട്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ 1956 ശേഷം ഇത്രയും വർഷമായി. ഇതെല്ലാമായിട്ടും നമ്മൾ വളർന്നിട്ടില്ലേ? നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത് ജനസംഖ്യയിൽ 50% നഗരങ്ങളിലാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ നേരത്തെ സെൻസസിൻ്റെ കണക്ക് കഴിഞ്ഞ സെൻസസാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ 50-ലധികം അല്ലാണ്ട് കുറയില്ല. മാത്രമല്ല, കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ സവിശേഷത നഗരം പോലെ തന്നെയാണ് മിക്കവാറും ഗ്രാമങ്ങളും. ഗ്രാമങ്ങൾ ഏതാണ്ട് നഗര സമാനമായ രീതിയിൽ കേരളത്തിലുടനീളം വളർന്നു വരികയാണ്. ചുരുക്കി പറഞ്ഞാൽ നഗരമെന്നും ഗ്രാമമൊന്നും വ്യത്യാസമില്ലാതെ ഒരു നഗര ഗ്രാമ പദ്ധതി യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ ആസൂത്രിതമായി കേരളത്തിൽ നടക്കേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. വേർതിരിച്ചറിയുന്നതല്ല നഗരവും ഗ്രാമവും തമ്മിലുള്ള വ്യത്യാസം. അത് ഈ കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ എല്ലാ പഞ്ചായത്തുകളെയും എടുത്ത് പരിശോധിച്ചാൽ വികസിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട നഗരങ്ങളായിട്ടാണ് പഞ്ചായത്തുകൾ തന്നെ നിലനിൽക്കുന്നത്. കുഗ്രാമങ്ങൾ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന കുഗ്രാമങ്ങളൊന്നും യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ കേരളത്തിലില്ല. ഇന്ത്യയിലെ മറ്റു ചില സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങളുമായിട്ട് താരതമ്യം ചെയ്താൽ ആ നഗരങ്ങളെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം നമ്മുടെ നഗരങ്ങളെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം വലിയ വ്യത്യാസമാണ്. നമുക്ക് വളരെ ചെറിയ ഭൂപ്രദേശമേ ഉള്ളൂ, വലിയ ജനസംഖ്യയുണ്ട്. കേരളം പൊതുവേ സംസ്ഥാനം ചെറു സംസ്ഥാനമാണ്, പക്ഷേ ആ ചെറിയ സംസ്ഥാനത്തിൽ വലിയ ജനസംഖ്യയാണ്. ജനസാന്ദ്രത ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതലുള്ള സംസ്ഥാനമാണ്. ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഒരു സംസ്ഥാനത്ത് എങ്ങനെ നമുക്ക് ഈ ദേശീയ അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിലുള്ള ചർച്ചയുടെ ഭാഗമായി അർബൻ റീഫോംസ് എങ്ങനെ സംഘടിപ്പിക്കാം എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഇന്നത്തെ ചർച്ച. ഞാനതിൻ്റെ വിശദീകരണത്തിലേക്കും വിശദമായ ഭാഗങ്ങളിലേക്കൊന്നും കടക്കുന്നില്ല. ഒരു കാര്യം ഞാനിവിടെ പറഞ്ഞു വെക്കാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുക, ഒന്നാമത്തെ കാര്യം, 2-3 കാര്യം കൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ അവസാനിപ്പിക്കും. ഒന്നാമത്തെ കാര്യം, ഇന്നത്തെ ഇന്ത്യയായാലും കേരളമായാലും ലോകത്ത് ഏത് രാജ്യമായാലും ഏത് ജനതയായാലും മുന്നോട്ടേക്ക് പോകാൻ സാധിക്കണമെങ്കിൽ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ മുന്നേറിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന മുന്നോട്ടേക്ക് കുതിക്കുന്ന ഇന്നത്തെ ഇന്ത്യൻ പരിസ്ഥിതിയിൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇതിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടുള്ള കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ സാഹചര്യത്തിൽ നമുക്ക് വളരെ വേഗം ഈ അനസ്യൂതമായ പ്രവാഹത്തിൽ ഓരോ മേഖലയിലും ശാസ്ത്രീയമായി നവീകരണ പ്രക്രിയ നടപ്പിലാക്കിയേ പറ്റൂ. നവീകരിക്കാത്ത ഈ ജനതയെ മുന്നോട്ടേക്ക് നയിക്കാനാവില്ല, ഒരു നാടിനെയും മുന്നോട്ടേക്ക് നയിക്കാനാവില്ല. അപ്പോൾ റീഫോംസ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് വളരെയേറെ ശ്രദ്ധേയമായ ഒരു പദ്ധതിയാണ്. ഇന്നത്തതിനെ നവീകരിക്കണം. നവീകരിക്കുന്നത് എങ്ങനെയാണ്? ശാസ്ത്ര സാങ്കേതിക വിദ്യ ഉപയോഗപ്പെടുത്തിക്കൊണ്ടാണ്. ശാസ്ത്ര സാങ്കേതിക വിദ്യ ഉപയോഗിച്ചുകൊണ്ടുള്ള നവീകരണ പ്രക്രിയയിലേക്ക് അതിവേഗം നഗരങ്ങളിലേക്കും, കേരളത്തിലാണെങ്കിൽ നഗരങ്ങളെപ്പോലെ തന്നെ വളർന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ഗ്രാമങ്ങളിലേക്കും നമുക്ക് പോകാനാവണം. നമ്മളിവിടെ പട്ടണമാണ് പ്രധാനമായിട്ട്, നഗരങ്ങളെയാണ് പ്രധാനമായിട്ട് അടിസ്ഥാനമാക്കുന്നത്. ഇങ്ങനെ അടിസ്ഥാനമായ ഒരു കാഴ്ചപ്പാട് വെച്ചുകൊണ്ട് കേരളവും രാജ്യവും ലോകവുമാകെ മുന്നോട്ടേക്ക് പോകുന്ന സാഹചര്യത്തിൽ നമുക്കുള്ള ഇന്നത്തെ നഗരങ്ങളെ എങ്ങനെ ഫലപ്രദമായിട്ട്, ജനോപകാരപ്രദമായിട്ട്, സൗന്ദര്യത്തോടുകൂടി ലോക നിലവാരത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് മാറ്റാം എന്നുള്ളതാണ് അർബൻ റീഫോംസിൻ്റെ ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട മർമ്മപ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഭാഗം. ഇപ്പോൾ ലോകത്താകെ ജനങ്ങൾ കണ്ടിരിക്കേണ്ടുന്ന 50 കേന്ദ്രങ്ങളെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് ടൈം മാഗസീൻ ഒരു കൃത്യമായിട്ടുള്ള റിപ്പോർട്ട് നൽകിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അവർ ലോകത്തെമ്പാടുമുള്ള 50 കേന്ദ്രത്തെ പറ്റിയാണ് പറയുന്നത്, 50 സ്ഥലം. വളരെ അത്ഭുതകരമായൊരു സംഭവം, ഈ 50 സ്ഥലത്തിൽപ്പെട്ടതാണ് കേരളം. കേരളത്തിലെ ഒരു സ്ഥലമല്ല പറഞ്ഞത്, കേരളത്തിലെ ഒരു മുനിസിപ്പാലിറ്റിയോ കോർപ്പറേഷനോ അല്ല പറഞ്ഞത്. കേരളം എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഈ നാട്, ഈ സംസ്ഥാനമാകെ ലോകത്ത് 50 കേന്ദ്രങ്ങളാണ് കണ്ടിരിക്കേണ്ടതെങ്കിൽ അതിലൊരു സ്ഥലം കേരളമാണെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ കേരളമാകുകയാണ്. അത് കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ ഒരു പ്രത്യേകതയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള കേരളത്തിലെ ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കേന്ദ്രം, ലോകത്ത് തന്നെ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കപ്പെടുന്ന ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കേന്ദ്രമാണ് കൊച്ചി. ഞാനിത് കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് പറയല്ല, ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് പറയുകയാണ്. കൊച്ചി അതിമനോഹരമായ സുന്ദരമായ ഒരു നാട്. അവിടെയാണ് കോർപ്പറേഷൻ. ആ കോർപ്പറേഷനെ നമുക്ക് എങ്ങനെയാണ് ഇന്നത്തെ രീതിയിൽ നവീകരിക്കാനാവുക? നവീകരണ പ്രക്രിയയിലേക്ക് കോർപ്പറേഷൻ എങ്ങനെയാണ് മാറ്റുക? അതാലോചിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഇപ്പോഴെ തന്നെ ഒരു പദ്ധതി ഇന്നത്തെ മന്ത്രിസഭ അംഗീകരിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. മറൈൻ ഡ്രൈവ് ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ അവിടുത്തെ വനം, ഒരു പട്ടണത്തിൻ്റെ ഇടയിൽ ഒരു വനമുണ്ട്, മംഗളവനം. അതുൾപ്പെടെ എല്ലാം ചേർത്തുകൊണ്ട് അങ്ങ് കുറേയും കൂടി ദൂരത്തേക്ക് ചേരനല്ലൂർ ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള പ്രദേശങ്ങളെല്ലാം ഉൾപ്പെടുത്തിക്കൊണ്ടുള്ള അതിവിപുലമായ അതിമനോഹരമായ ഒരു സങ്കല്പത്തെ അടിസ്ഥാനപ്പെടുത്തിയുള്ള ഒരു പദ്ധതിക്ക് ഇന്ന് മന്ത്രിസഭ അംഗീകാരം നൽകിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. കിലോമീറ്റർ നീളത്തിലും വീതിയിലൊക്കെ വരുന്നൊരു പ്രദേശമാണ്. അവിടെ എല്ലാം ചേർത്തുകൊണ്ട് നമുക്ക് വളരെ സുന്ദരമായ ഒരു പ്രദേശമാക്കി കൊച്ചിയിലേക്ക് വരുന്ന ഒരാൾ കണ്ടിരിക്കേണ്ടുന്ന ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കേന്ദ്രമായിട്ട് മാറത്തക്ക രീതിയിൽ പട്ടണത്തെ നവീകരിക്കുക. ആ നവീകരണ പ്രക്രിയയുടെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടുള്ള പരിപാടി ഇന്ന് കേരളത്തിൽ തദ്ദേശ സ്വയംഭരണ സ്ഥാപനങ്ങൾ തന്നെയാണ്. കൊച്ചിൻ കോർപ്പറേഷൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് തന്നെയാണ് അത് വരിക. സംസ്ഥാന ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെയും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ കൊച്ചിൻ കോർപ്പറേഷൻ്റെയും മറ്റ് ഏജൻസികളെയും കേന്ദ്ര ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെയും എല്ലാം പിന്തുണയോടുകൂടി എങ്ങനെ നമുക്ക് ഒരു മാതൃകാപരമായ രീതിയിൽ കൊച്ചിയിലെ ഈ പറയുന്ന പ്രത്യേക കേന്ദ്രം വികസിപ്പിച്ചെടുക്കാം എന്നുള്ളത് വളരെയേറെ ശ്രദ്ധേയമായ ഒരു പരിപാടിയാണ്. ഇത് കൊച്ചിക്ക് മാത്രമല്ല, ഇത് ഒരു കേന്ദ്രം പോരാ, ഇനിയും കേന്ദ്രങ്ങൾ വേണം. നമുക്ക് ഓരോ മേഖലയിലുമുള്ള ഇന്നത്തെ അവസ്ഥയിൽ നിന്ന് മെച്ചപ്പെട്ട നിലയിൽ അതിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് നിർത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ മുമ്പോട്ട് എങ്ങനെ പോകാനാവുമെന്നുള്ള ആലോചന വളരെ അത്യാവശ്യമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒന്നാണ്. വളരെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട മറ്റൊരു കാര്യം ഞങ്ങൾ പരിശോധിച്ച് നോക്കിയപ്പോൾ ഈ ആസ്തി സംബന്ധിച്ചുള്ള കൃത്യമായ ഒരു വിവരം ശേഖരിക്കാൻ ഇപ്പോഴും ആയിട്ടില്ല മുനിസിപ്പാലിറ്റികൾക്കും പഞ്ചായത്തുകൾക്കും ഒന്നാലും. പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് മുനിസിപ്പാലിറ്റിയും കോർപ്പറേഷനും പോലും ആയിട്ടില്ല. GISൻ്റെ മാപ്പിംഗ് നമുക്ക് ആധുനികമായ തലത്തിലേക്ക് കേരളത്തിലെ പട്ടണങ്ങളിലെയും നഗരങ്ങളെയും മുന്നോട്ടേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുപോകണമെങ്കിൽ ഒരു സംശയവും വേണ്ട, അവിടെയുള്ള വിഭവങ്ങളെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് കൃത്യമായിട്ട്, അവിടെയുള്ള സാധ്യതകളെ സംബന്ധിച്ച്, അതിൻ്റെ പ്ലാനിങ്ങിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ചൊക്കെ കൃത്യമായൊരു ധാരണ ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ സാധിക്കത്തക്ക രീതിയിൽ നമുക്ക് GIS മാപ്പിംഗ് കൂടിയേ പറ്റൂ. ഇപ്പോൾ കേരളത്തിൽ തലശ്ശേരിയാണ് ഒരു മാതൃകാ മാപ്പിംഗ് ഉണ്ടാക്കിയിട്ടുള്ളത്. ബാക്കി മുനിസിപ്പാലിറ്റികളിലും കോർപ്പറേഷനും വേണ്ടത്ര ആയിട്ടില്ല, ഇപ്പോഴും ആയിട്ടില്ല. കൊച്ചിയിലായോ? ആയില്ലല്ലോ, കൊച്ചിയായിട്ടില്ല. എവിടെയൊക്കെയാണ് നമ്മുടെ സാധ്യത? അത് നോക്കാതെ ഈ പറയുന്ന റീഫോംസ് ഒന്നും നടക്കില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ആദ്യം വേണ്ടത് നമുക്ക് നമ്മുടെ അവസ്ഥ എന്താണെന്ന് മനസ്സിലാക്കലാണ്. ആ മനസ്സിലാക്കാനുള്ള ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട മാപ്പിംഗ് ഇപ്പോഴും നടന്നിട്ടില്ല. അപ്പോൾ അടിയന്തരമായിട്ട് ഇതിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് തന്നെ നടക്കണം. ഈ പരിപാടിയുടെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് ഉൾച്ചേർത്തുകൊണ്ട് നമുക്ക് നടത്താൻ കഴിയും. കേന്ദ്ര ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ സഹായം കൂടി കിട്ടിയാൽ നമുക്ക് നന്നായിട്ട് എല്ലാ മുനിസിപ്പാലിറ്റിയിലും എല്ലാ കോർപ്പറേഷനിലും ഈ GISൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടുള്ള മാപ്പിംഗ് നടത്താൻ പറ്റും. ഗൂഗിൾ സംവിധാനത്തെ അടിസ്ഥാനപ്പെടുത്തിയിട്ട് നമുക്ക് എല്ലാം മനസ്സിലാക്കാനുള്ള ശേഷിയുണ്ട് ഇന്ന്. അതിപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയുന്നതാണല്ലോ. നമ്മുടെ ഇടവഴി ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള മുഴുവൻ വഴികളെ സംബന്ധിച്ചും ഏത് പട്ടണത്തിലായാലും ഏത് മുനിസിപ്പാലിറ്റിയിലായാലും ഏത് പഞ്ചായത്തിലായാലും ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ മുമ്പിൽ അതിന്ന് തുറന്നു വെക്കപ്പെട്ട പുസ്തകം പോലെ ഈ ലോകം മുഴുവൻ കിടക്കുകയാണ്. അതിനെ കൃത്യമായ രീതിയിൽ മാപ്പിംഗ് നടത്തി ഓരോന്നും എന്താണെന്ന് മനസ്സിലാക്കി അടയാളപ്പെടുത്തി പോവുക എന്നുള്ളത് അത്യാവശ്യമുള്ള ഒരു കാര്യം. അത് ശുചിത്വ കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായാലും വേണം, പ്ലാനിങ്ങിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടും വേണം. എത്ര റോഡാണ്, എങ്ങനെയാണ് റോഡിൻ്റെ അവസ്ഥ എന്ന് മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ വളരെ പ്രധാനമാണ് ഈ മാലിന്യങ്ങളുടെ നീക്കവും മാലിന്യങ്ങളുടെ അവസ്ഥയും മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ, ശുദ്ധജലത്തിൻ്റെ പ്രശ്നം മനസ്സിലാക്കുക ഒക്കെ ആവശ്യമുള്ള അടിസ്ഥാനപരമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒന്നാണ് ഈ GIS മാപ്പിംഗ്. അപ്പോൾ ആധുനിക പട്ടണത്തിൻ്റെ കൃത്യമായിട്ടുള്ള അവലോകനം നമ്മൾ നടത്തുക എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഈ ആസ്തി വിവരങ്ങളെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം കൃത്യമായിട്ട് നമുക്ക് വിവരമുണ്ട്, നമുക്ക് ധാരണയുണ്ട് അതിൽ നിന്നുകൊണ്ട് മാത്രമേ സാധിക്കുള്ളൂ. അവിടെ നിന്നിട്ട് വേണം പ്ലാനിങ്. അവിടെയാണ് അതിനെ അടിസ്ഥാനപ്പെടുത്തിയിട്ടാണ് പ്ലാനിങ്. ആ പ്ലാനിങ്ങിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് നമുക്ക് എന്തൊക്കെ ചെയ്യാനാവും, ഏതൊക്കെ രീതിയിൽ നമുക്ക് കാര്യങ്ങൾ നിർവഹിക്കും, ശുദ്ധജലം ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ മാലിന്യമുക്തമായ ഒരു നാട് എങ്ങനെ രൂപപ്പെടുത്താൻ സാധിക്കുന്നു ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളെല്ലാം നമുക്ക് വളരെ ഫലപ്രദമായ രീതിയിൽ പ്രവർത്തിക്കണമെങ്കിൽ ഈ അടിസ്ഥാനം വേണം. അപ്പോൾ പ്ലാനിങ് വളരെ പ്രധാനമാണ്. നമ്മൾ പ്ലാനിങ്ങിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് തീരുമാനിച്ചിട്ട് എത്രയോ പതിറ്റാണ്ടായി അല്ലേ, എത്രയോ പതിറ്റാണ്ടായി. പക്ഷേ പ്ലാനിങ് ഇതേവരെ നടന്നിട്ടില്ല. പറയാൻ തുടങ്ങി, എന്നിട്ട് ഇവൻ്റെ വീടെടുക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല, ഇവന് വീടെടുക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല, ഇവൻ്റെ സ്ഥലത്തേക്ക് കൂടി പോകാൻ പറ്റില്ല, ഇവൻ്റെ ഇതിൽ കൂടി കാർ കൊണ്ടുപോയിക്കൂടാ, ജീപ്പ് കൊണ്ടുപോയിക്കൂടാ, ബസ് കൊണ്ടുപോയിക്കൂടാ. കാരണം ഇതെല്ലാം പ്ലാനിങ് തന്നെ. എന്ത് പ്ലാനിങ് നടന്നിട്ടേ ഇല്ല, ഇതേവരെ പ്ലാനിങ് ഇല്ല. എന്നാൽ പ്ലാനിങ് ഇല്ല, പ്ലാനിങ്ങെല്ലാം ഉണ്ട്. പ്ലാനിങ് വകുപ്പ് അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റ്, ടൗൺ പ്ലാനർ എല്ലാം ഉണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ ഒരു കാര്യമില്ല, തടസ്സം ഉണ്ടാക്കാനല്ലാണ്ട്. എന്തെങ്കിലും ഒരു പ്രോജക്റ്റ് വരുമ്പോൾ ആ പ്രോജക്റ്റിന് അത് ഇന്ന വഴിയിലെ കൂടി ശരിയാവില്ല, ഇത്ര ശരിയാവില്ല, അങ്ങനെ ശരിയാവില്ല, ഇങ്ങനെ ശരിയാവില്ല, എന്നിട്ട് അത് നടക്കില്ല. അതും എത്ര കൊല്ലം വേണം? ഒരു കുറേ കൊല്ലം പിടിക്കും അതില്ല എന്ന് പറയാൻ. ഉണ്ടെന്ന് പറയാനില്ല. അത് പറ്റൂല. എന്തുകൊണ്ട് പറ്റൂല എന്ന് പറയണമെങ്കിൽ 5, 6, 8 കൊല്ലമൊക്കെ പിടിക്കും. അപ്പോഴാണ് മനസ്സിലാക്കുക പറ്റൂല എന്ന്. പിന്നെ എന്ത് ചെയ്യാനാ? അത് പറ്റൂലെങ്കിൽ പിന്നെ വേറെ ഉണ്ടാക്കണ്ടേ? അപ്പോൾ ഒരു 8 കൊല്ലം അതും പിടിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ 16 കൊല്ലം ഇവൻ്റെ ആയുസ് തീർന്നു. ഇതൊരു സംരംഭ പ്രവർത്തനവുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടൊരു കാര്യം നിർവഹിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പ്രവർത്തനത്തിലേക്ക് നമ്മൾ ഇറങ്ങുകയാണ്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെയാണ് ശുചിത്വത്തിൻ്റെ കാര്യം പറയുമ്പോഴും പദ്ധതി ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് നമ്മൾ പുറപ്പെട്ടു. എവിടെ പദ്ധതി ഉണ്ടാക്കാനാണ്? അപ്പോൾ ഞാനിത് വെറുതെ പറയുന്നത് തമാശ പറയുന്നതല്ല, വളരെ സീരിയസ് ആയ പ്രശ്നമാണ്. കൃത്യതയോടുകൂടി ഒരു കാര്യവും ഔദ്യോഗികമായി നടക്കൂല. അതാ കാര്യം. അതിനെത്രയോ ഇഴഞ്ഞ് നീങ്ങി എത്രയോ കൊല്ലം, ഒരു തലമുറ അങ്ങനെ പോകും. ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഒരു സാഹചര്യത്തിൽ ഒരു തരത്തിലുള്ള അർബൻ റീഫോംസും നടക്കാൻ പോകുന്നില്ല. അപ്പം എൻ്റെ ഉദ്യോഗസ്ഥന്മാർ, എൻ്റെ വകുപ്പുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടുള്ള ഉദ്യോഗസ്ഥന്മാരുൾപ്പെടെ ഞാൻ നിരന്തരം പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, എ മുതൽ സെഡ് വരെ എന്താണെന്ന് തീരുമാനിച്ചിട്ട് ഒരു പ്രോജക്റ്റ് കൊടുക്കാൻ പാടുള്ളൂ. ഇനി പ്രോജക്റ്റ് കിട്ടിയില്ല കേട്ടണ്ട. പക്ഷേ ആ പ്രോജക്റ്റ് എടുക്കുമ്പോൾ അതിനാവശ്യമായ എന്തൊക്കെ വേണോ അത് അവസാനത്തത് ആദ്യം തീരുമാനിച്ചാലേ കേരളത്തിൽ നടക്കുള്ളൂ. എൻ്റെ അനുഭവത്തിന് വിളിച്ച് ഞാൻ പറയുകയാണ്. ഉദ്ഘാടനത്തിന് യാതൊരു കുഴപ്പമില്ല, വളരെ പെട്ടെന്ന് സാധിക്കുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യമാണ്. മുഖ്യമന്ത്രിയെ വിളിച്ചു, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വകുപ്പ് മന്ത്രിയെ വിളിച്ചു, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എംപിനെ വിളിച്ചു, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഏതെങ്കിലും ജനപ്രതിനിധിയെ വിളിച്ചു, നമുക്കൊരു പരിപാടിക്ക് തറക്കല്ലിട്ടു. ആ തറക്കല്ല് അവിടെ തന്നെ കിടക്കും. കാരണം എവിടെയാണോ തറക്കല്ലിടേണ്ടത് അവിടെയല്ല തറക്കല്ലിട്ടത്, സ്റ്റേജിമത്തിനെയാണ്. നല്ല സ്ഥലം കിട്ടിയില്ല എന്നുള്ള പരാതി ഉണ്ടാവുള്ളൂ. സ്ഥലം കിട്ടാണ്ട് എന്ത് ചെയ്യും? തറക്കല്ലിടും. ഇവിടെ സ്റ്റേജിൽ തറക്കല്ല്, സ്റ്റോൺ. എന്നിട്ടോ അവസാനം നോക്കുമ്പോൾ സ്ഥലമുണ്ടോ? സ്ഥലമില്ല. പിന്നെ സ്ഥലം നോക്കാനായി. സ്ഥലം നോക്കുമ്പോൾ അതിന് 100,000 പ്രശ്നങ്ങളുണ്ടാവും ആ സ്ഥലം കിട്ടാൻ. അത് കിട്ടാൻ നോക്കുമ്പോൾ കിട്ടാനല്ല സാധിക്കുക, മിക്കവാറും അത് എന്തുകൊണ്ട് കിട്ടൂല എന്നാണ് മനസ്സിലാക്കുക. സ്ഥലം എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് കിട്ടാതിരിക്കുന്നത് എന്ന കാര്യം മനസ്സിലാക്കണമെങ്കിൽ തന്നെ കുറേ കൊല്ലം പിടിക്കും. അതുകൊണ്ട് എനിക്ക് പറയാനുള്ളത്, ഏത് ടൗൺ പ്ലാനിങ് ആയാലും ഏത് പദ്ധതി ആയാലും, ഇപ്പോൾ കേരളത്തിൽ പദ്ധതി നടക്കണമെങ്കിൽ അങ്ങനെയുള്ള പദ്ധതി എടുത്താൽ മതി. കേന്ദ്ര ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെയും സംസ്ഥാന ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിനെല്ലാം ഫണ്ട് ചിലവാക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് തീരുമാനിച്ച നിരവധി, ഇപ്പോൾ അമൃതിൻ്റെ ഒന്നാം ഘട്ടം കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഇപ്പം നീട്ടി കിട്ടിയതാണ് 1 കൊല്ലം കൂടി. എത്ര പ്രവർത്തനം നമ്മളിപ്പോഴും പൂർത്തിയായിട്ടില്ല? എന്താ പൂർത്തിയാവാതെ? ഞാൻ ഈ പറഞ്ഞതാ കാര്യം. അവിടെ പ്രവർത്തനം നടത്താൻ ആവശ്യമായ രീതിയിലുള്ള പശ്ചാത്തല സൗകര്യമില്ല. നമ്മൾക്ക് വിട്ടുകിട്ടുന്നില്ല, ഭൂമി വിട്ടുകിട്ടുന്നില്ല, ഭൂമിയിൽ പണിയെടുക്കാനും സാധിക്കുന്നില്ല. പിന്നെ എവിടെയാണ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ശുചിത്വത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് പ്രവർത്തനം നടത്താൻ പറ്റുക? എവിടെയാണ് അമൃതിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടുള്ള പദ്ധതി പൂർത്തിയാക്കാൻ സാധിക്കുക? അപ്പം നമ്മളിതെല്ലാം മനസ്സിലാക്കിയിട്ട് ഇനിയെങ്കിലും ഇന്ന് തുടങ്ങുമ്പോൾ ഒരു ക്ലീൻ സ്റ്റേജിൽ തുടങ്ങണം. എങ്ങനെയാണ്? നമ്മൾ ഇന്ന് പരിപാടി ആസൂത്രണം ചെയ്യാൻ പോകുന്നുവെങ്കിൽ ആ പരിപാടിക്ക് ഭൂമി വേണമെങ്കിൽ ഭൂമി അത് എവിടെ? അത് വന്നാൽ ഓരോന്നായിട്ട് അതിൻ്റെ അവസാനം വരെ തീരുമാനിച്ചിട്ട് മാത്രമേ അതിൻ്റെ തുടക്കം കുറിക്കാൻ പാടുള്ളൂ. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കേരളം പോലുള്ള സംസ്ഥാനത്ത് അത്തരം പദ്ധതി നടക്കില്ല എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഉറപ്പ്. അപ്പോൾ ടൗൺ പ്ലാനിങ്ങിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായാലും ശരി, സംസ്ഥാന കേന്ദ്ര ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ പദ്ധതികളുടെ ഭാഗമായാലും ശരി, ഏത് പദ്ധതിയായാലും നടക്കുമെന്നുള്ളതിന് ഗ്യാരണ്ടിയോടുകൂടി മാത്രമേ തുടങ്ങാൻ പാടുള്ളൂ എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഞാൻ ചൂണ്ടിക്കാണിക്കുന്ന ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു കാര്യം. ഞാനിത് പറയാൻ കാരണം ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞതാണ്, അങ്ങനെ അല്ലാതുകൊണ്ടാണ് നിരവധി പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ, നിരവധി പ്രോജക്റ്റുകൾ നമുക്ക് നടപ്പിലാക്കാൻ സാധിക്കാതിരിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് ഈ അർബൻ റീഫോംസിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് ഒരുപാട് കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യാനാവും. നിങ്ങളെ ഇന്നും നാളെയും തമ്മിലുള്ള വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പിൽ തന്നെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഒരുപാട് കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഇപ്പോൾ ആലോചിക്കാൻ കഴിയും. അത് ചെയ്യാൻ സാധിക്കണമെങ്കിൽ എന്ത് വേണം? കൂട്ടായ്മ സൃഷ്ടിക്കണം. ഇപ്പോൾ മുനിസിപ്പാലിറ്റി, കോർപ്പറേറ്റ്, അർബൻ എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഇത് രണ്ടുമാണല്ലോ വരുന്നത്, കോർപ്പറേഷനും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ മുനിസിപ്പാലിറ്റിയും. ഈ 2 സംവിധാനത്തിലും, കോർപ്പറേഷനായാലും മുനിസിപ്പാലിറ്റിയിലായാലും, എങ്ങനെ നഗരവൽക്കരണത്തെ സജീവമായി ശാസ്ത്രീയമായി കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യാം, ഇതാണല്ലോ നമ്മൾ ആലോചിക്കേണ്ടത്. അതിനുതകുന്ന രീതിയിലുള്ള പദ്ധതികളാണ് നമ്മൾ ആസൂത്രണം ചെയ്യേണ്ടത്. ആ പദ്ധതികൾ ആസൂത്രണം ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ പൈസ കൊണ്ട് മാത്രം കാര്യമില്ല. ഇപ്പോൾ ശുചിത്വ കേരളം സ്വരൂപിക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടി നമ്മുടെ കയ്യിൽ പണമില്ലായിട്ടല്ല, പണമുണ്ട്, പക്ഷെ നടക്കുന്നില്ലല്ലോ. നടക്കാതിരിക്കാൻ എന്താ കാരണം? നടക്കാതിരിക്കാനുള്ള പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കാരണം കൃത്യതയോടുകൂടി പ്ലാൻ ചെയ്യുന്നതിൽ വരുന്ന ഗുരുതരമായ വീഴ്ചയാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് പണം ചിലവാക്കാനാവാത്തത്, അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് സ്ഥലം കിട്ടാത്തത്. കിട്ടിയ സ്ഥലത്ത് ജനങ്ങളുടെ അവബോധത്തിൽ വരുന്ന ഗൗരവതരമായ വെല്ലുവിളി ഉപയോഗിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് നമ്മൾ ആ പരിപാടികളെ പൊളിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യുന്ന നിലയുണ്ട്. അതിൽ കക്ഷി രാഷ്ട്രീയത്തിലൊന്നും ഒരു വ്യത്യാസമില്ല എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. പരിപാടികൾ ആസൂത്രണം ചെയ്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അവിടെ പദ്ധതിയെ ഇല്ലായ്മ ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്ന കമ്മിറ്റികളാണ് നല്ല അംഗീകാരമുള്ള സർവതല സ്പർശിയായ മേഖലയിലെ എല്ലാവരും ഉൾക്കൊള്ളുന്ന കമ്മിറ്റി ഇത് ഇല്ലാതാക്കാൻ. ഇപ്പോൾ അമൃത് പദ്ധതിയുടെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് ഇവിടെ തൃശ്ശൂരായാലും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ പാലക്കാടായാലും കണ്ണൂരായാലും ഒക്കെ തന്നെ, അപ്പോൾ കോഴിക്കോട് ഉൾപ്പെടെ പദ്ധതി ഇല്ലാതാക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള നല്ല രീതിയിലുള്ള യോജിപ്പാണല്ലോ പലരും തമ്മിലുണ്ടാക്കുന്നത്. ചില സ്ഥലത്ത് രാഷ്ട്രീയ പാർട്ടികൾ എല്ലാവരും ചേർന്ന് യോജിച്ച് നടത്തിയാലും അവിടെ ചില ആളുകളുടെ കുതന്ത്രങ്ങൾക്ക് വിധേയപ്പെട്ടിട്ട് പരിപാടി നടപ്പാക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന സ്ഥിതിയാണ് കോഴിക്കോടുള്ളത്. തൃശ്ശൂർ സ്ഥലമുണ്ട്, പക്ഷേ കോർപ്പറേഷൻ്റെ സ്ഥലമാണ്, പക്ഷേ അവിടെ അങ്ങോട്ടേക്ക് പോകുന്നതിന് തടസ്സം നിൽക്കുന്ന നിലപാടാണ് സ്വീകരിക്കുന്നത്. അങ്ങനെ നിലപാട് സ്വീകരിക്കുന്നതിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് നമുക്ക് അതിനെ മറികടന്നുകൊണ്ട് മുമ്പോട്ടേക്ക് പോകാൻ സാധിക്കാത്ത സാഹചര്യം വരുന്നതോടുകൂടി നമ്മൾ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്ന പോലെ കോടിക്കണക്കിന് രൂപയുടെ പ്രോജക്റ്റ് നടപ്പിലാക്കാനാവാതെ പാഴായി പോവുകയാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് പദ്ധതി ആസൂത്രണം ചെയ്യുന്നതിനേക്കാളും പ്രധാനം പദ്ധതി ആസൂത്രണം ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ അതിൻ്റെ ആദ്യം മുതൽ അവസാനം വരെ, നിങ്ങൾ ഈ ശില്പശാലയിൽ എനിക്ക് പറയാനുള്ള ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കാര്യം അതാണ്. ആദ്യം മുതൽ അവസാനം വരെയുള്ള മുഴുവൻ കാര്യങ്ങളും പ്ലാൻ ചെയ്യുമെന്നുള്ള ഉറപ്പുണ്ടെങ്കിലേ ഒരു പദ്ധതിയും ഏറ്റെടുക്കാൻ പാടുള്ളൂ. അല്ലാതെ വെറുതെ ഒരു ആവേശത്തിനൊരു പരിപാടി ഏറ്റെടുക്കാൻ പാടില്ല. ഇപ്പം ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ കൊച്ചി റിഫോംസിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് വരാൻ പോകുന്നത് വളരെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു വർക്കാണ്. ഇനിയിപ്പോൾ അവിടെ എത്തുമ്പോൾ എന്തൊക്കെയാണ് ഇതിൻ്റെ അകത്ത് വരാൻ പോകുന്നതെന്ന് ഇപ്പം പറയാൻ സാധിക്കില്ല. പക്ഷേ കടമ്പകളുണ്ട്, ആ കടമ്പകൾ അതിജീവിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് നമുക്ക് മുന്നോട്ടേക്ക് പോകണം. ശുചിത്വ കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് വരുമ്പോഴും കടമ്പകളുണ്ട്, അതിന് നമുക്ക് അതിജീവിക്കാനാവണം. അതിനുള്ള കീഴടങ്ങില്ല വേണ്ടി നെഗറ്റീവായ രീതിയിലാണ് ആളുകൾ പലരും ചിന്തിക്കുന്നത്. അത് പൂർണ്ണമായിട്ട് സമൂഹത്തിൻ്റെ വളർച്ചയ്ക്ക് വേണ്ടിയല്ല. പല താല്പര്യങ്ങളുണ്ടാവും അതിൻ്റെ അകത്ത്. ആ താല്പര്യത്തിനൊന്നും വശംവദാവേണ്ടെന്ന ഒരവസ്ഥയും നമുക്കില്ല. അപ്പോൾ വളരെ ഫലപ്രദമായ ഒരു നവീകരണ പ്രക്രിയയിൽ കേന്ദ്ര ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ ഫണ്ട് വാങ്ങുന്നതിൽ ഏറ്റവും പിന്നിൽ നിൽക്കുന്ന ഒരു സംസ്ഥാനമാണ് കേരളം. കേട്ടോ, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ആയിരിക്കില്ല എന്തെല്ലാം അഭിപ്രായ വ്യത്യാസം ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ എൻ്റെ അഭിപ്രായം നമുക്ക് ഇതൊന്നും വാങ്ങാൻ അറിയില്ല. നമ്മൾ നേരെ പോകുന്നത് ശരിക്ക് മിനിറ്റ്സും അതുപോലെ രേഖയും വേണം. അതുണ്ടാക്കാനാണ് നമുക്കറിയാത്തത്. മറ്റു പലർക്കും നന്നായിട്ട് അറിയാം ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ, നമുക്കതറിയില്ല. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഇനിയെങ്കിലും ഈ വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടെങ്കിലും നമ്മളൊരു കാര്യം ചെയ്യണം. നമുക്ക് എന്താണ് ചെയ്യാനാവുക എന്നുള്ളത് കൃത്യമായിട്ട് മനസ്സിലാക്കി അതിനടിസ്ഥാനപ്പെടുത്തിയിട്ടുള്ള ഫലപ്രദമായ രീതിയിലുള്ള പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ ആസൂത്രണം ചെയ്ത് വളരെ വേഗം, സമയം വളരെ പ്രധാനമാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ കേന്ദ്ര ഗവൺമെൻറ് സൂചിപ്പിക്കുന്ന ഈ സമയത്തിനകത്ത് നമുക്ക് അനുവദിച്ച് കിട്ടാൻ സാധ്യതയുള്ള ഫണ്ടിൽ നിന്നുകൊണ്ട്, ഫണ്ടിൻ്റെ ആ പരിധിക്കകത്ത് നിന്നുകൊണ്ട് എന്തെല്ലാം പദ്ധതികൾ ഏതെല്ലാം മുനിസിപ്പാലിറ്റിയിൽ ഏതെല്ലാം കോർപ്പറേഷനിൽ നടത്താനാവും എന്നുൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചർച്ച ചെയ്ത് കൃത്യതയോടുകൂടി, ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ വെറുതെ കടലാസിൽ എനിക്കൊരു ഓഹരി വന്നോട്ടെ എന്ന് വിചാരിച്ച് ഓഹരി ഒരാൾക്കും കൊടുക്കേണ്ടിയില്ല, കൊടുത്താൽ നടക്കുകയും ചെയ്യില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ഫലപ്രദമായിട്ട് ആദ്യം മുതൽ അവസാനം വരെയുള്ള പ്രോജക്റ്റ് കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യാൻ ശേഷിയുള്ള പഞ്ചായത്തുകളെ, മുനിസിപ്പാലിറ്റികളെയും കോർപ്പറേഷനുകളെയും നമുക്ക് ഫലപ്രദമായിട്ട് ഇതിന് സന്നദ്ധതയോടുകൂടി തയ്യാറെടുത്താൽ നമുക്ക് സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെൻറ് അനുവദിക്കുമെന്ന് തോന്നുന്ന പണം നമുക്ക് കൃത്യമായിട്ട് വാങ്ങാൻ പറ്റും. എന്നിട്ടത് അതേപോലെ വിനിയോഗിക്കാനും കഴിയും. നമുക്കുള്ള ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരുപാട് പ്രശ്നങ്ങളുണ്ട് ഇതിൻ്റെ അകത്ത്. ഈ പറയുന്ന രീതിയിൽ കാര്യങ്ങൾ നിർവഹിക്കുക, നിർവഹണത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് വരുന്ന റിപ്പോർട്ട് കൃത്യമായിട്ട് കൊടുക്കുക, ഇതൊന്നും നമ്മൾ കൃത്യമായിട്ട് പലപ്പോഴും ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല. പലപ്പോഴും സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ തന്നെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടുള്ള വിമർശനം വരുന്നത് അങ്ങനെയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇത് സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ സ്പോൺസേഡ് സ്കീമിന് കേരള ഗവൺമെൻറ്റുമായിട്ട് ചേർത്ത് അതിൻ്റെ പ്രായോഗിക പ്രവർത്തനത്തിലേക്ക് വരുന്നതിൽ നമുക്ക് നല്ല രീതിയിലുള്ള, കേരളത്തിന് നല്ല രീതിയിലുള്ള വീഴ്ചയുണ്ട്. അത് ഞാനിപ്പോൾ ഒരു സെക്ടറിൽ നിന്നും മാത്രമല്ല പറയുന്നത്, ഒരുപാട് മേഖലയിൽ നമുക്ക് വീഴ്ചയുണ്ട്. ആ വീഴ്ച പരിഹരിക്കാൻ കേന്ദ്ര ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൽ നിന്ന് പങ്കെടുത്തിട്ടുള്ള പ്രതിനിധികളെയും നമ്മളെല്ലാം ഈ വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട്, ഇതൊരു സംസ്ഥാന അഖിലേന്ത്യാ അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിലുള്ള ആണല്ലോ, നാഷണൽ വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പാണല്ലോ, അതിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് കേരളത്തിന് തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും വന്നു പോകുന്ന ഈ ദൗർബല്യങ്ങൾ എന്തൊക്കെയാണെന്ന് മനസ്സിലാക്കാനും ആ ദൗർബല്യങ്ങൾ തിരുത്തി നമുക്ക് മറ്റ് സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങളെ പോലെയോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അതിൻ്റെയും മുമ്പിൽ നിൽക്കാൻ സാധിക്കത്തക്ക മറ്റ് പലതിലും നമ്മുടെ മുമ്പിലാണ്. അതാണ് കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ പ്രത്യേകത. കേരളം പല മേഖലയിലും ഇപ്പോൾ നീതി ആയോഗിൻ്റെ കണക്കനുസരിച്ച് തന്നെ ജനങ്ങളുടെ ജീവിതവുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട നിരവധി മേഖലയിൽ നമുക്ക് ഒന്നാം സ്ഥാനമുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ ആ ഒന്നാം സ്ഥാനം ഈ പ്ലാനിംഗ് ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള ടൗൺ പ്ലാനിംഗ് ആയാലും നിരക്കില്ല. ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ നമ്മൾ നടത്താൻ തീരുമാനിച്ച നിരവധി പദ്ധതികളായാലും അതിലൊന്നും നമുക്ക് ആ രീതിയിലുള്ള ഒരു കൃത്യതയോടുകൂടി അതിൻ്റെ ക്ലിപ്തനുസരിച്ച് മുമ്പോട്ടേക്ക് പോകാൻ സാധിക്കാത്ത സാഹചര്യമുണ്ട്. അതൊക്കെ തിരുത്തിയേ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. അതിന് ഉദ്യോഗസ്ഥന്മാരും ജനപ്രതിനിധികളും എല്ലാം തന്നെ ഒരു വളരെ ഫലപ്രദമായ ഒരു ഇടപെടൽ നടത്തി വരാൻ പോകുന്ന പ്രതിസന്ധികളെയും വെല്ലുവിളിയെയും എല്ലാം അഭിമുഖീകരിച്ച് മുന്നോട്ടേക്ക് പോകുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയുള്ള വളരെ സമഗ്രമായ ഒരു പദ്ധതിയിലേക്ക് നമുക്ക് പോകാനാവണം. കേന്ദ്ര ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൽ നിന്ന് കിട്ടാൻ സാധ്യതയുള്ള ഫണ്ട്, കേരളം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് വേണ്ടത്ര മൂലധന ശേഷിയുള്ള ഒരു സംസ്ഥാനമല്ല. ഇവിടെ വിജ്ഞാനമാണ് പ്രധാനമായിട്ടുള്ളത്, അതും നമുക്ക് ഉപയോഗിക്കാം. ഒരു വിജ്ഞാന സമ്പത്ത് വ്യവസ്ഥയാണ് കേരളം ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത് പ്രധാനമായിട്ടും. കാരണം നമ്മുടെ കൈമുതൽ ഈ മനുഷ്യൻ്റെ ജ്ഞാനമാണ്, വിദ്യാഭ്യാസമാണ്. ആ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം ഈ ലോകത്ത് മറ്റേത് മേഖലയേക്കാളും ഫലപ്രദമായിട്ട് ഉപയോഗിക്കാൻ കേരളത്തിനാകത്തക്ക രീതിയിൽ ചില പദ്ധതികളും ആസൂത്രണങ്ങളും ഇപ്പോൾ നടന്നു വരുന്നുണ്ട്. അതിൻ്റെ ഒപ്പം തന്നെ ഈ പട്ടണങ്ങളെ നവീകരിച്ച് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ആ ഓരോന്നോരോന്നായിട്ടെടുത്ത് നമുക്ക് കേന്ദ്ര ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൽ നിന്ന് കിട്ടാവുന്ന മാക്സിമം ഫണ്ട് കൃത്യമായിട്ട് അത് ഉപയോഗിക്കുമെന്നുള്ളതിനെ ഉറപ്പുണ്ടാക്കണം. അതിനു വേണ്ടി തന്നെ ഉപയോഗിക്കുമെന്നുള്ളതും അത് കൃത്യസമയത്ത് പൂർത്തിയാക്കുമെന്നുള്ളതും ആവശ്യമായ രീതിയിലുള്ള പദ്ധതികൾ ആസൂത്രണത്തിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യുമെന്നുള്ളതിനെല്ലാം ഒരു വ്യക്തതയുണ്ടാക്കി ഈ പദ്ധതി ആസൂത്രണത്തിൻ്റെ ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു പദ്ധതിയുടെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് ഈ വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പ് രൂപപ്പെടുമെന്നുള്ള പ്രതീക്ഷയാണ് എനിക്കുള്ളത്. ഞാൻ മറ്റ് വിശദീകരണത്തിലേക്കൊന്നും കടക്കാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നില്ല. കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ പ്രത്യേകതയിൽ നമുക്ക് വളരെ വേഗം വികസിത നാടിൻ്റെ ഒപ്പം എത്താൻ സാധിക്കുന്ന ഒരു സാഹചര്യം ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ഈ കേരളത്തിനല്ലാതെ മറ്റൊരു സംസ്ഥാനത്തിനുമില്ല. അതിവേഗം ലോകത്തിലെ ഏറ്റവും വികസിതമായ നാടിൻ്റെ ഒപ്പം. കാരണം കയറിക്കിടക്കാൻ അടയുണ്ട്, വസ്ത്രത്തിന് സൗകര്യമുണ്ട്, പട്ടിണിയില്ല, അതുപോലെ ഏതറ്റം വരെയും പഠിക്കാൻ ഏത് പാവപ്പെട്ട കുടുംബത്തിലെയും ഏത് മനുഷ്യനും കഴിയുന്ന ഒരു സാഹചര്യമുണ്ട്. നല്ല രീതിയിലുള്ള പൊതുജന ആരോഗ്യ സംരക്ഷണത്തിൻ്റെ ആയുസിൻ്റെ കാര്യം നമ്മൾ ഏറ്റവും മുൻപന്തിയിലാണ്, ആരോഗ്യത്തിൻ്റെ കാര്യത്തിൽ നമ്മൾ ഏറ്റവും മുൻപന്തിയിലാണ്. ഇനി നമുക്ക് തൊഴിലില്ലായ്മയാണ്. ഈ തൊഴിലില്ലായ്മ 20 ലക്ഷം ആളുകൾക്ക് തൊഴിൽ കൊടുക്കാനുള്ള പദ്ധതി, ബൃഹത്തായ പദ്ധതി ഇപ്പോൾ അണിയറയിൽ നടന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അത് പൂർത്തിയാകുന്നതോടുകൂടി 1 ലക്ഷം സംരംഭകർക്ക് കൂടി സംരംഭ പ്രവർത്തനം നടത്താൻ സാധിക്കുന്നതോടുകൂടി ഏറ്റവും നല്ല രീതിയിൽ ജനങ്ങൾക്ക് ജീവിക്കാനാവുന്ന ഗുണമേന്മയുള്ള ജീവിതം നയിക്കുന്ന ഒരു ജനതയായിട്ട് കേരളത്തിലെ ജനത മാറും. സാമ്പത്തിക പ്രശ്നങ്ങളൊക്കെ നമുക്ക് പരിഹരിച്ച് മുമ്പോട്ടേക്ക് പോകാൻ കഴിയും. അങ്ങനെ വരുമ്പോൾ ഹാപ്പിനെസ്സിലേക്കാണ് നമുക്ക് പോകാനുള്ളത്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ പട്ടണങ്ങളുടെ നവീകരണം വളരെ പ്രധാനമാണ്. നമുക്ക് രാജ്യത്തെ ജനങ്ങൾ മുഴുവൻ സന്തോഷവാന്മാരും സന്തോഷവതികളുമായിട്ട് ജീവിക്കുന്ന ഒരു കാലം, അതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ളൊരു പ്രവർത്തനം, അതിലേക്കുള്ള നീക്കം, അപ്പോഴാണ് ഹാപ്പിനെസ്സിലേക്ക് നമുക്ക് പോകാൻ കഴിയുക. ഹാപ്പിനെസ് ഇൻഡെക്സിൽ ഇന്ത്യ 146 രാജ്യങ്ങളിൽ 131ാമത്തെ സ്ഥാനമാണ്. ആ സ്ഥാനത്ത് തന്നെ എത്തുന്നതിൽ നമ്മുടെ ഇൻഡെക്സ് വളരെ പ്രധാനമാണ് കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ. ആ കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ ഇൻഡെക്സ് വെച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഒരു 10-20 കൊല്ലം കഴിയുമ്പോഴേക്ക് ലോകത്തിലെ വികസിത നാടുകളുടെ സാമ്പത്തിക ജീവിതത്തിലേക്കും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ അതിൻ്റെ സാംസ്കാരിക സംവിധാനത്തിലേക്കും അതിനേക്കാൾ ഉപരിയായ തലത്തിലേക്ക് എത്താൻ നമുക്ക് സാധിക്കുന്ന സാഹചര്യം കേരളത്തിലുണ്ട്. ഇന്നത്തെ ഇന്ത്യൻ പരിസ്ഥിതിയിൽ മറ്റിതര മേഖലയിൽ നിന്ന് എത്രയോ വ്യത്യസ്തമായ രീതിയിലുള്ള ഒരു സംരംഭം ഈ കേരളത്തിൽ നടന്നിട്ടുണ്ട് എത്രയോ കൊല്ലമായിട്ട്. ഞാനതിൻ്റെ മറ്റ് വിശദീകരണത്തിലേക്ക് കടക്കുകയല്ല. അങ്ങനെയെല്ലാമുള്ള ഒരു സാഹചര്യത്തിൽ കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ ഇന്നത്തെ വികസനത്തിന് ഗുണമേന്മയുള്ള വളർച്ച, ഒരു നഗരം എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ അതിൻ്റെ ഗുണമേന്മയുള്ള നഗരത്തിൻ്റെ വളർച്ച എന്തൊക്കെയാണ്? അതിൻ്റെ കുടിവെള്ളത്തിൻ്റെ പ്രശ്നമുണ്ട്, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ റോഡിൻ്റെ പ്രശ്നമുണ്ട്, ആധുനികവൽക്കരണത്തിൻ്റെ പ്രശ്നമുണ്ട്, ജനങ്ങളുടെ താമസത്തിൻ്റെ പ്രശ്നമുണ്ട്. അതെല്ലാം കൃത്യമായിട്ട് ആധുനികമായിട്ട് വകതിരിച്ച് കാണേണ്ടുന്ന കാര്യമുണ്ട്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ടൗൺ പ്ലാനിങ്ങിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് നടക്കേണ്ടുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങളുണ്ട്. ഇതെങ്കിലും എപ്പോഴെങ്കിലും നടക്കില്ല, ഇപ്പം തന്നെ നടക്കേണ്ട കാര്യമുണ്ട്. ആ കാര്യങ്ങളെല്ലാം വെച്ചുകൊണ്ടുള്ള വളരെ ഫലപ്രദമായ ഒരു പരിശോധനയും ചർച്ചയും ഒക്കെ നിങ്ങൾ സംഘടിപ്പിക്കുമെന്നുള്ള പ്രതീക്ഷയോടുകൂടി ഈ നാഷണൽ വർക്ക്ഷോപ്പ് ഓൺ അർബൻ റീഫോംസ് എന്ന ഈ പദ്ധതി, ഈ പരിപാടി ഔപചാരികമായി ഉദ്ഘാടനം ചെയ്തതായിട്ട് അറിയിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ വാക്കുകൾ ഉപസംഹരിക്കുകയാണ്.
Thank you, sir. With immense pleasure, I welcome Srimati D. Tara IAS, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, to deliver the special address.
Thank you, Minister, for your valuable presence.
Good afternoon. May I allow to start the talk?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yes, you can.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. I think I can start that talk. First of all, I thank all of you for having given me the opportunity to participate in this seminar. And I can't see the other side. I'm sure I'm seeing ma'am and honorable minister and political and administrative dignitaries on the stage. I have worked in urban planning extensively because I was working in Ahmedabad as municipal commissioner and also as chief executive officer of Urban Development Authority, which gives a unique experience of planning a master plan, implementing the town planning schemes, local area planning, and so on and so forth. This has led me to tell you a few things. I heard the minister, and I'm really happy that all of us are focusing on reforms. How do we get there? If I can say that a town planner is none but or a planner, urban planner is none but a wealth creator, he is as good as an industrialist. Probably we'll say, no, how can it be? But I can tell that the people who are involved in planning, if the planners and architects and the engineers, infrastructure engineers get together, they can actually change a city's wealth quotient. Good planning is good economics. There are two ways you make money out of planning. One is if you plan, you take out inefficiencies in infrastructure and ensure densification, ensure maximum land usage. But if you plan well, you can add value to each citizen's house. For example, if you have a park and a house before around that place, that will have a better value than to have a house next to a overflowing drainage or sewage. That's what the importance of planning is. Now, planning is not a paper exercise. Planning is actually a very important life dealing exercise. So when we are planning, we should look at how do we improve value of each of the citizens' houses or each of the plots. How do you improve the value? The first and foremost understanding is, I'll come to the reforms which we have given you in a while, but I want to just explain to you simple things which can be done. For example, if you look at urban land and you think that urban land is zero if you remove the FSI on it. That is, if you don't give built up area on that land, the value of land becomes zero even if it is in the center of the city. That is the most important understanding every one of us have to have. So what does that mean? If you are able to leverage the built up space on the land to the extent that each land becomes easily usable or affordable, then people can shift in, afford houses, and if you can get them to work in terms of smaller communities, then you have aggregated infrastructure, which they can maintain at their level. Today there is the state government, then there is the ULB. But need to get down to that level where there is also citizen clusters, housing. So for example, apartments. In Cochin we have seen apartments, Trivandrum probably has apartments. They are micro communities. They have to manage their water, rainwater through rainwater harvesting, the way they will treat the water, they let the water out at their level. But that can also add to a beautiful water body in their own community. There could be a garden. So all that will enhance value of the citizens' property. We are saying urban flooding. Urban flooding, if it is not a cloudburst, can be handled. We can prevent a lot of damage, provided we just look at how do we channelize the water when you do the planning. Unfortunately, none of us plan in terms of contours. We plan like gravity is not taken into account when we plan. We don't know where from the higher levels and lower levels are there. People build plots as they get. So all that has to be handled. That is not something which is regulation. That is something which is actually promotion of development. When we come into the details of reforms we have asked for, I won't have a longer speech because I want to just get to the point. See, you are having bylaws. Now, what is the bylaws for? Is it for regulation? No. It is to actually promote building on that plot. most of the times our planners and our governors, matlab jo bhi, whoever are the people who are in the governance role, they tend to think that we put laws so to regulate. No, these laws are to promote. So if once the perspective changes from regulation to promotion, then the whole game changes. So what we have asked for is rationalizing building bylaws. We didn't say reforming building. What is rationalizing? If you have a plot and if you are telling that person you need margins on 3 sides, 4 sides like this, after that you tell that person, after providing margins, still you can have a ground coverage of only 20% or 30%. I mean, what is the need to do that? If you've already asked for margins and it is provided, why should you have that restriction on that person? That's the first question we have to answer. We don't need to have those restrictions. Second is, you provide a FAR or FSI of 2 or 3. And then suddenly you say the height is only 15 meters. In a 1,000-meter plot, if you have only ground coverage of 30%, therefore you can only construct 300 meters, 1,000 square meter plot. Now, 300 square meters, if you have 2 FSI, he can construct up to 7 floors. That means you have to provide 21 meter height. 3 meter is 1 floor. But unfortunately, there is a mismatch between the height and the FSI. And that is where this fellow, the builder or the developer, goes and round to get the permissions. So why should there be contradictions like that? Today, if you take a plot of land and liberalize the way you handle that building bylaws and allow them to build more in the center of the city, you do not do it everywhere. Then what happens? The development charges come in, you will be develop your infrastructure. This is precisely what Ahmedabad does, what Surat does. We don't spend money on land acquisition. We actually own lands because of town planning, where the citizens are happy, we are happy. And the lands are in regular shape and housing can be done. So look at what these all work in very high pressure urban areas. I'm not talking about the urban areas which are very well spread out, where there is land is not an issue. But a Cochin, Trivandrum kind of, or any other upcoming city, these cities need this kind of plan. So STPs, there should be a parallel line to reuse the water which has come from STP for toilet flushes and so on and so forth, because a lot of pollution is happening. The way we handle the drinking water, all that also needs to be coordinated. Planning is not paper exercise and it has to be coordinated well with the functionalities. Second thing we have said is transit-oriented development. You have a metro, Kochi Metro. 200 meters on either side is a transit corridor. People can live there without cars. If your metro is good and reaching every place, they can use cars only for weekends. If that is so, then you can increase the FSI on either side of the metro line, and then whatever increase happens, part of it can be leveraged into the government as payment charges and used for infrastructure. We have done it. Mumbai does it very well. Nagpur does it. Pune does it. You can do it. And in fact, fund your metro from that. People will be willing to pay some charges. Third thing we have asked is, therefore you have to modify your building bylaws around the transit corridors that higher FSI, you don't ask for a very high amount of parking. So there is a lot of, but sometimes we tend to regulate private space more than the public space. If we say that on public road you will not park, the person who builds the apartment will build their parking. What we do is, public road is used for parking. So the private person may or may not provide the requested parking, or he will use that parking for storage or some other living space. So this is another angle which we need to look at. The third thing is, we have asked for is TDR, transferable development rights to acquire land, to conserve heritage. See, a school cannot become a multi-layered building. But if you attribute that in a given area there will be high FSI, the school may be allowed to sell its FSI to another party. So that will lead to conserving that school space as a smaller building. It can apply to temple, it can apply to a park, it can apply to anything. So people, when they give land for public spaces or a low-rise development or a public amenity, they can be given, and this can be leveraged by that person to sell it to a builder or a developer in an area where restricted development is allowed, high-rise development, which is the prime area. So there will be, you don't spend money, you acquire land using this thing. That is another policy which we said you can look at. The fourth thing we have said is promote affordable housing. See, if the house is not affordable, then the cities are going to have really bad sprawls. And that is preventable. So we can say that You densify the existing area and allow the people affordable housing to come into that area. How do you do that? Per unit cost of the house has to come down. That means per unit cost of land should come down. That means you have to yield more units in a given land. So if somebody is building up to 60 square meters dwelling units and of a particular density, say in our master plan we have said that 325 dwelling units per hectare is mandatory to even get a urbanized land zone conversion. So when you release green land for urbanization, then you can do this, that we will convert it if you bring in so many housing units in a land, and we will subsidize it. The extra FSI we will provide at a subsidized rate, because FSI is equal to real land. If you allow them to build 2000 square meters and 1000 square meters, that is real land. If you allow them 1000 square meters more, that means you are allowing half of land more to be built, right? So it's real land. So this is what is important. So we've asked for that. How do you promote affordable housing? Affordable housing can be anything 60 square meters, 30 square meters, and mainly 30 square meter housings are required, because 3,000 rupees per month rent is paid by people. So they can afford 3,000 as loan installment payment also. And 3 lakhs may, if you can give a house, they will pay. So I would want to only say one thing, that planning can be a win-win situation. It is doable. You don't need to collect tax if you are able to plan and leverage land and harness that land value sharing with the citizens. Property tax can be, is actually minimal. We are not, create beautiful public spaces so the real estate value goes up. Create low density zones so that the rich people can live in farmhouses and they grow trees and they keep the city green. And the trees give oxygen to the city. There is no way city oxygen can be prevented coming from the farmhouses. These are some of the points I want to just tell you, that kindly look at your bylaws. What are we doing? How are we actually handling? And above everything, please provide immediate approvals. Online building permission is another reform we have said, because when you clear one file of building a small project of apartment, you are providing employment to several thousands, directly and indirectly. And that leads to the economy building of that city. Having said this, I have so many points today. Thank you for the opportunity. If any planning requirement is there, if any city needs planning, detailing, involvement, we'll be very happy to handhold you and do it for you. So this is all I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm profusely elated to take an opportunity to invite Srimati Sharda Muralidharan IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, LSGD. I kindly invite you, ma'am, to deliver the special address.
ബഹുമാന്യരെ, ഏത് ഭാഷ സംസാരിക്കണമെന്ന confusion. So maybe I'll stick to English because that seems to be the tenor of the day. When the Principal Secretary spoke, she talked about the change in urbanization over the 2001 and the 2011 census in Kerala. So from 26 to 47%, that's actually more than an 80% increase in terms of urbanization. If we were going to take the same, look at the same template, then the 2021 census should be giving us certainly more than 70% of urbanization, probably close to 80%, which would make Kerala the most urbanized state in the country, and perhaps one of the most urbanized places on earth. Which means that as far as Kerala is concerned, the challenges, addressing the challenges thrown by urbanization are very critical to the development paradigm of what we constitute. And we also have the added sprinkling of disasters and climate vulnerability thrown our way. I heard that today morning Chennai also was discussing their challenges, particularly in the context of incessant flooding and extreme weather events. And these have become par for the course as far as Kerala is concerned as well. More so because if you, from the point of view of disasters, Kerala already is one of the 16 global hotspots for zoonotic disease. And this is because you have plenty of forest, plenty of water, and plenty of people. And therefore, the interface between the flora and the fauna of the state seems to be extremely high. And that makes no distinction between urban and rural spaces. Dr. Sharmila talked about the rural-urban continuum, and that is what we are, really. So you will have what are ostensibly urban areas abutting what seem to be very forested lands and big water bodies as well. You have big cities who themselves seem to be floating on water. Take Kochi or Ernakulam, the meaning of which itself, the name itself shows just how central water is to the system. So, so therefore, urban governance and addressing the challenges of urban governance. So, taking Kochi itself, the Honorable Minister also spoke quite a bit on Kochi, but Kochi has also, under projections, the unique position of being the city which, the second, the city which with the second greatest possibility of incursion, of the incursion, sea incursion, by 2030, 2050 certainly, and 2030, high risk. Kochi already has climate refugees, where tidal action has ended up with taking away land, and people, what was earlier land is now sea, so there is no escape for it. They have to be rehabilitated, and you have to go inward. If there have been people who have landed at the Trivandrum airport, there would have been a time in the monsoons we thought that we would have to be shifting the airport because the sea was eating away. It was already biting at on the walls of the airport. So, how long would that part of the city continue to withstand the sea was a big question. And when you have big questions like this, you really need to be looking at across the world to see how people in similarly placed situations have handled these problems, and take lessons from them, and also build them into strategies of governance. So when it comes to planning, there is also this discourse that since things are changing so rapidly, planning as we knew it is no longer valid, that the goalposts are shifting so rapidly. The information, highways and knowledge which is available to us is also shifting quite rapidly, and which means that we have much stronger tools to assess where we are and what we need to do. But do we have systems that are able to respond and assimilate that is a question. Also, if our master plans are set in stone, then it becomes quite difficult for us to be agile. So agile response is also the flavor of the month. So therefore we would need to think in terms of how do we incorporate or address, bring in both a larger planning strategy, which however allows for response which is agile and is able to adapt to situations as and when they develop, particularly in the context of such quick changing global scenarios of disaster and climate. It is in this context that Kerala came about with the idea of the disaster management plans and the climate action plans. These and this is information, I mean, I'm sure it is information to a lot of our local governments who, in 2019, the month of December, we actually gave over some very interesting information, data, to the local governments, to all the local governments, panchayats, municipalities notwithstanding. And that was a set of 29 maps that were for the local governments, which looked at the high tide lines, flooding, landslide prone areas, the vegetation pattern, the road networks, the assets which were available. So, and many of these could be layered, and we did actually the town and country planning division with the under the leadership of 2 local governments who took it upon themselves to do this, came out with risk-informed master plans. And now these were Manandawadi and Chenganur. So we've had one in the Pamba Basin and the other in Wayanad, which was very heavily hit by disasters, continuing successive disasters, succeeding disasters. So these 2 gave us the basis on the strength of which risk-informed guidelines for risk-informed master plans have been issued. So now it's for us to take that forward, and perhaps the compulsion on doing urban reforms. I mean, we've already got the policy part right. What we need to do is and we have a couple of municipalities who've taken that forward too. And we are doing, so this exercise that we are doing is looking at, because it's, unfortunately, it's not on a tabula rasa that we are starting. We already have a legacy of various kinds of master plans and activities. So there are master plans that have already been sanctioned. There are master plans that have been published and objections, etc., being called for. And there are master plans in the making. There are master plans that have not even been conceived. So we've got the entire gamut. And obviously we need to have strategies that would be addressing each of these separately in terms of when you already have well and good, the guidelines apply 100%. But what do you do when they are already sanctioned? Do the guidelines not apply at all? So don't we want them to have risk information built in? So how do we do that adjustment? How do we get them to revise and modify those plans to incorporate the new knowledges that we have? And when the process is already started, how do you incorporate? So these questions are there. These are administrative questions, and we would need to come up with very clear operational framework as to how that can be moved forward. And in the same time, we also realize that it's not like the same size fits all, because when you say urban, you've got the big city, you've got the fairly big township, and then you've got small towns that are still in confusion as to whether they're rural or urban. So you have to, and each of these has their own set of issues which needs to be looked into, and our approaches need to be differential. But this question comes as, okay, why are we doing planning? So the minister was talking about how the entire zoning and regulations are seen as just that. Ms. Tara, when she spoke, also talked about how we needed to change our perception from that of regulation to actually promotion. But for this, we need to move out of our individual house or individual cluster or individual ward into looking at the entire city. And we need to be able to see that if there is a green lung which is coming up in the city, it is going to service the entire city and its environment. And it is necessary to invest in it, because it is about the future. Right? You are readying the place for future. And that is the logic behind spatial planning, that it is about improving the quality of life. Now, urbanization brings with it challenges of huge density, of huge numbers of people cramming into small areas. And that makes life difficult. The whole business of planning is to reduce that difficulty, is to make life livable, is to ensure that this is not going to end up in suffocation. Now, Kerala has, despite the absence of formal planning earlier, we have managed not to have too many slums in our urban areas, and I think it's important to reflect on why. One reason, probable reason, could be the fact that we are a much more equitable society than others, and there has been a very strong welfare orientation which governments, both the UDF and the LDF, have adopted towards in terms of policy, and there has been consistent policy in that context. So housing has been something that has always been important on the agenda of the state, and putting a lot of resources into affordable. So actually Kerala has quite a few lessons on affordable housing that it can give the country, including generating generating credit and utilizing this affordable housing, cross subsidization, the community support. All of this has come in a big way in the way Kerala has done its addressed its housing. But it is also a fact that ultimately, with all of this and with the high density of population, we have, and interesting too, with this high, some of the highest density populations in the country, but we still have managed to escape the slum by and large. But now you see the slum as a developing an identity of its own in the state. We have seen also the state having been taken over in many parts by migrant populations, and the state needs to, and the urban spaces also need to understand these migrant populations and create environments that cater to them. You cannot wish them away, you cannot ignore them, you cannot allow the market to just do what it thinks is commercially good to milk the migrants. That cannot be, we just cannot leave it to forces of the market forces. So there has to be policy that comes in, urban planning that addresses this. So these are some questions that we would be needing to look at. The state also is now hoping to, by mid-August or at least, to become a totally digital state as far as providing services is concerned. We've already, ironically, the panchayats have developed their framework for providing digital services in municipalities and urban bodies. It's still going to happen, but it'll be by October we should be having the first cut of our integrated local government management system, which would be on the Upyog platform coming up for all our local bodies. And we already have an integrated building permit management system that right now doesn't cater to all building permits, and we are scaling that up too. But we are also trying to take it to the next level in which we would be, again, the minister had been speaking about GIS mapping and of assets and planning, which is based on geospatial understanding of within every single local bodies. So there, for us, it's an opportunity right now because again, reforms are hitting us, or the compulsion to reform is hitting us from every which angle, from the ease of doing business to citizen portals to the urban reforms that have come our way. So it is not just the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs who's been pushing it. With us, we find that multiple, we are being accosted from multiple directions. But the good thing about that is that, so if we are going to get land registration and local governments together we will be, and that action is taking place. We're also looking at doing a layering, which we have. You have your CRZ layering, you've got your wetland layering, you've got your zoning layering, and which would mean that anybody who is applying online for a building permit, the moment they type in their survey number or location, you will automatically know what are the clearances to be taken, what are the permissions to be had, what is the extent of construction which is permissible. And we are hoping that in 1 year's time the state of Kerala will be in a position by which we would be able to actually deliver building permits within the day. So you have because an application which is not complete will not be received, and once it is complete, it shall be the process, and the processing will be automatic. So that's where we are going, of bringing in technology and automation into systems. So we do believe that we are well on track as far as some of these reforms are concerned. There are some others, however. We have an Art and Heritage Commission. The Kuchivir will testify to that. But yes, so that's yet another challenge. And we've had interesting dialogues happening in Trivandrum city, for instance, the entire Eastport area, and we've had conservation architects and curators and museologists come and actually engage with stakeholder communities of people to get them to understand or just open their eyes to the possibilities of how cultural heritage can work in our favor. Because again, to improve the quality of life, it is about good planning, but it is also about having the right amount of resources to be able to plan for, to be able to put into development of the local government space. So the question therefore is, where does this money come from? Today, most of this money is coming from devolved funds, primarily that of the state. In Kerala would be perhaps again the only state where Central Finance Commission grants actually only supplement state devolved funding. The details had been mentioned by the Principal Secretary. Suffice it to say that 26% of the state plan grant is actually going directly as devolved fund to local governments, and over and above that, the department with its centrally sponsored schemes and other funding actually caters to more than about 41% of the state budget is handled within the template of local governance. So that's how big the resources are at this point of time which are available. But what that makes us is lazy. It takes away the hunger and the bite to create our own wealth and to have complete power over it. So today our local governments do not know that power because they have been pampered by the state in a sense. And because they are pampered by the state will tell them what to do and they will have to do it. You have to work within the framework that the state provides. So local governance, decision making, yes, we do have very, very strong decision making, but it still is subject to the state. It still has to keep coming back to the state for clearances. Whereas if it were resources that were generated and used up by the local government, the story would be very different. I have been noticing, you ask local governments about what is their revenue from waste management. And Kerala has very well-defined systems of waste management, rural and urban. Actually, I find some of the rural local governments having a much better idea about the revenues that are accruing to them than the urban do, because the urban property tax is so central to the scheme of things. You don't realize that there are opportunities out there of raising resources which we haven't properly tapped. and waste management being one of them. So while waste management is a solution, is part of your local action plans, but it's still, it isn't coming into our strategy of wealth creation. So that also is something that needs to be looked at. So by way of planning, what does planning help us to do? Planning also helps us further our socio-political, economic agenda. And that could be, an agenda of inclusive infrastructure, for instance. To have the right kind of planning tool, you'd be able to do this. It could be about energy efficiency. It could be about traffic control and, just comfort on the roads. It could be about pollution management. It would be about addressing urban poverty. And it is important to realize that spatial planning actually has solutions to all of these. We don't think of it that way, but planning is just about there is a reason when you say no to residential growth in a particular area, because perhaps you would like to have commercial spaces develop and have a way in which that concerted intervention can happen. You could, there is a need to preserve green lungs. There is a need to preserve, we are talking about cities becoming sponges. How will a city become a sponge if we are going to be continually taking away all the wetlands and saying that, we need to provide an exception because that person does not have any other land, and wetlands are anyway cheaper than other lands, and therefore let them convert. And the moment you convert, you destroy an entire wetland. So there is a reason why we say no. It is an unpleasant reason for an individual, but for a community and a society, it is an essential reason. And it is important for us to see the larger public good than the individual personal interest. That is what planning is about, and we need to figure out as to how we can handle that. Another thing about quality of life and the experience of urban spaces would also be about walkability. We want to reduce our carbon footprint. We need to address the whole issue of transport, but we will not invest in pedestrianization. So we have to do that, because the time, you will see that that in developed societies, they have been doing it, So while we, in Kerala specifically, mass transport is out there, but so is individual transport, so much so. And we refuse to, again, regulate the way we build big roads and then have 1, 2, 3 layers of parking, which will just take away whatever value that the big road gives you. But while you do have the big roads, you will have a pathway on which you cannot put, both your feet will not be able to stand together. That's how we make our pathways. So making something which is really livable is actually small intervention that will have huge impact and change the face of the city. Bringing flowers and greenery onto our pavements and onto the roads and into our dividers. Again, small interventions which change the face of the city. We've had Sultan Batteri, which did that very little intervention of bringing bougainvilleas out onto the roads, and see what did it cost them, and see the impact and the attention that everyone gave them. So, public recreational places, having areas that will work as sinks. We came out with the Telinir Olugum Navakerlam campaign. The campaign intention was to generate awareness about the need for cleaning up our aquifers and how contamination is happening, whether or not, on the face of things they look clean. But interestingly, many local governments interpreted it as a cleaning campaign as well. So while you did your Jalasabhas and the Jalanarthams and the testing of more than 60,000 water bodies, we still also did a lot of cleanup. And local government after local government have been talking about how these rains, these rains which were quite comparable to 2018 did not generate that level of flooding, precisely because there had been very concerted intervention happening beforehand. Not with this in mind, but it still happened. And if we could just hold on to that and build on it, imagine how the resilience that we are building for future management. So some interesting ideas, when we were coming out with the risk-informed master plans, some interesting ideas had been thrown at us by global experts. So one was about referencing codes. So interestingly, one very strong feedback that we got from climate scientists who had been behind the IPCC recommendations as well was that please make pragmatic plans. Do not make theoretically fantastic plans, because ultimately these plans have to face real politic. They need to survive the real politic. So you will end up with the baby thrown out with the bathwater if you don't make planning which is pragmatic and realistic. So community consultation and engagement and belief and credibility are very critical to making these plans work. And that is one of the things that we are also trying to do out here, which is to get the office of our town planner to be able to engage with local governments, to have local governments take the lead and take the ownership and understand, and also be inspired by what can happen, by the larger picture. And you see the larger picture and work towards a larger picture rather than seeing just the pixel view. Then we've got possibilities in terms of planning. So getting us to do an FSI rethink is going to be problematic. We are a state that prides itself on having an FSI for the entire state, which is greater than the city of Mumbai. So, so how we are going to step back from that is anybody's guess. Of course, we will try to see what kind of management or what, given the tight hold that we are in, what it is that will be possible. I'm sure there are some things that we can work out, some things which would help us. Land value capture, investment planning, there are whole things that we could, and we don't have, unfortunately, we don't have public land to bargain with either. So it's not like we'll say, quid pro quo, or tit for tat, we could give you something. That also is not going to work in a place like Kerala. So we have to, I think we will have to put our most creative minds at work here to find out what it is. But, cross-financing, protective infrastructure, densification across transit corridors, these are all things which we can work on and build in. We also could look at, and that is an idea that had come again in this consultation, which was about building a development catalog of green infrastructure. So we have a Navakerala mission, which is looking for sustainable development. So it is touching on water, sanitation, productive engagement, health. So it is looking at combining social as well as productive sector engagements to come together and work for a sustainable development pattern in urban and rural spaces. As part of all that churning, we have come up with green rebates. So it would be interesting, maybe we can come up with some more. We have our own version of Miyawaki forests called Pachaturuthu. So there have been little green forests that we have, urban green forests that we have been able to create. Kerala, at any rate right now, does not have a problem of air pollution. So this is a place to come to if you want to breathe fresh air. So it continues to be so. So there are some advantages of not being able to become manufacturing hubs after all. So down the line, and on the SDG front, there's quite a lot of grounds that we have covered. So there is a lot to learn, but there is also evidently a lot that we can give. So in all these areas that have been identified, like was mentioned before, we've done some. We can do some more, and there are some areas that are going to be hot potatoes. So it's a combination of that, and we will see as to whether you can help us with the hot potatoes. But for the rest, I think we will be able to come up with interesting solutions. So yes, this will be a very interesting 2 days, I think. 1 day is almost up. And I also understand that the morning session was quite OHT for many people. You got that, huh? Overhead transmission. My father too, both happen to be electrical engineers. So that's something that I hear all the time. Thank you very much for a patient listening.
Thank you, ma'am. I request Advocate M. Anil Kumar, Mayor of Kochi and President of Mayors Council, Kerala, to address the gathering.
Good evening, everybody. See, actually, it is not a time to speak because the whole session is running out of time. But I am also fixed because I think Mr. Krishnadas is also not speaking. So at least somebody because I am the Kochi mayor and everybody has been telling about Kochi, mentioning about Kochi, and I'm also the president of the Mayor's Council, so it's my responsibility to speak out. See, I was eagerly hearing to whatever presentations were made in the morning session, well and good. So thank you all of you for having made your presentations, for having briefed up us about what is happening in your own states. All these have been informative, and my head is already fixed on Mr. Srinivas because everyone is eyeing for the funds. And you were telling about the most important circular that comes up from the expenditure secretary to Mohua, asking all these reforms to be done. See, there are many things to learn for Kerala also, as our additional chief secretary and the honorable minister and even the principal secretary was narrating about our strengths, but we also have many things to learn, it's true. And I was actually thinking about the same point that she was mentioning, because you already have an FSI, you already have a FAR that is much higher than Mumbai. The whole Kerala has something of a much higher FAR. We don't know what to do. But I would say that there can be innovations. You can think about a certain way forward. She was asking that you should help the state of Kerala to find a way out. She was actually telling that all the creative minds should come together to help Kerala out. See, my experience, I'll tell you, from 1970, Kochi has a master plan. The first master plan came out in 1970, so we were well forward when you compare it with the rest of India. And in 1998, I would proudly tell that I heard certain queries from Gujarat. I saw what is happening in Hyderabad, and then again even in places like Gurgaon. But see, in 1998, we had the GCDA, that is the Greater Cochin Development Authority. It had built 4 or 5 roads inside Kochi, which is the most valuable land prices inside Kerala. We, in fact, widened all the roads through a road committee. The road committee had because you were asking about I think Rajesh in the morning was asking if somebody would tell about our experiences in Kerala. I wanted to stand up, but I thought that I won't waste that time before the lunch, because lunch is more precious than an evening tea. So, see, in 1998, you had this exercise wherein 5 or 6 roads of Kochi were widened. You had the road committee, you had the mayor inside the road committee, you had the GCDA chairman inside the road committee, you had the collector inside the road committee, you had the PWD engineer inside the road committee. So, in for each person who had surrendered the land free of cost for a particular widening of a particular road, they were given exemptions on the FAR, on the coverage, everything was given. And even their pillars and everything, even the houses were reconstructed. See, I would tell you that, see, we are going to discuss, I think today or tomorrow, no, today the next session is about town planning schemes. You had the GCDA's town planning scheme worked out in a particular fashion when you were thinking about the third generation human rights of displacement rights. Everyone who were displaced from that road were given a particular place inside the same locality. And 50 new houses were built. And all these 50 houses were sponsored by a jewelry group inside Kochi. And they got new houses in the same locality, good houses, spacious houses. So they could go to the same temple, they could go to the same school, their children could go to the same school. I needn't explain much. So this was done way back in 1998. But after that, everything went away. Why? Because your FAR got, your Mumbai FAR started working. So there is no point in holding the road committee. So since the additional chief secretary is there, since all the town planners are there, we should have a relook about how we can plan. And I feel that even today's, the Honorable Minister was telling about the Marine Drive extension. See, Marine Drive is again a kind of a land pooling that was done way back when Mr. Krishna Kumar was the collector of Ernakulam. Marine Drive was developed. It was like a real estate deal. But we could actually carve out a Marine Drive. Now we are thinking about extension of a Marine Drive. It is again land pooling. It is again land pooling. Whatever you were mentioning about in all the 3 presentations that came before, that is what the ministry has today sanctioned. So when the Kochi city, now we are planning to have a master plan, she was telling that the city should own the master plan. Now I am trying to own the master plan. I don't know when it will become fruitful. I want it to be made the most, in a most fastest way, but taking into consideration everybody's opinion. So when you make a master plan, I feel that if you can plan it out in such a fashion that you, as you were telling, the Gurgaon experience and all that, to limit the FAR in all other areas and to give more FAR in certain other areas. When you plan the whole thing, you can in fact think about it. And even in 2008, I'll tell you, we were also planning to have a road developed by making this land pooling. So that to invest, to have a DTP scheme, a development authority has money with them, they can have a DTP scheme, they can pump their money inside the DTP scheme, and so that they can in fact freeze certain lands. You won't have 5 acres or 10 acres of land in Kochi, but at least you can have 1 acre or 50 cents of land, so that the development authority can freeze the land, take over the land under the scheme, allot some 50 cents for maybe for people who are displaced, and the other 50 cents they can hold back. And when the whole road is developed and the whole DTP scheme is implemented, the land value goes up, they can sell the land. This is what Marine Drive scheme was all about. So these things we can think about it. So anyway, it is a wonder that we had all these presentations. Thank you for all the presentations that you have made and the presentations that is to be continue. So from the part of the mayors and the municipal chairman, I am pledging our wholehearted support for whatever can be done, because the minister is also, I think you didn't understand what he was telling. One of the points he was telling was that the maximum central funds we should take to Kerala, because we generally doesn't get any funds, because we are always above the trajectory, as she was mentioning, on all the social development goals, so we don't get any money. So when your expenditure secretary says that take the money, but you should do these reforms, at least we should start running. And all the mayors will be there, all the municipal chairmen will be. Yeah, I was overhearing what you were telling to the director, because I am concerned with the funds. So, so thank you everybody, and wish the workshop all success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I invite Sri Pramod Kumar CP, Chief Town Planner, LSTD Planning, to deliver the special address.
Honorable Minister and respected ACS Sharda ma'am, worshipful mayors, and all other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, my dear friends and colleagues. We are already late. I'll not take much time. I'll just rush through some points. All speakers have been talking here about the urbanization trends and patterns of our state. Yes, it's a fact that probably Kerala is the most urbanized state in the country. And I mean, as per 2011 census, it's 48%, and it's going to hit maybe 90% after a couple of decades. I mean, if this trend is continuing. But unfortunately, what's happening here is it is not the urban population that is adding to the, I mean, it's not the population that is the urban centers getting added. But what's happening is the rural areas are getting more urban. And that add to the total urban figure, and you get all the high fancy percentage figures, which is not at all a sustainable development trend. And what's happening is all our green or wetlands are getting converted, and it makes a irreparable loss to the environment as a whole. So what we should have, what should have done is, instead of this kind of urban sprawl, we should have well-performing urban centers with quality infrastructure. When you have sufficient space to, sufficient land to build in the urban centers, instead of that, we are having development in the fringe areas, eating away all our assets, all our green spaces. So I think the urban reforms put forward by Government of India will definitely arrest this kind of urban sprawl, and which will help in building better cities. And with regard to the urban reforms, in fact, as Madam was already talking, we are already on the track. We have already modernized our building bylaws, and the concept of TOD also has been introduced in some of the master plans, which is being prepared under Amar scheme for Trivandrum, Kochi, and Calicut. And we have already attempted the land reconstitution scheme in years back. It happened years back in Thrissur. We have attempted two reconstitution schemes for Kannankulangara and Kovilathu, which it's a successful model. And I hope this workshop will discuss in detail the issues in the domain of urban planning and governance, and specific to the Kerala state, and will come out with good suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I invite Sri Vijay Kumar MK, Deputy Mission Director in charge, Amrit Mission, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening to one and all gathered here. We are at the end of the inaugural session, and it is my proud privilege to propose vote of thanks for this August gathering on behalf of Amrit Mission, Kerala. First and foremost, I profusely thank Honorable Minister for LSD and Excise Sri Govindan Master for gracing this occasion and inaugurating national workshop on urban reforms. Thank you, sir, for sharing your precious time with today's workshop and very interesting and thought-provoking address. We are blessed to have our Cochin Mayor, Advocate Anil Kumar sir, and respected Sri Krishnadas sir, Chairperson Kerala Municipal Chairperson's Chamber, for gracing this occasion and constant support. Thank you, sirs. Our special thanks to Sri Manoj Joshi sir, IAS, Ministry of Urban and Housing Affairs, for delivering this special message. Thank you, sir. We are deeply indebted to Sri Sharada Muralidharan, IAS, ACS. Ma'am, this would not have been possible without your enriching guidance and support. We are extremely grateful to you, ma'am. Our special thanks to Srimati Tara ma'am, IAS, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, for special address. Thank you, ma'am, for your enriching guidance. The central force behind all activities of Amrit is our Principal Secretary, Dr. Sharmila Mary Joseph, IAS. Thank you, ma'am, for your presence, enriching guidance and opening remarks. We thank Sri Pramod Kumar CP, Chief Town Planner, for his presence and special address. Thank you, R. Srinivasan sir, for your interaction and presence. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Anshul Mishra, IAS. Thank you, Kajanwala, Senior Planner, CMDA. Sri Prem P. Singh, sir. Sri Rajendra Prasad Naik, sir. Sri Hiran Daftar, sir, Deputy Chief Planner. Thank you, sir. Our special thanks to all head of departments, ULB secretaries, and other officials. Our special thanks are also due to all speakers and moderators of technical sessions and the distinguished dignitaries in the audience who spares their valuable time to be with us. My special thanks to our mission director, Sri Arun K. Vijayan, sir, IAS, the master brain behind this workshop, and also our team who have tirelessly worked together to make this event memorable. Thank you, Amrit team. We also thank members of press, electronic media, event management team, Apollo Diamora management. Once again, I thank to all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now it's time for refreshment. We are running out of schedule, so we request all of you to come back at the earliest. Thank you.
Now we are moving on to the second technical session on the topic Implementation of Town Planning Schemes and Local Area Plans. I invite Sri Prashant H, Chief Town Planner, LSTD Planning, to take the charge as the moderator of this session.
The speakers are Sri Parish Sharma, retired Chief Town Planner and Senior Fellow, WRI, India; Srimati Bindu Nair, Associate Director, HCP Design, Planning and Management Private Limited, Ahmedabad; and Sri Sant Pandya, Town Planner, Vadodara. I invite them onto the dais.
Excuse me. Could you please change this? ഇതല്ല. Good evening, dignitaries, delegates, officials, and the experts assembled here. Now, we are going to the second reform mooted by the Government of India, the urban reform for implementation of local plans, local area plans and town planning schemes. So first of all, I will just go through a glance of the urbanization in Kerala, followed by a brief of the planning exercise, the planning practice, urban planning practice in the state, and then the LAP and TPS with special focus on the pros, cons and way forward. As far as Kerala is concerned, because ultimately the aim of this workshop is to come out with suggestions for example, in this case, LAP and implementation of LAP and TPS in the state of Kerala, because that is why the Kerala government is more interested in. So, after all these deliberations in the evening, I think we will be able to come out with concrete suggestions for any modification in these planning mechanisms so that can be more suited to the state of Kerala. Now, this is because our principal secretary has very detailed, went in detail about the urbanization Kerala. I will just give a glance in some graphics, because you can see the comparison of India and Kerala. In India, only 32% or 31% of the population is urban, whereas in Kerala it is 48%, almost half, and it is second only to Tamil Nadu as far as the major states are concerned. And rather than this, we have the highest urbanization rate among the major states, especially when we take the 2001-2011 census periods. And the overall population growth at the same time of the state is perhaps the lowest in India. So urbanization growth rate is at the highest, but population growth rate of the state is at the lowest thing. That you can see on the side graph, because in Kerala, the overall population is 4% growth rate, whereas the urban population growth, you can see that it is 92%. So you can have a comparison with that of the nation, India. So it is not much of a difference. Of course, urbanization rate is more, but here see the difference, overall population growth rate versus urban population growth rate. Now, all the planners might be knowing that Census of India defines urban based on a threefold criteria, demographic criteria. They have statutory towns, that is municipal corporations and municipalities and cantonments. They are all statutory, okay, they are urban. Then comes the census towns, which satisfy the threefold criteria. That is, it is again a demographic criteria that says that the population should be more than 5,000, density should be more than 400 persons per square kilometer, and the male main working population in agriculture, in non-agricultural pursuits, more than 75%. That is the threefold criteria. And we have, so that means these census towns are basically statutory rural areas. And in Kerala, in the 2001-2011 decade, there was an increase in census towns, that is by 365% of increase. And as per the 2011 census, 20% of the geographical area of Kerala is urban. And 3/4 of the urban area is constituted by these census towns. But only 2/3 of the urban population lives in these census towns. Now, this is the spatial distribution of urbanization in Kerala. In the down south, you can see Trivandrum. In the middle, you can see Kochi. Somewhere in the north, you can see Kozhikode. They are the largest towns in Kerala. And all other those shown in green, they are the Grama Panchayats, which cover partly or wholly these census towns. So you can see the sprawl of urbanization. So this is the 2011 census. Now we are 10 years ahead. Now you can just imagine what would have been the situation. Perhaps we were expecting that we would have a Kerala urban agglomeration, a title, something like that, if a census would have been taken place. Especially you can see that in the coastal stretch, which is basically a flat land, and in the midland, that is, it's more of undulating, those areas have been fastly getting urbanized, whereas the upper side, but the area you see on the eastern side, that is basically Western Ghat areas. It's a hilly area, so that is why population is all concentration is not there like as you can see in the midland and coastal areas. And there are 93, and so 300. We have around 950 Grama Panchayats, and out of which 341 Grama Panchayats are having census towns within their area of jurisdiction. So, and now we have 93 urban local bodies in the state, out of which 6 are municipal corporations. And fast urbanization you can see along the coastal and midlands of the state. Now, this is the typical settlement pattern. You can distinguish between what is there in the rest of India and what is there in Kerala. So you can see here, there will be some cluster of buildings. That's a nucleated development. It is surrounded by large land holdings of green fields and vacant lands. But you just see the case of Kerala. All the buildings are scattered. It's a scattered settlement, and it is a highly fragmented land parcels. Whereas here the land holding size may be 1 hectare, 2 hectare, 5 hectare like that. Here it will be 0.1 hectare or even less. So that is the difference. And again, you can see it's all scattered settlement. And there is a, and compared to Kerala, in such rural pockets, the physical and social infrastructure level is relatively poor. Whereas in Kerala, though it is scattered, schools, hospitals, everything of good quality are available in these scattered rural areas also. And the regional connectivity of this particular rural settlement to the rest of the other areas in the region is maybe poor. But here in Kerala, that is very good, and even they have regular bus connectivity also, public transport mechanism. And the land here, of course, you know that there is no infrastructure here, there is no water here, there is no electricity here in this, just outside this area. So naturally people will not go and stay there. But here in Kerala, we have all the infrastructure available, electricity, power, everything is there available throughout the area. So naturally, the land value here for the area outside this green field is very cheap. But here in Kerala, the land value is high. And environmental sensitivity of these green fields are relatively less in the case of other parts. But whereas in Kerala, as you know, Kerala is an environment hotspot. So we have long stretches of coastland. Madam was telling that like water, green, and so many things are there which are of highly environmental sensitive, because even you can see paddy fields here. And these paddy fields, they are also highly environmentally sensitive areas as far as Kerala is concerned, because these are the sponges of this settlement. And we are a state which is having 2 monsoon showers, monsoon seasons, and we have rains in almost in all months. So naturally, we definitely require more sponge areas, and these areas are green fields. Whatever you see here are acting as sponges, and because of that, availability, even the government has legislated conservation of these areas. So even that area for urban development has some limitations. And now, compared to Kerala, in Kerala the people's participates for risk-informed master plans, and the master plan, the DTP schemes in Kerala are actually prepared by the LSGs. If it is a municipal area, the plan will be prepared by the municipality. If it is a corporation, the corporation will prepare. Or if it is a Grama Panchayat, the Grama Panchayat will prepare. And our LSGD planning, that means the Town and Country Planning Department, is now known as the severe problems because of this severe heavy rains and floods and landslides. This for just an example, we prepare mainly 2 types of plans for the urban areas. This is a master plan for a town. This is Kozhikode Corporation. Mayor is sitting here, and this is one typical example of a particular detailed town planning scheme of a particular area. We all master plans we have started preparing for the last 10 years on GIS platform. Now, the urban reforms, implementation of LAP and TPS. Now the state shall, so what the reform says, the state shall take up development in greenfield areas for planned urban expansion through TPS and promote urban improvement in brownfield areas. So if it is a greenfield area, do town planning schemes for urban expansion through land pooling. And if it is a brownfield area, that's already developed area, go for local area plans. And state to amend its town and country planning acts to facilitate TPS and LAP that we have already done. State to demonstrate LAP TPS readiness within 8 to 9 months. Start implementation of one of the schemes of TPS and LAP in 25% of the cities with the population above 1 lakh by October 2022. That is a very difficult task, but Mr. Srinivas was telling that there will be amends to that particular thing. So we hope that will be in place. Now, local area plan and town planning scheme, I think the next speaker, Bindu, will be explaining on that particular thing. So I don't go much deep into it because she will explain. Local area plan is a plan prepared for the already developed area, for improving its quality of space. But town planning scheme is a scheme which is prepared for a large extent of greenfield or vacant land for further urban expansion of the cities. Now, so in the context of Kerala, to promote mechanism of local area plan, the pros, cons, and the way forward are just listed out, so that at the end of the day, we will be able to come out with some suggestions which is more applicable to the state of Kerala. The pros are enabling provisions of the Act by way of DTP schemes. We have already have enabling provisions in our Act, and supporting mechanisms like TDR, which is very much required for LAP, that is already addressed in our Act. And the rules are also in place for detailing the procedures to be adopted for the preparation of DTP schemes. And with this DTP scheme rules, we will be able to take up LAP. There are adequate provisions in the DTP scheme rules itself. And of course, we need local area plans to be prepared for many areas in the state, because the inner city rejuvenation of major cities, that is a major concern for the state. And optimal utilization of land, that is redensification, that is required, especially the already built up areas, the core areas. Then the rich heritage that are in danger in most part of the developed areas, that has to be done. So, and there are TOD corridors proposed for Thiruvananthapuram and Calicut, and we also have one already in place, that is in Kochi. So these TOD corridors and stations, so the improving its connectivity, non-motorized transport, multimodal integration, walkability, and all these aspects have to be addressed. For that, we require LAP. And urban design elements to improve the quality of space. So for all these things, we require LAP. And we have already started preparing a local area plan for the central area of Trivandrum, including this area. And the way forward is that we have to prepare the rule supporting mechanism like TDR that has to be framed, because TDR has to be used in effectively planning local area plans. And the cons, as far as Kerala is concerned, is that the bottlenecks in practicing TDR, that is differential and incentive FSI, these are to be practiced. So there are bottlenecks due to high FSI prevailing throughout the state. That is what Madam was pointing out in her speech. Then bylaw standards for roads are relatively low. So there are hurdles for redensification and vertical growth, because our roads are very narrow other than the one or two streets like the arterial roads which you can see here. So that has to be widened. If you want to go for vertical land, you have to be widened. So that widening is also having serious limitation because the roads are too narrow. Then there is a high land cost and the land is highly fragmented. Now coming to the town planning schemes. The pros are, we have enabling provisions in our Act for preparing land pooling schemes, that is pooling and reconstitution. So for that purpose, we have provisions in the Act. Then there is a high degree of people's participation, because if TPS has to be successful, there should be very good participation of the people. So Kerala, through the history, you can see that people's participation is always high, on a higher degree. So that is there. And what is, so TPS need, if you go go and check, we can see that we have a deficiency in planned layouts and for densification and optimal utilization of land, and for planned development of green fields. Of course, though they are very limited, as I have already shown. Then the prospects of land pooling is now being explored for Thiruvananthapuram by CRDP for the outer growth corridor. So an experimentation is in the thinking process for developing an outer growth corridor which connects the international transshipment terminal at Vizhinjam, which is under construction, that will connect it to the northern parts of the city, northern side of the city. Now coming to the way forward, we have to frame the rules detailing the procedures for land pooling, and that is yet to be finalized. So that has to be brought into force. And rules for supporting mechanisms like TDR. Like here also we have to, because land value is high, already facilities are there. So if you go for, and the land size, the extent of land you can take into account for the pooling exercise is less. So in that case, how to make it remunerative from the economical point of view is of a little concern as far as Kerala is concerned. And amendments to other legislations are also required, because Registration Act has to be amended. Then we have to, because after reconstitution again people should not have to pay for registration fee. So the exemption of registration fee for reconstituted plot, so that has to be done. Then if the green fields are to be used, even the Paddy and Wetland Act has to be amended. So some of the other acts also need amendments. And great involvement of departments like registration and revenue especially, because it is reconstitution, ownership is changed. So they also have to be sensitized for this. And coming to the cons, as already said, it's a highly fragmented land, relatively small land holding size, the scattered settlement and limited aerial extent of continuous green fields. And the green fields often are environmentally sensitive and with a great concern for disaster mitigation, and high land value in rural land, an outcome of our urban character. Our urban character had so many advantages. But one disadvantage is that you cannot go for a large scale land pooling and reconstitution exercise. And there are bottlenecks for incentivization of pooling, that is TDR, differential incentive, and high FSI, because of this high FSI prevailing in the state. So, these are the major pros and cons. Now I invite Srimati Bindu to come forward and explain the LAP and TPS thing.
By the time this gets set up, good evening all. Well, a lot of difficult questions that you have posed here. However, I feel that probably Kerala is much ahead than a lot of other states that way, but it has not continued or probably sort of amended its acts and taken it forward with the changing times. What I'm going to do is quickly take you through these two methodologies or the tools that is being used here, and also give you some examples which may give you some clues as to how you could tackle the kind of problems that you're talking about of small land parcels or other things. So quickly to take you through this. One is, as everybody has been saying since morning, that India is urbanizing, more and more people are living in towns and cities, more so in Kerala. Now that is happening. India is also becoming more prosperous. You can see Kerala itself is like that. And when you have more wealth, you want more space. That means you consume more floor space. Now, as a consequence, more and more floor space is required and is being added to Indian cities. Now, this is leading to two things. One is expansion of cities in their peripheries, and the other one is redevelopment of already built areas in towns and cities. Now, this is being experienced everywhere. Peripheral expansion and in-city redevelopment both needs to be well managed. The key question is, what does well managed and expansion and redevelopment mean, and how can it be well managed here in India or any of our cities? Now, peripheral expansion, the land cover, most of the Indian cities will, as everybody's been saying, it will double, triple in the next 3 or 4 decades. A quick example of how Ahmedabad and Gandhinagar sort of merged over the period of time. Now, it's important that whenever cities expand, the first thing to its peripheries, one thing that one needs to do is make sure that you have put in a robust road network. Now, here in Kerala, how much of it is possible or not is again a question, but I don't think that it is not possible. There will be possibility of that. So setting aside land for robust network is necessary. We are already seeing that there are issues. So in the future planning that we are going to take up, I think this is something that one needs to keep in mind. Now, streets can be surfaced later, infrastructure can be laid, public transport system can also be built later, but getting land for street later becomes very difficult. You all know how it is. I don't need to say much more. I'll take it very fast because we don't have time. Now, this is the trick that other countries, European and American countries, have pulled off, and not necessarily it may work here, but this is a very sensible thing that was done. This is New York, Manhattan on the other end, you can see, undulating terrain, pretty much what we are dealing with here. Now, this is 1782, 1807, a crazy planner like us decided that probably we should put in road network and let the development happen as and when. Now, this was maintained, and today this is how it develops and redevelops. So this is how it starts looking. Now, similarly, there are other countries, Latin American, African countries, which have this problem, and we also seem to be going towards that, headed towards that. This is Kolkata. The moment periphery comes, your development is completely different from planned one. Chandigarh, planned city, but as soon as you reach the peripheral areas, this is what happens. Nagpur, Lucknow, there are many more. So creating a network of streets as city expands out into their peripheries poses a difficult challenge for all the cities, not just Kerala, because of its unique topography or whatever, but for any other city also. So basically, a typical landscape of a peripheral Indian city would look like this. Now, creating a street network in the periphery would require demarcating roads, demarcating plots for infrastructure, demarcating plots for amenities, reshaping all the agricultural lands, appropriating land for all of the above. It's not going to come from anywhere. It's going to come from the ownership, that private land, paying for all of the above and getting all owners to agree to it. So these are some of the key things that we need to keep in mind. Now, most Indian cities do not have a well-functioning system for managing peripheral urban growth. Gujarat has an interesting and relatively well-functioning method of managing peripheral growth. Now, it may not work in other cities, but I'm sure with tweaking to the local context, it can happen. Now, Gujarat uses TP scheme, or the land pooling or land reconstitution mechanism, to manage peripheral growth. This is a mechanism which is enshrined in the Act from the beginning, so that's why it works. It was first used in 1925. It has been improved continuously. There have been a lot of amendments, and that's why we've been able to take it forward. Similarly, Maharashtra has also now been doing it and successful in it. Gujarat does not use land acquisition to manage any peripheral expansion or put in large infrastructure. Here is an example. I will not say much. The images should do the work. This is peripheral area of Ahmedabad, roughly 5 km by 3 km outside the ring road. Now, if you will see, there's a systematic way of development that has happened. 2003, 2005, 2007, layouts have come in, roads are in place. 2010, 11, 13, 14, 15, and so on. Now, this emergence of the grid was not spontaneous. There was an effort that was put in place. It was planned. Now, let's look at it again, how this happened. So this is again the same area. DP of it was prepared in 2001. So we overlay the DP on top of it. So this is the broad framework of road network that is there and the zoning that has been put in there. On the other side of the road network, you would see that there's already town planning schemes that is happening, already in place. That's the detailed road network that you see. Now, to translate this in development plan, we start putting in TP scheme or define TP scheme at that stage itself. So there are about 15 to 20 TP schemes in here, and slowly, one by one, we start developing. The good thing about phasing it at that point of time is cities are dynamic. Anything can happen. We planners think that we predict and we can provide for the future. It doesn't happen that way. Any small thing triggers on the other side of the city and all your planning goes for a toss. So by doing this TP schemes, you can phase out. In case the development starts moving somewhere else, you know you have a set of TP schemes that can be taken up and development can happen. So that's how it functions. So quickly, first in 2003, around 5 TP schemes were done. Then in 2005, another, 2007, few more. And like this, TP schemes were prepared. And you will see that slowly that entire road network, which was there in the DP, was not acquired, but prepared from or appropriated through the town planning schemes, and also the internal roads. And all the patches that you see in colors are all the land that has been appropriated for, in general, good of the society. So for, you have EWS housing, the yellow ones that you see, the ochre is EWS, pink is for other public amenities, you have yellow and blue color, that is for sale for residential and commercial, which provides revenue to the authority itself, and green is the parks. Now this is just 1500 square kilometers of area. Total public, the land that was appropriated for public use was 22%, and saleable plot was only 5%. Now at that time, 27% of that whole appropriated land was worth 4,000 crores. The saleable plot today, it's still a little dated information, approximately is 3,500 crores. So that's what happens. Now why does TP scheme mechanism work? Because it's perceived to be fair, I will say perceived. Simply saying that, this is a room, if you want to put in a road in a peripheral area, we're not acquiring land. Imagine this entire thing as one room, and I want to sort of pass through this room. All of you are sitting here. We want to take a road through it. All one is saying is that please, move aside a little bit, but nobody is asked to move out of the room. So in a way, you are sort of respecting the, the property, the ownership of the private person. Now, TP scheme mechanism is an approach to planning that effectively deal with inequalities that planning creates. It also monetize all the cost and benefits and compensate losers and winners. So in a way, we are always happy to, whenever a new road would come, I would not be happy if my land goes, but I'll always be happy that somebody else's land is going and I'm getting the benefit. So in town planning scheme, this is exactly what one tries to do, that everybody loses equally, everybody gets or gains equally. Now, TP scheme mechanism provides a structured statutory framework for planners to negotiate with private landowners. Now, that is possible only because it is there in the Act, otherwise it would not be. TP scheme mechanism is no-frill approach to urban planning that concentrates on creating street network. It avoids traps of putting too many proposals and regulations. So you will not see these reservations in our DP, but these are reservation or plots that are required for public at large are created at the TP level. Now, TP scheme is a versatile and flexible tool and can be used innovatively. Here are quick examples just to take you through. It can create city level infrastructure. This is one ring road that was proposed as part of 2001 development plan, 76 kilometers, 60 meter wide, and needed 4.5 square kilometers of area. No land acquisition was done through the developable area. Almost 50 to 60 town planning schemes were identified all along it. Just taking an example again, I don't need to say much here. This is how it was in 2000. OPs were made, TP scheme was put in place, and from 2002 onwards, the alignment started coming in place. And you will start seeing all the blocks are getting developed slowly, and also the surrounding. Take a look at the surroundings of the TP scheme, because there are other TP scheme getting done. So this is 2007. Now you will see road which are shooting out of the scheme area. 2010, 14, 16, 19, 20, and this is how the road became a reality. It can also be used to consolidate land for public purposes. Now, there was a requirement for creating an institutional enclave between Gandhinagar and Ahmedabad. Now, the first thing that we all do in our departments are that wherever large chunks of government land is available, we take that up and we start thinking from there. Now, in this case, this area which you see, this is Sabarmati on the side, had 137 hectares of scattered unserviced government plots. Now, this is inadequate for building institutional enclave. No connectivity to the main road, no means of paying for infrastructure, plot would also decrease in sizes. So the next best thing was not to acquire it, but we put in 2 town planning scheme covering around 450 square kilometers of area. And the appropriated land was all brought together. So the red patch that you see is all the appropriated land, part of it. Rest went for some roads and other things. And then subsequently more TP scheme so that it could get connected to the highway. So a total of 150 hectares of land was created to set up this institutional enclave. If I show you the images of this, 2006, nothing on site, 2017, you'll see the road network that you saw as a drawing earlier, and the latest of 2022, the institutions have all come up on there and it's still developing. So that's another way that TP scheme can innovatively be used. It can also be used to create parcels for social infrastructure. Specifically in the morning, in one of the speeches, one was saying that inclusivity and for EWS housing, urban poor. So these are good examples to create land for them, even though you may be land rich, which I doubt. Government lands may not be as much available. You can create large chunks of contiguous land to create these. Now this is a town planning scheme in Ahmedabad, Prahlad Nagar. This is supposed to be one of the poshest area, and within that almost 7 to 10% of the entire land was kept for EWS housing. It's showing there, it's not showing here. Okay. So this orange patch that you see is the EWS housing. Can someone help me? I can't see it here on the screen. Yeah, so this is the layout. The EWS housing at that point of time. This was inaugurated and handed out to people. And this is how the EWS housing now are built in by AUDA and EMC. This is just an example of that. It can also be used to provide infrastructure in developed and unauthorized area. Now another example, probably for Kerala it might just work, is that this is an area which is quite developed and there are a lot of unauthorized development also. Now in such places, what you can do is, it's stuck again. You have to undertake a detailed total station survey so that we know exactly what structure, where, and where are the trees or water bodies or existing roads. And then undertake a town planning scheme. Here we have put in certain roads because you cannot, and even the number of colored plots are much less because you can't get 40% deduction or whatever you have decided as per the policy here. But at least what it does is it starts putting in the roads in place which can allow the infrastructure to further come in and the connectivity improves. Now this is another case of providing infrastructure in dense inner city area. Now this one this happened because there was an earthquake that happened in Bhuj, and there was an urgent need to get the city back in place. Lot of life and property was lost. So the next best thing that one could do was to use a certain mechanism which everybody was familiar with rather than coming up with a new resettlement and rehabilitation policy. So these are just photographs of, nothing was spared, the new development, the old walled city development, everything was in shambles. This is how it started looking when the rubble was removed. There was an old DP which was 40 years old and no development plan was prepared. So the first thing was to put in a development plan in place. That was still easier, but the challenge was how do we relay the old city here. Now, this is not moving at all. Should I wait for some time? Okay. So the first thing that we did was undertake damage assessment of of what was standing and what was, broken down so that we could lay the network. Major loss to life was because people could not move out because of the narrow streets and the help could not reach them inside. So it was both ways. So one of the major concerns was to have multiple exit and entry points and connected so that there are ways of reaching inside. Now that was easier said than done. As you said, small plot sizes. Here also we had a similar issue. Now even one single road is passing through so many small plots. It was only 1 square kilometer of area, but had around 25 to 30,000 properties within that. So you can imagine the size of the thing. Now here, because the Act allowed to do a differential deduction, appropriation, so plots which were under 30 square meter, no deduction was done. 30 to 100, 10%, 100 to 220%, so on and so forth. And then the government plots, because it was a special situation, government let go of 50% of their plot, mostly for road. Now just quickly taking you through one example of how that entire thing was done. So this is one ward. The entire 1 square kilometer of area was divided into 8 town planning schemes because the number of plots were very high. That meant you were dealing with so many landowners at one go, which would have been very difficult to manage. So this is how the existing was. So wherever you see the darker color, that's the structure standing, rest is all gone. This is OP. We put in our road network here, then the final OP. Now let me show you a zoomed in image. This is how it looked like earlier. New road network coming in and FPs, final plots. This was taken to the people, suggestions were taken, hoardings were put in all over the place to tell people what it is, and plots small like this were handed back to them for development. So these lines that you see are those. Now this is what we had thought. And this is what the outcome was after reconstituting all the 8 deep town planning schemes. Once this was done, reconstruction began. What looked like this, an organic pattern, without changing it much, another road network was put onto it, and this is how it started looking. People started building. Now again, I'll show you just set of images that will tell what happened. So this is after the earthquake. This is in 2005, 2016. You start seeing the road network that was proposed, and this is now the latest. It's more filled in and developed. So this is all your questions of smaller plot. How do we go about? Now again here, the question, this was possible because an earthquake happened. That's why. But possibilities are there of doing certain things. Now managing in-city redevelopment, I guess I'll have to look here only. Now built-up areas in the city centers of Indian cities are almost certain to redevelop. We see it every day, smaller plots getting amalgamated or smaller buildings being broken down and larger buildings coming in place. Built-up area in the center of the cities are almost the small and low building, my God, this is going haywire completely. Okay, now Mumbai's skyline is also changing. There is a development, redevelopment that's happening. This is again an example. Cities will keep changing and we have to come up with ideas and innovative ways of dealing with it. So now what is most important to ensure when cities are redeveloped? Nothing is more important than ensuring that as a city is redeveloped, its street network is improved. So key in both is that your street network has to be there, rest everything can follow. In London, they have added streets later on. What it was in Paris also they have done. And street networks in Indian cities are too few and often too narrow. Most of them have branching structures instead of grid. Both of these features make our network inadequate for meeting transportation needs also. In case if we have to think of other things, it's difficult. A quick comparison, in Ahmedabad, only 16% is under streets. In Bombay, 11%, New York 33%, and Portland 40%. So this just tells you how much of area is in public domain. Improving the street network means both widening the street and adding new streets to make the network more of a grid. So these are two crucial things when we talk about redevelopment of an area. More infrastructure and public transport, etc., can be added later, but it will be difficult or impossible to widen streets if we don't do it now and wait for the redevelopment to happen. So while this is happening, we have to be quick and get this done. So is there an Indian model of managing in-city redevelopment? Well, in Ahmedabad, an attempt has been made. This is the city center. A small stretch from Nehru Bridge to, it's along the Ashram Road. 1.25 square kilometers of area. Now again, when you look, it's not very high rise. You can see a lot of space in between, small buildings. This is the general land that is under streets is 22%, and average block perimeter is almost 750 meters. Now Ahmedabad city center, like many Indian city centers, is not congested, but it is poorly planned. So over time, demand to build more floor space in the area has also intensified. Now, Ahmedabad Urban Development Authority and AMC have developed a plan to meet this, and I guess in the next 2-3 presentations, these will be shown. Now, this is the central portion of it. The current FSI is 1.8. Public domain, it's almost 22%. Yeah, I can't see it from here, so please pardon me. And what one is assuming is an FSI of 5.4 or 8 and much more area under public domain. Now, it's not possible to wipe everything and rebuild everything. Wish it was like that, but no. So we have to make do with how we can move ahead with it. So a sensible urban planning strategy should be respect property rights. That's key if you want everyone on board. Widely be considered to be fair and desirable. Be financially viable for developers, be financially viable for development authority also. Be legally implementable and make our cities more livable and productive for ordinary people. Now the concept here is, Kerala is already working on it, so I don't need to spend too much time here. First is again improving the street network while development is happening, regulating and maximizing development, ensuring coherent build form, and raising resources and building infrastructure. Now I'll quickly take you through each one of them. When we say improving road network, street network, now let's take an example and go zoom into a block. This is how that block is right now. Now first thing is you have to identify and find ways where the new streets can be added. So this is the perimeter of a block, and I am proposing that these are the 2 places where new roads can be added. Now, how would we go about doing it? When the new redevelopment, a plot comes from redevelopment, he's building that much, and that gray patch that you see is now given to the authority for the road. Similarly, the other property would also come and the road can be created. This way, entire area is to be developed. Plus, you have to think carefully, consider the setbacks along the main roads as well as the internal roads. This setback can be appropriated when the plot is redeveloped. You're widening your street. Now, when I say widening, doesn't just mean you're taking the entire right of way, but you are also providing places to walk and all of that. So it's not just carriageway. Now, what looked like this became like that with 40% of land under the streets and average perimeter, block perimeter of 360. Now, regulating and maximizing development, quickly again, setbacks have to be given and full coverage is given to each of the plot owner because you are anyways taking some land. Decide on a permissible development envelope, that this is the envelope that you're going to build in. Different kinds and shapes of buildings can come in there. Ensuring coherent build form. Now this is on the main street. You could say an arcade needs to come in here. Every building has to create that much, something like what we have in Bombay. Raising resources and building infrastructure. We have 1.8 as matter of right and 5.4 available for a fee. So basically, any building who wants to build as much can also transfer that right to somebody else. So that sort of creates revenues for the authority also. So adding it all up, once this starts happening, the other areas also starts developing like this on the same model. The city center that looks like this probably can become like this. Redevelopment is already underway. To achieve this clear set of you have to have very clear set of drawings in place where you are actually telling that what plot and how it is to be built. So that's something that one needs to sit and draw up. So for that you need to do a detailed physical survey and identify where the center lines of the road would be, notify the ROW and future ROW, existing and future, and define plots, the setbacks, and then you're telling where what is happening. So basically where vehicles can come, where it cannot come, where arcade is needed. So those have to be drawn up so there are no confusions. So this is just an example of the way we built F-form in TP scheme. This is that for this. So visualizing the process, it's important to tell people how it's going to develop. We as planners find it difficult to understand, so a layman would never be able to understand what we are trying to say. So you need to create images like this to make them understand. So this is one section of Ashram Road where a metro line is going to come in future. It's now the structure is already there, and slowly see how the landscape underneath would start changing. So basically that's how we explain or convey to people that what needs to be done. Similarly, this is a live example of again Ashram Road, but from the Sabarmati side. This is how it has developed right now, and we are envisioning that with this thing in place, slowly the developments will start happening like this. So peripheral expansion and city redevelopment needs to be well managed. I hope I have explained that well. I guess I was within the time. Yeah, thank you.
So now I invite Sri Sant Pandya, Town Planner, Vadodara.
Good evening, everyone. I think Bindu has explained very nicely about the TP scheme and local area plan. Right now, I have one movie of local area plan which is prepared by Ahmedabad Urban Development Authority. So first we watched that movie which gives the idea about the local area plan.
Ahmedabad city visualized to be a livable, environmentally sustainable and efficient city that will have a robust social and physical infrastructure, a vibrant economy and a distinct identity, conceptualized and initiated under the visionary leadership of the then Chief Minister, Shri Narendra Modi. The development plan for Ahmedabad for an area of 1,866 square kilometers has given the city a discernible recognition on the national platform. The Ahmedabad Urban Development Authority or ORDA, the Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation or AMC have developed and implemented various programs to integrate city-level mobility and infrastructure development along the public transit corridor. A transit-oriented zone or TOZ is a planned zone to reduce the dependence on private vehicles, to encourage the use of public transport by encouraging pedestrian-friendly environment around the transit stations. Total area under TOZ is about 4,000 hectares with a maximum of 4.0 FSI with a buffer of 200 meters on either side for approximately 133 kilometers along the public transport corridors. A central business district or CBD is an area located in the heart of a town or city that ensures easy mobility with high density areas. The total CBD zone area is 1.4 square kilometer with a 5.4 FSI. Ahmedabad CBD will lie in close proximity to the core walled city along the Sabarmati River on Ashram Road, permitting construction of up to 100-meter high buildings on both sides of the rapidly developing Sabarmati River front. ORDA and AMC are also preparing a local area plan or LAP for the development of areas as per the amended clause number 76A of the GTP and UD Act in 2014. A LAP is principally a map that shows the location of existing and future development in relation to the public transport connections through urban renewal or planned development. It provides walkable and pedestrian-friendly streets with well-connected street network that is highly accessible for public transit. A high percentage of land is taken under the public domain to facilitate easy and efficient accessibility to and within the CBD and TOZ area. With this tool, ORDA and AMC are redefining Ahmedabad's infrastructure along the existing public transit corridor by enhancing neighborhood-level accessibility, walkability and connectivity. Through LAP, land can be brought into public domain with a minimum need for demolition and acquisition. It will facilitate urban planning approach, high-density mixed-use development, both horizontal and vertical, efficient use of land and front margin, higher transit connectivity and intermodal connectivity, high level of infrastructure services. A compact, well-connected smart city is exemplified by its last-mile connectivity with detailed area planning and para-transit facility. Sustainable infrastructure development, as challenging as it is for any urban development authority, Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation and Ahmedabad Urban Development Authority have taken up the task and are ready to keep pace with the rapid urbanization to transform the city.
Right now, Bindu explained very nicely about the TP scheme and local area plan. So right now I am just discussing about the legal provision of Town Planning Act about the TP schemes and how the government of Gujarat, like our departments preparing TP schemes in the different parts of the state, that I am discussing with you all. As we all know that the TP scheme is one kind of land pooling technique in which we gather the contiguous parcel of land, meaning we first delineate the area of the proposed TP scheme area and then finalize the boundary of the TP scheme. Then reconstitute the plot boundaries by applying the equitable percentage deduction, meaning each and every plot in which we only reconstitute the boundary. We are creating the new shape for the final for that original number. In the TP scheme, what we are doing is we are giving take care of the individual survey number, and while preparing the TP scheme, we give the another number. That block number is now that denoted as a original plot number, and after the reconstitution, we give it as a final plot number. So we are reconstitute each and every parcel of land. We design the infrastructure facilities. We done the detailed financial calculation for the each survey number. During this process, we are doing active public participation, And we try to prepare the scheme on a no profit, no loss basis. And the last but not least, we update the revenue records of that area. Now just now we have already seen that we prepare the TP scheme for the development of greenfield and brownfield areas. We for the redevelopment and revitalization of a downtown area also I'm using this TP scheme concept model. We pulling of land for the infrastructure development and plan and holistic development through cooperative area. Just a minute. Now the TP scheme in Gujarat state, it is a tool for implementing the development plan. First we prepare the master plan for the ULBs or authority area. After preparing the master plan, once the government sanctions that master plan, we prepare the TP scheme for the implementation of that master plan. So this is a one tool to implement the development plan or master plan. Now, as we all well aware that in India, we have a different land pooling techniques, like Gujarat is adopting TP scheme model, Haryana has a different model, Amravati model is a different, they have a different land pooling technique. Magarpatta in Pune has that different land pooling technique. Rajasthan has a different land pooling technique. So, like as India, in outside of India also, many countries are doing this land pooling mechanism. In Gujarat, since last more than 100 years, we are using this TP scheme model. It is a it is a source and tool for the planning, and it is backed by the special laws and following principles of cooperative participation. It's not working. Okay. Now, let us first know the history of the Town Planning Act. In Gujarat, we have the first Town Planning Act was enacted, the Bombay Town Planning Act in 1950. So the first TP scheme in Gujarat was prepared in 1925, that is Ahmedabad 1 Jamalpur. After looking to the development in the different urban local body, the Town Planning Act was amended, and the development plan concept was introduced in the Bombay Town Planning Act 1954. But then also the development, looking to the pace of development outside the urban local body, the government again amend the act. This is that the Gujarat Town Planning and Urban Development in 1976. It extends to the whole state of Gujarat, and with the act, every planning authority has a power to prepare a development plan and TP scheme in that area. At present in Gujarat, we have 8 municipal corporations. We have 157 nagarpalikas. We have 15 urban development authorities, 10 area development, constituted area development authorities, 101 designated area development authorities. Apart from the Gujarat Town Planning Act, we have a special investment region also, where there are 3 investment region. They have also separate, they have their own master plan, and we have a separate SIR Act. In Gujarat, 332 GIDCs are also working for the industrial development activity. In Gujarat, about 400 schemes are already finalized and in force, and about 450 schemes are already prepared and at various stages. As I rightly said that in GTPUD Act, first we prepare the development plan, and after preparing the development plan, we prepare the town planning scheme and local area plan for that area. There is a provision for the deduction in the Town Planning Act. So the maximum deduction we can do is 50%. So 50% land we are giving to the landowner. 15% land we reserved for road, 15% for the selling of the plots. So that plots reserved for the local urban local bodies, so they can sell that plot and get the revenue out of it. 10% land is allotted for the housing, EWS housing, 5% land is for the open space, garden and all, and 5% is for the social infrastructure facilities for the general public. Now, as per the Act, there are 3 TP schemes. First we are preparing the draft town planning scheme. Draft town planning scheme prepared by the Urban Development Authority or Area Development Authority or local urban local body. This is a combo of physical planning and fiscal planning, both. And in the Act, we have a special time limit for the preparation of this draft town planning scheme. There are 15 months, within 15 months we have to finish this draft town planning scheme, in which then secondly, after approving the draft town planning scheme, government appoint the town planning quasi-judicial officer, that is what we call as a town planning officer. Town planning officer again make the personal hearing of individual landowners, and after that he award the preliminary TP scheme. Once the preliminary TP scheme is sanctioned by the government, the all land wasting to the urban development, all land which are proposed in the town planning scheme are vested to the appropriate authority. The preliminary scheme only showing in preliminary TP scheme, town planning officer only focusing on the physical planning, whereas in final TP scheme, the town planning officer is focusing on the physical planning. So after getting approval from the preliminary scheme, town planning officer then start taking care of the final town planning scheme and finalize the this compensation, incremental value and all. This is what the process of draft town planning scheme. For the preparation of the town planning scheme, first any local authority requires 2 things. First, we required a digitized map, that is a total survey station map. And second, we this authority required the certified made from the district inspector of land record. District inspector in Gujarat, we have a district inspector of land record offices in every district. So they certified the map for that particular area, and based on that map we prepare the TP scheme. The second thing is we collect the revenue records from the collector office. So based on this collector office revenue records map from the DILR, we start preparing the TP scheme. So for the delineation of boundary, first we define the boundary of the TP scheme and then get the consultation of the chief town planner of the state. Once the chief town planner of the state gives the consultation of the TP scheme that yes, you start preparing TP scheme for that area, then the urban local body declare the intention of the TP scheme. Now the clock starts from the declaration of intention of the TP scheme. Means from that date, 15 months, you have authority has to finish the legal procedure of the TP scheme and submit it to the government for the approval. So once the declaration of intention has been done by the urban local body or planning authority, after that the authority prepares the proposal of the town planning scheme and conducting the owners meeting for that particular area. They invite the all landowners for showing the proposal of the TP scheme. After getting objections and suggestions from the landowner, they again revise the proposal of the TP scheme. After that, again they publish the modified proposal of the TP scheme and invite again the objections and suggestions for that particular area. After getting the objections and suggestions, they modified the proposal and then submitted to the government for the approval. Once the draft TP scheme is approved by the state government, all lands required for the infrastructure purpose, for the roads and all, they get the authority can construct the road, get the possession of the infrastructure land for that particular area. Meaning, once the draft TP scheme is sanctioned by the government, authority can start the work for the infrastructure facilities in that particular area. See, this is the master plan of Surat Urban Development Authority. This dotted line is showing the outer ring road of the area. So these are the 53, 54, 55, 56. This entire patch is proposed as a different TP schemes, and 90-meter ring road is proposed that is developed through the TP scheme mechanism without acquiring a single parcel of land. The same way, the adjoining area of the this magenta, this green color area is a Surat Municipal Corporation limit. So the area between Surat Municipal Corporation and Ring Road is also very prominent for the of the development. So there also SUDA has prepared, SUDA has proposed few town planning schemes. So as per the DP proposal, first we delineate the boundary of the different TP schemes, and then accordingly one by one we prepare the TP schemes for that particular area. This is what we are doing in, this is a photographs of owners meeting, where we keep the proposals of TP schemes for the landowners, and people generally come to the office and see the proposal and give their objections and suggestions. This is how we are making the TP scheme. This first we prepare the OP map. This map is certified by the District Inspector of Land Record. First we prepared this base map. After and showing all the existing structures, canal and all, then we design the road network and giving reconstitute the plots. These colored plots are the plots allotted to the appropriate authority. So by means of TP scheme, these colored plots are vested to the urban local bodies or planning authorities, and the remaining white patches are given back to the landowners. See, this is how we are making first OP map, then infrastructure map, and this is final TP scheme map. This is the same thing. This is what the area before the planning and after planning area. The same is this area is this is a Vadodara Municipal Corporation area. The before planning and after planning. Now let us understand how we are doing the financial mechanism in the TP scheme, because this is very important. First, this is an example. Say the original plot area is 1000 square meter. Now the OP value of that plot is, say, 100 square meter, 100 rupees per square meter. The total value of the OP is 1 lakh rupees. Now the final plot area is, after generally we are taking 40% deduction in the while making the TP scheme. So if we are doing 40% deduction, the final plot would be 600 square meter. So the semi-final value of that final plot would be 60,000 rupees, because 40,000 we have deducted. So the value, final plot value would be 60,000 square meter, 60,000 rupees. So the compensation paid to the compensation to be paid to the owner is 40,000 rupees. Now we derive the FP value of that plot. Say it is 500 square meter, because once we are providing the infrastructure facility to that land, the value of that land will be appreciated. So that value would be 500 square meter. That is what we have derived. So the total FP value of that plot would be 3 lakhs rupees. So the appreciated value would be 3 lakhs rupees. So the final increment to the owner is 2,40,000, because 60,000 40,000 we are giving compensation. So 60,000 is a semi-final value. So that value we are deducting for the total value. The 2,40,000 is the incremental value. The 50% incremental contribution is bear by the local authority. So the final 80,000 rupees would be paid by the landowner to the authority. So in this way, each and every parcel of the land, the calculation will be done by the area. This is what we are saying the F form, in which we are showing the case number, name of the owner, revenue survey number, OP number, OP area, the value of original plot, value of then final plot number, final plot area, then final plot value, what will be the contribution, increment, and the net demand of the plot. This is how this is the photograph of images of F form, where each and every landowner's details is mentioned. This is the cost G form, cost infrastructure cost details. This is the G form, in which we generally mention the compensation and the net cost of this scheme, which is paid by the authority. In preliminary scheme, generally after completion of the draft scheme, once the government sanctions this draft scheme, preliminary scheme work starts, in which the town planning officer is appointed by the state government. The town planning officer verify all the documents, collects additional records if required, and serve notices to all landowners. Then opportunity of being heard is given to the owners, one again by the town planning officer. Then make appropriate changes to the physical planning, and then physical planning, after changing all, that entire proposal is submitted to the state government. The same way in final TP scheme also, the town planning officer verifies the financial details of the work out by the authority, getting objections and suggestions from the different landowners, and then the Board of Appeal also, Board of Appeal to hear and decide the matters pertaining to the compensation. If anyone is aggrieved by the decision of town planning officer, we have a provision of Board of Appeal. He may apply to the Board of Appeal, and after the decision of the Board of Appeal, the town planning officer submit the TP scheme in the state government. By means of TP scheme, see this is the actual image of ring road, which is right now executed in the Surat. This ring road is constructed through the TP scheme model. This is the Khadi area development, creek area development. Previously the image was, the creek was like this. After pulling the land for the development, the creeks is designed like this way. This is the garden developed by the Surat Municipal Corporation in public utility, this open space area. This is the EWS housing constructed in the EWS plots allotted, getting in the TP scheme. This is the Surat Urban Development Authority building, which is also constructed in the public utility plot. And these all plots, the authority absolutely gets absolutely free of cost. No land is acquired. So these are the advantages of TP scheme, which we have already known to you. Thank you.
Welcome, sir. Now our speaker is Sri P.L. Sharma. He is the Chief Town Planner, retired, of Gujarat State, and he is also the Senior Fellow of WRI. We expect that, sir, you will be able to share your views on LAP and TPS and how best we can adopt in the context of Kerala.
Good evening. It's the last session perhaps, and by now everyone must have been tired. Let me brief you. I worked as Chief Town Planner and Joint Secretary, Additional Secretary from 2008 till 2020. And most of the proposals or the presentation what my colleagues have done, and majority 90% of them is done during that period, including I was involved in the rehabilitation, redevelopment of post-earthquake, what Bindu had referred. I am not going to go into any details what have been done. See how this happened and how we can take it forward in other states. Right? That is more important rather than just saying that this has happened in Gujarat. And after 2020, I have been working for Jammu and Kashmir, Uttarakhand, Tamil Nadu, then Odisha and Telangana. So there again TP schemes, I mean it's a coincidence that Government of India is also been asking the states as reforms to take up land pooling, and I have been coincidentally retired also at that point of time. So it is a opportunity for me also to share the experiences what I had during my career and see how things can work. See, before taking it further, it is an illusion that one model works in other state. It never works. It never works. Otherwise, everywhere Gujarat would be, or everywhere Delhi would be, or everywhere Chandigarh would be. Right? We have experiences of acquiring land, developing what everyone knows, Chandigarh and other few towns, even Gandhinagar. Gandhinagar was also acquired town, but no other town could be developed after that acquisition. Further, land pooling schemes, whatever we are discussing for Gujarat also, it has its own way of implementing in smaller towns. Right? We have discussed everything whatever is presented is almost 50 lakh plus towns, right? Most Ahmedabad, Surat, or maybe all metro cities. It's not necessary that these models can absolutely fit in smaller towns, right? I mean, since I was working for this entire state, I know that things which work in Ahmedabad doesn't work in parts of Saurashtra. Socioeconomically, then the legacy of planning which has been adopted before these acts came into force, the governance model before independence, everything plays a role, and thereby every planning model is applicable or not applicable. In that context, what is necessary to have a land pooling scheme? Maybe land pooling and local area plan, there are slight variations, and local area plan is yet to be evolved. It's just a preliminary stage. We cannot say that it is a foolproof system. I'll take through, I have only 2-3 slides to say, but I would be happy if there is a good amount of discussion because I'm not a great professor or lecturer, so I'll just avoid giving more lectures. See, 2 aspects. Now, you can see land pooling or development micro level interventions, I would call micro level interventions. It is either TP scheme or land pooling or whatsoever method it would be. We have 3 different models of development. One is bulk acquisition, which many industrial development corporations across the country has been doing. It's nothing new that urban development authorities only do. New towns have been developed, And these are also successful models where land acquisition is being done. Entire Delhi, Noida, for that matter, many townships have been developed in Telangana by industrial development corporations, and perhaps the high-tech city and all those parts in Hyderabad are a part of that result, and it has been successfully implemented. But how it can be replicated, that it has its own mechanism. You need to see that the authority becomes a real estate developer. Yeah, the role is not a regulator. You are quashing everyone's rights, acquiring land, become a developer, be a real estate developer. That's where DDA, for example, they started land pooling scheme, but sorry to say, it's not that successful as what we have in Gujarat. It's not that they were not doing good, but they have an experience of acquiring land, developing, becoming a real estate developer, and management of land. Whereas, honestly, Gujarat does not have an experience of dealing public land. I mean, whatsoever land we get in land pooling, public purpose land is okay, but land for sale, monetization is very poor, right? To see, both models we have, one, you acquire land, become a real estate developer, that is what is the Delhi model, whereas in case of Gujarat or other many cities, that's a different issue. And as well, morning, Mr. Singh referred about this thing, Tdr method of development. That's another method of development. You see, now they are partially covered under the first, but second, this institutional driven and public participation model, which normally we call is land pooling or local area, land pooling or TP scheme or land adjustment or whatsoever mechanism you call, that is the possibly accepted model where, I mean, why this is acceptable, I'll give a reasoning. See, wherever 80 to 90% land is private ownership lands, 90, perhaps 95% land, there this model of land pooling scheme works, right? Otherwise it doesn't work. That's where our country, our states have majority of the parcels of land are partially, I mean, they are privately owned. That's why this central model works possibly well. Now, there are different ways of implementing it also. There are different ways, like if you see Gujarat, Amravati and Navi Mumbai, I have referred only 3 of them, right? All 3 of them have different ways of applying the, like Gujarat is purely a statutory model, institutional model where both of my friends explained you, it's a robust mechanism which has been followed for more than 100 years and people have accepted it. Like if it is wrong or right, that's a different thing. People have accepted and that it's no way out. Generations together, they are keeping on accepting. Like in Amravati, it was dovetailed by other social schemes also. I mean compensatory schemes. That was a purely greenfield model, which where perhaps if applied, if my experience says if Gujarat model would have applied, it would have failed. Right? Now, Amravati post-planning, there are issues. Presently, everyone knows. That's I worked for some point of time for why that failed. We had given our report also to the principal secretary. It failed not because of the planning. It failed because of its own business model, where how the business model was developed and how the construction and development took taken place. And perhaps Navi Mumbai is another where the Naina project was taken into place. That is also a similar sort of Gujarat model. There, that has been successful, I believe. That's not an issue. Now, second portion, Haryana, Delhi, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, parts of Maharashtra, there are Tdr models which my friend Mr. Singh referred in the model in the morning, where partially land is acquired, compensation is being paid, no reconstitution is done, simply that it's left out to the developers who develop it. There is second model, and cluster development models in Mumbai also, that's a different model entirely. But these are possibly better placed models of development in most of the parts of the country. We can adopt partially one or two models, tweaking in and private-led development. Of course, in Gujarat 2009, we had a township policy which we brought into place. Perhaps that was the whole vision, was to get rid of this TP scheme also. It is not always that we prefer TP scheme. It has its own complications of making a scheme. We thought that why should we not allow the developers to have larger parcels of land accumulated? That is the township policy which we brought in, that is 40 hectares of land can be the developer can acquire, and in agriculture zone also without change of use, zoning, he can develop. That is Magarpatta is also another example. Those are Lavasa is another example. These are the examples which are privately led development. Now first and this last one possibly are less accepted. The middle one also, from the three, one can go for it. But how can we make that these things happen, right? This was the discussion we had in case of Jammu and Kashmir, Uttarakhand also, where TP scheme models are not been adopted. And as well we have discussed in case of Odisha also, while we were developing TP schemes, ring road development is taking place, where there is a model which is there, where there is a legislation also which is there. And as well in Telangana also there is a legislation, but some portions, some problems are there. I will come to that, the next slide. Now if we see, many of the states do have legislations. Many of the states do have, like Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, majority of the development happens through less legislation, more of policy. It's not necessary that you require legislations. It is going within this policy framework also. The Yamuna Expressway corridor or the defense corridor, they are developed through policy interventions also. They lack in, because like Gujarat, a robust model is adopted, whereas in case of Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand, a policy has been adopted. It's more of acceptability of people. That is where the things are happening. Bihar, Chhattisgarh, they also have some policy interventions, zonal plans are there. But see, why this slide is, majority of the states and union territories do have some legislation, but somewhere things are not working. Why don't they work? That is a point to ponder, right? Sitting over here, we know what is TP scheme, the best practices we have evolved, but if I ask my friends also why this has happened in Gujarat also, directly both of them also cannot answer. It's a whole ecosystem which should be developed, and that's where my whole focus is. What is required to make a land pooling scheme or a local area plan work? What are the prerequisites? Right? Now, this is my last slide. I'll concentrate only on this, nothing more to discuss. See, there are 9 components which are essential. These are vital. It can be either through a policy, it can be through a legislation, it can be through any means. It's up to the institution, the state, to decide how to bring in these. First is robust institution. And where do you apply the first one, the lowermost? Applicability, fostering and scalability. See, first, before that, we should decide that we are there, the authority is there to facilitate, not to become a developer. That is prerequisite if you want to go for a land pooling scheme. Otherwise, it's better to go adopt the model of Delhi, acquire land, develop land. Then, second is cooperation and decline compensation. That is another model. You see, as soon as you say, I am going to compensate you, right? There is a gap which comes between the authority and people, right? That's where In Bindu's presentation, there was whole lot of people, and then suddenly a road comes into picture and you create space and people are moving out. That's what I would not say, I would say in a different manner, that is cooperation, right? And Gujarat perhaps is one of the states which have pioneered cooperation. Cooperative Societies Act, and that's where large-scale cooperative movements also happened in Gujarat. Fortunately, that's a legacy which helped Gujarat to develop further. Maybe that can be developed with proper participation in some mechanisms also. So first, the whole objective of land pooling, how it can work is start cooperation, decline compensation, then you can work. Otherwise, it doesn't work. I missed out one is you need entrepreneurship ability also. Without entrepreneurship ability, you see, it cannot work. Whole point is, my friend said earlier, incremental contribution. If there is no increment, then why should a person cooperate with you, right? Now, if there is, then you should not go for schemes like the one which was Bindu referred about Bhuj. You cannot expect any increment. They were resettlements, rehabilitation. I was there in another town which was Bachau, which was 100% collapse. When I went there, it was all 3 meters debris lying. We had to redesign, develop cooperation, and community meetings were held. There was much more than this entire scheme mechanism. Physical and training part, this physical part of preparing the maps, and those were only 2%. Remaining was social engineering. How you meet people, how do you participate people, how do you make them as a part of planning process. See, as soon as you start looking in the entire process, authority designs, I give it to people, they will see, they will raise objections. You are always across the table, which we did not do in case of Kutch. We said, my people will be sitting with you, you design, right? My person will be asked to design according to, they do not know drafting, but at least they can give their suggestions with some basic parameters. See, that is one way of engagement. We forget public participation, response in objections and suggestions, and people's engagement. We need to be very clear. How do we engage people? That's what we did in case of Kutch. Now, that is what is about cooperation. Now, if in states like Kerala, where there are small settlements, so we need to forget about how things are to be done at an aggregate level, like normally schools of planning or wherever training we get it. One starts with 100 hectares, is a smallest unit with maybe 150 owners, and that's where that's an experience of Gujarat, right? We have 1 hectare is an average land holding size, but it didn't work for me itself in case of Bhubaneswar. It's 1,000 square meters. 1,000 square meters, if you start looking into 100 hectares, it won't work. It doesn't work. Whereas in case of Telangana, we started developing of course, there are some political issues about acceptance of TP scheme in Telangana. But then we started preparing 1,200 hectares. You have to tweak your scale. In case, if you have to have in Telangana, in Kerala, I would say you start with 10 hectares only. Why should you go with very large hectares? If there is a problem, then you can, that's where to apply, what is the scale you should develop. That goes with land holding size, the socio-economic conditions, the wealth generation of people. That's where applicability and fostering is very much needed. See, point is, we have suggested, we have given 3 proposals of legislation in Jammu and Kashmir, Uttarakhand, and Mizoram, and other states also, where we have said there should be a state level separate agency to train, foster, promote this mechanism of land pooling, See, town planning officers sitting in one corner across the state will not work for them. It is fostering is required at the state level. You need a state level agency, someone who should take at the highest level. See, why we could do it in case of Kutch, after the people were 100% loss of property, loss of life was there. It was because the chief minister was directly involved. I know my secretary used to tell me, no one should come to me, you have to do that job on your ground. If that principal secretary at that time clearly told me, if you want the secretary, your chairman of the authority to be changed, give me a call, I'll change that chairman. That level of confidence was developed. Of course, that was post-earthquake situation, but in normal situations also, because see, planning can be done by any person. I mean, all qualified planners are there, but mentoring, fostering, taking it to people, it's not our job. It's the political bosses or the highest level, secretary level officers. You need more of team, then only it works. That's where, if you want to do scalability, institutions are required. Applicability, how much size is required, there you can make a policy formulation, how to do it, where to do it. That one has to identify state level policies has to create it, where it has to be done. Second is, I again would not include inclusivity, public participation. That's again I told. You need to see, you prepare a scheme, what my friends said, we prepare the scheme and then go to people. Why don't you involve them and let them make it a scheme? What is so great in TP scheme, yet it is unable to understand. In Gujarat it works because people have accepted and there are developers who would come into place, not the owners. Wherein in case of Kerala, I don't find the developer will go into every parcel of land. It's not possible. There, public participation, engagement is very much essential, and as robust mechanism, a protocol, operations, SOPs should be devised, then it can work. You see, and we have done it for other states also. I mean, since I have been involved since 2 years, we need to develop those techniques, how to get involved, the process in which engagement should be done. It should be transparent. People should feel it's their job, right? Realization. In Kutch, we used, there is the Kutch area where this earthquake happened. It was a drought prone area, and again cyclones used to come. So there is always a tendency that after such calamity disaster, government will circulate a form and start calculating what is the damage which is done, and then they will compensate that. See, that form itself worked a lot for us. We also circulated a form, and that participation started. Normally we ignore that participation process. Since as planners we think lines are more important than public participation, softer part is much more essential. Now, third point is arbitration and appeal. Whatsoever the plan is made, always there will be problems about somewhere some final plot is not given properly, some calculations about value. You see, it was very simple to say that 600 multiplied by some figures that has arrived. But how that 600 came into place, how that 100 rupees came into place, that is very much important. There, arbitration, appeal, grievance redressal. See, if you want to make this scheme, prepare the scheme and implement for the entire life cycle, maps are going to be stagnant. People are not going to be stagnant. Ownerships will keep on changing. During the process, from the start of the intention till the scheme is finalized by the government, there will be hundreds of mutation entries in revenue records would happen, and that is going to create more and more trouble. And there your grievance redressal mechanism is there, and that too through a legislation, then only it will make it happen, which Gujarat, we We realized later point of time and we introduced new clauses during 2014. I don't remember the amendment date, but during my tenure, we had introduced certain clauses. Yes, the new legislations which we have prepared for other states, we have done much more grievance redressal mechanism in a better way. Gujarat was that amendment is a back burner. Now we have much more better mechanism in place. Now, most important is land allocation policy, entitlement. It's easy to say 40% land I will deduct. Somewhere Bindu mentioned about 0% and 10% and 20% gradable. Like how much land you can take for public purpose? Who said it is 40% is appropriate? In for 950 schemes what my friends referred, they started from 15%. In 1925 when the schemes were prepared, they were only 20-25% or around that figure. Now we have reached to 50% also. And honestly, you see, if your city keeps on expanding, then these figures have no meaning, right? If your city starts from 1 FSI to 5 FSI, if you have designed for 1 FSI, it will not work for 5 FSI. Or if you have taken away all land at the time when you are giving 1 FSI, then your 50-60% land is no meaning, right? We have mathematics also, arithmetic, if required we can share that mathematics also. Where do you, with changes of FSI, what is the level of land allocation for public purposes required? That we have developed an arithmetic also. It's a fairly justified purpose. Now, one would say that from 1 FSI you have 25%, then 6 FSI you should go almost 70%. Doesn't happen that, right? So that those mechanisms have to be devised, policies have to be framed, because if you have a transparent process, someone is going to go to court of law. Gujarat, it doesn't happen because everyone is a businessman. Every Gujarati knows to make money, right? Whatever is left, he will develop. He will forget whatever is gone, right? In case of Gujarat, Baroda, it doesn't work. They are interested in why 40% is deducted. 60% mein business nahi karna hai. I am not interested in 60% business. I am interested in why you have deducted 40, why not 30, right? Whereas in case of Surat, you take away 60% land, they are happy, right? Whereas in Ahmedabad, everyone is happy by 40%, right? Now this 40, 60, 50, whatever percent, that has to be, that is a socio-economic problem, right? We say, we planners will keep on saying that yes, we need to have parks and playgrounds, but where do we have great parks? Or if the 12% of the 16% of the road area, what Bindu said in case of Ahmedabad, 12% I believe, 16%, right? And we have New York 40%. Then, I mean, it's our socio-economic problem how we decide that land value. See? And case to case, city to city, habitation to habitation, policy for land entitlement would change. It cannot be a system. Yes, if you have a fairly equal amount of landholding sizes, if the entrepreneurship ability is same and everything all similar, then you can adopt. But you need to understand properly what is land entitlement, right? Second is, another important, why do you need everywhere? Now more today, if we all keep on saying we need spawn cities, and then you need to say that, I mean, of course, we need some parcels of land for education, social activities, but majority of education is done by private sector. I mean, government schools are very rare. I mean, major people also accept that. So certain of these facilities, whatever we are developing, has to be kept in mind. Which area, what is required? You cannot have a circus. That's where perhaps 10, 15 hectares, 20 hectares to calibrated of 100 hectares, 200 hectares, you need to have an entire profile of at what level, what services is to be given, and then land allotment is to be done. Because see, too much of taking away land, I would I mean, of course, I am from Gujarat, and during my tenure, majority of things have done, but it is nothing wrong to accept. 50% land we have taken away in many schemes. Those areas are not that good, where 25% land was taken away. Taking more land does not mean things improve. Taking more land creates more problems also. I will talk the other way around. You can take away too much of land. It's the authority's responsibility to develop. From where will you get money? You can take away the 70% land. Like, for example, in many states, 70%, 60% land has been taken, but that's a compensatory model. So that is not, but in case of cooperation model, what we are talking about land pooling schemes, more the land you have in public domain, more expenditure to the authority, less participation of people. So that mindset of taking away too much of land, and then again more land is held by people, they are going to bring in investments more rather than the public authority. That means public entitlement is more necessary. Now this can be taken up as a legislation, policy, whatsoever in terms of orders. Now most important is legislative immunity. See, why in Gujarat we could make 900 plus schemes, and during my tenure at any point of time there were 300 court cases which were there. It's very easy to say that we are going to make so and so much schemes or something, but you should be well equipped. How will you manage court cases? In my department, I had a senior town planner who was specially recruited for this dealing with court matters, and 3 junior town planners, 1 deputy town planner. They were all sitting in the courts, and regularly at interval of 6 months, I used to take classes for the government pleaders, teach them this should be done. This is what is law, right? Otherwise, I don't realize or rely on my staff. They may not be knowing also. I mean, many times they forget many things. So your legislation, your understanding of legislation, what is planning, this advocates, government leaders may not be doing. So you need to develop a mechanism. Second point is all the legislations, except in Gujarat and Maharashtra or some of the states, they are lacking certain clauses which does not give immunity in terms of local area planning or land pooling, which needs to be addressed properly. Perhaps Kerala Act also does not have that. And I am certain if we do not correct that, fix that, any land pooling will make you put in trouble, unless until you do not have appropriate legislation. You see, I'll give you one reason. You see, this here also in land pooling scheme in Gujarat also, we deduct land, we compensate it, right? We pay money. Now, this ought to be challenged because you already have a Land Acquisition Act. There also compensation is being made. In this also there is a compensation being made. The value of compensation which would have been paid in under Land Acquisition Act, for hypothetical example, if it is paid 10 lakhs, here my dear friend Pandya would pay only 1 lakh. Now 10 lakhs and 1 lakh, there is a difference. Now the legislation provision what we have in Gujarat and preceding act legislation also, there is a 1969 judgment of Constitutional Bench of Supreme Court, 7-bench judgment. We all the time go to the court and say you cannot overrule this judgment. 69 judgment, it's so many years we have been using this judgment, and that clause has helped us. No case at any point of time we have lost in TP schemes. I mean, this is my 12 years of being at the highest post. We did not lose only because of legislative immunity and capacity to deal with courts. That is what is much more essential. If you do not do this, I 100% sure we can be in trouble. Now, Gujarat, we have 1 to 5. 6 to others are also missing, which we have tried to fix in new legislations. See, it's good to make TP schemes, development plan, development exercises, but if you do not develop, it makes no sense. It will take 3 years, 2 to 3 years. It's a matter of time. People in Gujarat, since we did not implement the scheme after making it, ultimately we had to withdraw it. Right? There are nearly 4 to 5 cases. You see, everything is not working. Institutions have to be made accountable for why they are not making the scheme. You see, authority is a custodian. Whatever land 40% has been taken away, authority is a custodian, it's not their land. It's the owners of that scheme area, that land belongs to them, and authority as a custodian is required to, is duty bound to develop that in a time bound manner. Right? Gujarat, whatever we have seen, is okay because it's a developer state, people are doing it. They do not rely on, see, whatever the roads which are constructed, you have seen on those photographs, many of the roads are constructed by developers themselves. You open up, land is available, you develop it. Right? Now, it may not be possible in case of Kerala. Then you need to have an accountability system where the institutions do develop that road. Maybe 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 5 kilometers. Otherwise, you will be pulled again in courts. You have taken land, you have committed to people, and you do not do. Right? In our legislation, Gujarat legislation, that provision is not there. We are making this provision, and we are making another. We have made another provision also. If the authority does not develop, then the association of the owners, they themselves should develop. See, whole objective is people should get facility, right? If authority develops or if the owners of that area develop, it doesn't make any difference. Some provisions we have made in the new legislation for accountability. Then, most important is record management, right to get records. You see, Bhubaneswar, I'll be very frank to you, implementation of TP scheme is not interested. People are not interested in that. They are interested in Mera Jameen ka patta milta hai ya nahi. Right? Record of right should be available to them. They are happy with that. They do not want development. They need, and that was a Chief Minister's program we made it, whereby the TP scheme final plot, ownership rights, patta, what they refer over there, that was a program by the CM was taken up and that was allotted to them. And people were very happy. You see, TP scheme should work, whatever manner it is. If they are interested in that small piece of paper, it works. Right? It's not that you lay down roads. Roads can be laid down earlier. You need to understand the sentiments of people and how it works. But nevertheless, once you erase those original boundaries, you recreate boundaries. Those recreation of boundaries has its own problems of, I would again say that these problems are there in all legislations. They do not recognize whether you have to pay stamp duty, again re-register under the records, under revenue records or not. Those all things are missing in many of the states, many of these legislations, which perhaps record management is at most important. You cannot make people in a messy state of affair. Right? This provision is Gujarat does not have, but as a practice, if you go with that form 12, what Mr. Pandya had presented, if you go to the collector, he is happy to issue a permission with that letter. But if you go to a collector in West Bengal or maybe in Odisha or maybe in any other part of the state, even in Telangana, he is not going to do that. You see, you need a record management system properly, otherwise it won't work. So that is also another part of, you do it by managing, we have suggested that it should be a part of the land pooling legislation itself. You cannot go through revenue, no revenue department will accept. They are very rigid in nature, whatsoever the state may be, right? I don't know about Kerala, but revenue department everywhere, my experience is they will not allow you to sit besides you also. My record, the information is very close to their heart, and they will not share also. Thereby, what we did is, by this legislation itself, it has been amended. So no problem. We do not talk to them. You see. Then finance part. Finance in general, land value capture, that 600, 400 figures, that has to be done appropriately. Then you see, whatsoever we may say, it's a self-financing scheme. No, it doesn't happen, because this is a static scheme. One capital investment, you will able to get it from the TP scheme through incremental contribution. But 5 years down the line, you have to recarpet it, you have to redo it, many things would happen. If you have to think for a life cycle, because 100% till the time scheme is not developed, this authority has a responsibility to do something or the other. So your finance generation of money after that, thereby the legislation, the Gujarat legislation we introduced later on, mechanism of consolidated fund, separate funding mechanisms have to be developed, that chargeable FSI, then tradable FSI, they should all go to the one pool of fund. And most important is financial aspects are important, because TP scheme, I consider it's a development module. And in Telangana, we are trying to create technologies also, which are neighborhood level technologies of wastewater treatment, recycling, so that one area, if we have 100 actors, what technology can be adopted so that your bulk services can be linked to that. And that's where your finance becomes more important. And essentially, when now new schemes, new legislations, what we are proposing is, why should government do implement it? Let the owners of that area implement it. There the finance aspect is much more important, how you deal with it, how do you will maintain the accounts. Authority is an institution who is going to facilitate, who is a custodian, it is answerable to everyone. That's where finance is most important. And the last point is capacity building. Capacity is much more essential. See, during my tenure, I had appointed more than 400 planners in 5 years. Right? We were short of planners that we had appointed. It took me 6 years to appoint them. Right? It took me long period. It was fortunate I was there for 12 years. I could get a continuity of period whereby I can do it. But you need people to do it. I'm 100% sure in any department or in a private sector, 50% people are inefficient, more than 50%, right? So if you appoint 400, you have to be certain that only 100 will work, right? 10 actors, you cannot do with a few planners, right? In-house capacities, consultants capacities, I am really sorry to say also that consultants also do not have that capacities, full grown capacity. See, it's the authority who is responsible. It's the person sitting in the chair is responsible. He gets it done from consultant, whatever. You have to, we did it, improving the capacities of consultants. We did in-house capacity improvements consistently, not over a period of 400 planners. I had grouped them, had mentors who were there to guide them, because there are no training institutions where you can guide how to do public participation, how to talk to a people, what is arbitration. No schools of planning would teach you, right? How to deal with revenue records. I don't know any of the people in schools do teach that. And major component is public participation, your engagement, your revenue records, your revenue administration, those things are much more. Rather than planning is very, it's only 10%. That capacities have to be developed. It has to be developed through mentors in-house. Now, last slide is process. This is a huge process from starting to implementation stage. Why this I don't want to discuss anything. See, every process, you need to have standard operating procedures. If one person sitting as a chief town planner, he cannot manage. See, we have developed in Gujarat also, we had some protocols, and there it was fortunate for us, people know, they decide the limitations of the office and officer decides the limitation of people. There is well balanced. We don't need protocols. Once one of the chief secretary in Rajasthan asked me, you keep on saying you have TP schemes, where are your protocols? I told very simple, we don't need it, because people will take care of that fellow sitting in the chair, and that fellow will take care of the people. It's well balanced. We don't need to do that. Right? And if I start doing that operation procedures, I'll be in trouble. This process and SOPs are for those states who are starting new, right? Because over a period of time, 10 years down the line, this will not be required, but starting you require, right? Now this is last slide, nothing more than that. See, this says you require private sector capacity building. For example, in determining area and boundary, and you require authority. You see, yellow spot says authority, some urban design infrastructure. This is where, at which stage, what capacities to be developed. That is also essential. I'll not go into details because it's a long drawn process. I mean, this is for information. This is to understand how to implement a scheme, how to develop that scheme. I will not use the word implementation. To make a scheme, develop an area through land pooling scheme, right? That's the whole objective. And honestly, I always resist myself to say, and I'm not happy with people also saying that this is an alternate to land acquisition. This was never conceived that way. It's a development tool. We should consider it to be a development tool. It's okay, a byproduct is that you do not have to go for land acquisition, but it was conceived for a development tool. And more essentially in case of Kerala, where you have already areas which are developed, the genesis of land pooling is area improvement schemes. Infrastructure, purely area improvement schemes, meaning retrofitting of that area. So you have to conceive this as a tool for retrofitting, not for development. If you do not require much more facility, you have already facilities, why should you do? Some retrofitting is good enough, and that you can take care. All the protocols, procedures, you have to devise in that mechanism. Then you can make a scheme successful. I mean, you can develop an area through this land pooling. Yes, another point is, the new concept is it is not required for our development plan is there. Of course, one of the objectives, like my friend says, okay, we prepare a master plan and we implement that master plan through this land pooling scheme. Yes, that is in Gujarat, right? But it's not so. Why should you require a land pooling? What you require in a small hamlet is some access to roads, some land for public purpose, that's enough, right? Why do you need to prepare a master plan, and what master plans have yielded for smaller towns? You don't require, we have made in new legislations, anywhere it can be applied. It's a pure reconstitution process which will provide you certain land for public domain, money for public implementation. That's all. But yes, better equipped protocols, better capacities. Unless until you do not have better legislation, everything has to be thought completely and then to implement, right? That's all. Thanks. I mean, being a last presenter, I hope I have not given much more. Right? Any questions? If, like both of my friends have escaped, I believe. Yeah. Huh? Oh yeah, I could not see, I'm sorry. Yeah. I thought you are getting bored, that's why you are sitting. Okay. Any questions, any queries? Yeah.
It's not a question.
Yeah.
I was wondering this morning,
yeah,
because all these things are possible, especially in Kerala, only if we have that legislative immunity. And even I thought of, teaching the government pleaders and the judges by the government. Government should actually teach them when a new law or a new, like implementation comes into the state. For example, STPs.
Yeah.
The judges are to be educated. The pleaders are to be educated. We find it very difficult to convince them because 10 minutes talk to them will not help them. In fact, the government should arrange, as you said. So final session actually cleared my anxieties about it.
See,
and this should be a proposal, I think, from the Killa can make to the government, recommend to the government. And Mr. Sharma, your approach to the land pooling and by quoting all the different elements of it, and I really admired it. You've done it very well. Because, in some of the class, especially Bindu, I'm so sorry, I dozed off in between. That's because of the heavy lunch, I'm so sorry. So, but otherwise it was all a good class. And your conclusion, in fact, the last session, it really, I think we're all cleared of our doubts in our minds. So thank you very much.
I'll give you one incident. Why I took the classes of this thing, public prosecutors. See, it was in my interest. My officer would go there and say something, and I lose the case, right? And my secretary is going to take care of me, right? And possibly this started with when I worked with our PM, Narendra Modi Sahab, for 7 years with him. And he was very particular that you do this with passion. And I did that with passion. I'll again give you one more example. While in Kutch, while post-earthquake, Bindu was narrating the story of Bhuj. Bachau is a small town, 40,000 population, where I was posted. You see, I'm talking with my heart. Nothing is against someone or something. See, to make that things happen, there were 3 feet streets. Why people died? 100% collapse was there in Bachau. 3 feet streets were the reason for casualties, and we had to make safe habitation, so we had to do 20 feet minimum, 6 meters, right? That is considered to be an appropriate size, right? Now, to do so, you need to create land, no? But you cannot, we shifted our government lands outside, so that no offices will be there in that area, and the plot sizes were from 6 square meters to 6,000 square meters, that varying size. Now to deal with we cannot harm the interest of a person who is 6 square meters, and you cannot take into account of the person who is 6,000 square meters, because they were all people who were, the land values at that point of time of that town was 1.5 times what we had in Ahmedabad. You can imagine that valuable land was there, right? Now, to make things happen, why I am taking you is about the social engineering. Brahmins were majority in that area, and they used to charge 10% lending rates. 10% meaning the upfront, if you give a person 100 rupees, they will give only 10 rupees, 90 rupees. And in 10 months, your capital is gone. That was the situation. Now that was, for me, it was a benefit, because I am a Brahmin. I took care. I'll say that I'll support one of you, which I never did, right? And took that as an advantage, and the entire resettlement plan got through using that Brahmin card. My objective was to make that thing happen, and we did it in 24 months, from planning till 100% implementation. See, which tool works where, we don't know. Our society is so fragmented, socially, economically. Now, no tool can work 100%, right? In that case also, we allowed 2 court cases to happen. harming some person. I did harm him. He did went to court, right? And after 10 years, I withdraw and allowed him to take his own rights, right? But that fellow was creating trouble to me, making the project happen, you see. That I could do it because I had a support from the government and I had a support from the highest level, right? But you see, they did not teach me to use this Brahmin card or some other social engineering, right? But nevertheless, bottom line is, the person sitting in the chair or some support, that's where I was telling the robust institutional mechanism is necessary. Otherwise, person sitting in the down at Nagarpalika level, here you have Gram Panchayats and Nagarpalikas, very strong. But you see, strong, they have to be given handholdings of this nature, right? How to deal with, I mean, another aspect we don't learn, how advocacy and mob management has to be done. Right? See, mob management, I have faced 400 people coming to my office, they wanted to get rid of the entire system. Now, how to do that is one of those techniques which we need to learn, because see, anywhere this can happen. Sentiments, you touch someone's land, there are sentiments related. No one would able to lose that land. They will not be interested in that. You see, these teachings are required from senior level officers who can guide them. Right? And I mean, these are incidences which do happen, but nevertheless, no tool, no fixed tools will work. Right? But yes, these 8 to 9 points what I was referring, those are very much important to make a system stable, scalable. You can make one scheme, it's okay, but you cannot scale it up, right? Thanks a lot. For anyone else? Yeah.
Any other queries?
You will have to, because I have some hearing problem.
This is something most relevant for Kerala, because the number of court cases which is going to come is very high. But there are two additional things which this particular dimension she has already discussed, you already discussed. So I want to add that the public participation and the grievance redressal. Grievance redressal, how many layers you have? Only one layer, or you have several layers?
See, grievance redressal, or we have another mechanism of, I'm unable to recall, there are two different advanced ruling mechanism, right? Grievance redressal is sought only within the parameters which the government has approved, right? Setting out disputes between 2-3 people, right? Advanced ruling mechanisms we are introducing in other legislations also, that is much more beyond that, right? In case if someone is more, you see, it is quite likely that someone has an injury because of your planning actions, right? Your administrative actions. That injury requires amendment or a cost. It will require administratively, you can do through grievance redressal, or a cost related would require advanced ruling mechanisms, right? So you have to develop separate alternatives of what level, but yes, no multiple levels. One level is over. Whatever powers you give it to one person, and that's all.
Why I want to emphasize on this is, there are 3 layers. First one is the public participation. If you are very well done, public participation will reduce the grievances. And at the grievances level, if you have several layers of addressing it, because people will lose confidence, hey, these people are not good, I don't care, I am going to court. But if you have another layer, they will go to, because court also will redirect them to the grievance cell. No, you have a robust mechanism to address your issues. Why not go back and finish everything and then come back to court? So that point I think we need to add here, because it worked earlier in here at KSTP, for example. I worked in that project also. That's the experience which I am sharing you.
You see, there is a different attitude when you deal with land pooling. Right. You see, you have a bunch of people, bunch of owners.
Right.
They are brought into one box.
Right.
Right. and they have to manage. If you put up 5 notorious people in this room, let them fight it out, right?
Okay, okay.
And that is not a grievance.
All right, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And once they settle it out, then the officer, security officer will put a stamp. Now they have settled. Right?
Okay.
Now then something goes wrong.
Okay.
That these people have not done the process properly.
Right.
That is a grievance redressal.
Okay.
Right? But I mean, this is simple way of explaining.
Okay.
What you are talking is, why should you enter into that premises and start solving? Let them solve, it's their land.
Okay.
Right? You see, our problem is we start solving everyone's problem. But why should you solve? It's their land, their problem. Let them bang their head. What you require as an authority is some parcels of land, some portion of land for development purpose. You require some money. Right? Let them decide. And if the protocols are wrong of decision making, infighting, then you adjudicate. And even though if that process also requires some modification, then you have an advance ruling mechanism.
Right.
And if nothing settles down, let them go to court. At least 90% will not go. And once they go to court will always say, these 2 people are there, why you come here?
Right.
Court will never enter into that business. Right?
Right.
Your problems get sorted out. See, we do not address the issue, we try to engage ourselves in someone else's problem. There the problem is, which you will never able to do it. Right?
Okay. We are new to this anyway.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. Thanks for patient hearing. I mean, I'm thankful to the organizers for allowing me to express my ideas.
Thanks a lot, sir. It was a very engaging presentation. So everybody please, our program is not over, so please stay for some more time. So this is something which we were also thinking about, because especially in the case of town planning schemes, it has to, everybody is more concerned about its legislative side. I mean, how people will take it to the court. So we have been to Gujarat very recently, and what we have seen and experienced is that in Gujarat, TPS, the people generally think in business terms. They are more enterprising. But when it comes to our state and all, I think we are not to that level. They can very well understand the business behind the town planning schemes. So anyway, it was a very good experience. Thank you, sir. Thank you sharing, because even after seeing that, we couldn't dwell such deep into the aspects of town planning scheme. So thank you, thank you. So please stay.
As we have come to the end of the day, let's sum up what we have learned so far. It was an honor for all of us to collect some valuable information from our eminent speakers regarding the issues and opportunities in urban reforms and about the transferable development rights, Government of India's strategies in urban reforms, planning instruments and spatial strategies for Chennai Master Plan 2026 and 2046, and last but not the least, implementation of town planning schemes and local area plans. We will continue our technical sessions on tomorrow, focusing on transit-oriented development, spawn cities and modernization of building bylaws, starting at morning 9:30. Thank you.